Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 74. Huang Peng continued to browse the news about Imperial College on the internet, wanting to know what the exam content would be. There is no doubt that he wanted to pass the exam and receive the Empire's advanced training education. This is a normal psychological state. If Yun Yi's situation was not special, he would be the same as Huang Peng now. The three universities have not yet announced the examination contents. There are still more than 6 days left before the crossing, so it will definitely take time. Yun Ye said. Yes, what do you think the exam will be about? It involves the academy system. The purpose of the exam is to screen and allocate resources. The difficulty is to eliminate all the traversers based on their levels. So, we will be ready soon. Yun Ye didn't care about the content of the exam. He was thinking about the reason why the three empires agreed to establish a hunter academy in the real world. The vast majority of time travelers are in the 7 kingdoms. After returning, they receive training in the Imperial Academy, which allows them to gain a certain status in the kingdom and indirectly expand the influence and control of the empire. It does not require the agreement of all 3 empires. As long as one empire is willing, the other 2 empires will be afraid of falling behind. Yun Ye understood this clearly and realized that both the real world and the alien world would undergo drastic changes. Yun Ye, among the 3 imperial academies, Tianguang, Baichuan, and Tianlong, which one do you like? Huang Peng asked. When I was a kid, I was also hesitant about whether to go to Tsinghua or Peking University. Everyone should have dreams. Even if you are a clergyman, you should not feel inferior. Let's go to Tianguang together. Uze is so beautiful. Huang Peng looked at the photos on his phone with a face full of love. It's so quick to change your mind. However, when it comes to Tianguang Imperial College, Yun Yi's heart moved. He accepted the guidance of his uncle and teacher in his practice, inherited the name of Tianluo, and would inevitably have dealings with the Tianguang Empire in the future. Prepare in the real world ahead of time to pave the way for the future. This Zhongmuhan is broadcasting live. Suddenly, Huang Peng excitedly opened the live broadcast room of the sword-riding knight, who was the young man with short hair, sharp eyes, and thin lips. As for me, some people in the Knight's Order now say that I have a promising future and have the potential to become a great emperor. People call me the little sword god of Skylight. After clicking in, I just heard Zhongmuhan making a joke. It sounded like he was joking and making fun of himself, but in fact he was showing off in disguise. The sword knights were created by the legendary White Robe Knight, the sword god of dawn. They are a combination of swordsmen and knights. Huang Peng looked at the other party's identity introduction and said enviously, Sword god, I wonder what he looks like. Yun Ye thought of the uncle's green eyes that always seemed melancholy, and felt a little confused. The uncle emphasized the purity of the hunter. A swordsman is a swordsman, and a knight is a knight. How could there be a sword-wielding knight group? I'll ask them next time I travel through time. At this time, he noticed that there was a comment in the live broadcast room asking, is the demon in Star City real? Will he pose a threat to the real world? Yeah, it's true. Zhongmuhan faced the camera with a very relaxed tone, and said, how should I put it? A high-level demon is matched against a top-level hunter. Of course, hunters of different professions are needed to cooperate in the crusade. That's impossible. That demon rode a horse and jumped down from more than 100 meters away without any harm. Does jumping between tall buildings require superior strength? Some comments expressed disbelief. Zhongmuhan disagreed. Think about it, a 2-meter-tall horse and a 3-meter-tall demon, why didn't they smash through the ceiling of the department store next to them when they jumped from a height of 100 meters? This question aroused everyone's curiosity, and even Huang Peng was thinking about it seriously. Because the upper demon is immune to certain physical damage, the physical method is to turn himself into virtual. He jumped from a high altitude, and turned into virtual for a few seconds before landing before turning into real again. It is equivalent to jumping from just a few meters. The same principle applies when he jumps between tall buildings. When he jumps, he becomes invisible and his whole body flies up like a kite. Senior magicians have the ability to levitate, and senior sword knights like us use body movements. After saying that, Zhang Muhan couldn't wait to demonstrate. He placed his phone on the balcony and jumped down without any hesitation. He was on the 8th floor, dozens of meters above the ground, and the road was busy with traffic. Amid exclamations in the live broadcast room, Zhang Muhan landed on a tree on the side of the street, standing firmly on the branches. Yunye noticed that the moment he stopped, his breathing technique formed an upward vortex around his body, eliminating the impact force. The next second, Zhang Muhan stepped on the branch and broke it, and using the outer wall to gain leverage, he jumped back to the balcony without blushing or breathing hard, and the screen in the live broadcast room was filled with 666 comments. Compared with that devil, it's still a little bit inferior. Huang Peng muttered. Someone in the live broadcast room also said this. Others have horses, but I don't. Zhang Muhan argued subconsciously and immediately felt something was strange. In short, if we encounter that demon now, our magician will cast forbidden air magic, holy light magic, and object control magic, and then send 2 swordsmen or knights to charge and kill. That makes sense. Yunye nodded and called Lilith out. Add the magic attribute you got this time to the resistance to holy power and immunity to control. The attributes of the Demon King's panel need to be increased, which will not affect the casting of dark magic. Okay. Lilith did as he said. Immediately, Yunye felt the wonderful changes taking place in his body. Anchor, aren't you afraid of revenge from that Western swordsman overseas? At this time, Zhang Muhan read a bullet screen and immediately replied, Zijiandeo, Xiodeo, do you really think that we Huaxia are easy to bully? Can we be suppressed by a group of rats who can't stand the light? We will almost wipe out all their strongholds tonight. Yunye noticed Huang Peng's face darkened, and sent a comment, why didn't you do this last time you came back? Last time we lured the snake out of its hole, this time we will fight back decisively. Zhang Muhan said proudly. So the people who were killed last time were just unlucky. Huang Peng's fingers tapped quickly on the screen. The last time Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School was attacked, 1 student and 2 members of the World Bureau were killed or injured, plus the demon that happened at noon today. He was indignant. Are we, the people from small cities, risking our lives just to make you, the people from big cities, feel superior? Zhang Muhan shrugged in front of the screen and ignored his comments. Yunye put his hand on Huang Peng's shoulder to stop the comments that were shouting, Mom, the dose is too much. This kind of thing cannot be blamed on an individual. The 2 world bureaus at the school gate show that the authorities are also doing their best. It's just that Zhang Muhan is showing off the credit of the 2 world bureaus and the sacrifices of others, which is annoying. Where is Tianluo? Is he from your empire? Someone asked in the comment. Dragon Knight Tianluo is the most popular time traveler in these 2 returns. There is no doubt that Zhang Muhan doesn't want anyone to steal his limelight. Tianluo, how should I put it? This is a taboo in the empire and is not allowed to be discussed publicly, but I still want to thank Xin Tianluo for taking the top spot on the bronze list. I hope you can shine on the gold list in the future. He did not simply belittle others to elevate himself, and his rhetoric was very clever. Earlier in the news broadcast, he said that the empire looked down upon the competition for rankings below gold, and that the Empire Guild did not have the entrance to the first 3 levels of the abyss. Just now I said that Tianluo is from the Empire, and then I congratulated the new Tianluo on his achievement in the bronze list. This guy is a hermaphrodite. Huang Peng had seen Tianluo with his own eyes, and had a preconceived notion that he was on the side of the Dragon Knight. Aren't you a friend of Tianluo? Tell him and ask him to crush this guy on the golden list next time. Yunye said. Oh, Oh yes. Huang Peng almost forgot that he had boasted about knowing Tian Luo, and immediately said, I will tell him, he will crush this guy. Yes, he will. Yun Ye said seriously. Chapter 75. Zhang Muhan's live broadcast ended very quickly, less than an hour in total. The time of the next live broadcast is uncertain. This live broadcast was simply for him to use the benefits of the news broadcast to enhance the college's reputation, and he did not intend to become a full-time anchor. Yun Ye carefully examined his own strength. According to the sword-controlling knight, to deal with his death knight, he would need 3 senior magicians and 2 senior warriors or swordsmen. He can fight 5 at once, and what's more, the opponents don't know that he also has the Saint Seiya's power enhancement and limited regeneration skills. As for using the few to defeat the many, there is nothing that can be done about it. Demons and demon kings are all conquered by hunter teams, which is called the Just Siege. The second evening self-study session ended, and Western countries gradually welcomed the first rays of morning sunshine. Their major news media began to report on the Western continent's actions in the real world. Compared with Huaxia's establishment of the Imperial Academy, the actions of Western countries were more ambitious. The North American continent was actually divided into 10 separate states to establish the Kingdom of God. The Kingdom of God is one of the great theocratic powers in the Western continent of the other world. They also have their missionary country in the Eastern continent, and now they are not even letting go of the real world. The Church claims to possess 6 divine powers: sunlight, night, earth, strong wind, green water, and raging fire. Each god's divine power will be in the form of a holy book, which is controlled by the Church. The power of the holy book can transcend the 2 worlds, and believers can obtain the protection of the gods. However, the power of the holy book could not be mastered by an individual at first. It had to be done in teams of 100, with the captain manipulating the divine power. The captain is a position in the Church and also a level of strength. Above him are deacons, priests, bishops, archbishops, and the Pope. Monsters from another world are bound to descend upon our world. The demon king who is being oppressed and unable to breathe in the other world will use our real world to revive his strength. Each of us is in danger, and the only way to survive is to throw ourselves into the arms of God. The Church began to carry out crisis propaganda, intimidating people into throwing themselves into the arms of God. They claim that the Death Lord is reviving in the real world because there is a force that has become the Death Lord's followers, called the Dark Order. Their 6 gods don't sound impressive enough. Sunshine, night, earth, strong wind, green water, and raging fire, aren't these elements of nature? Huang Peng exclaimed. Yun Yi's heart moved. The Holy Lord also represents everything in the world. Annie said that the religious kingdom of God has been competing for the Holy Lord's clergy. The theocracy on the Western continent wants to replace the Holy Lord on the Eastern continent with a personified God. Yun Ye thought of this and prayed silently in his heart, Holy Lord, is this true? Woo woo. The strange wind blew in through the doors and windows again, blowing open the textbooks on the desks and sending papers flying all over the place. Interesting. Yun Ye murmured. After the evening self-study, Yun Ye walked out of the school gate and watched the junior high school students being picked up by their parents. He suddenly realized that compared to before when he went home alone, now he didn't even have a home. In the real world, he ran out of the house in the morning. The phone in his pocket rang in time, and Yun Ye saw the name on the caller ID, Sister Duo Duo. A young woman stood next to the Wuling Hong Guang Miniev. She had a round face and round eyes. Although she already had a child, she still had baby fat on her face. Seeing Yun Ye coming over, she deliberately frowned and said, Tell me, if I don't come today, where are you going to stay? Hotel. Yun Ye chuckled. It looks like you have a lot of pocket money. You'll treat me later. Let's go find a place to sit down. The two came to a cafe near the school and found a private room to sit down. Yun Duo Duo ordered a cup of black tea for himself and a cup of hot milk for Yun Ye. How is Shuer now? Yunya asked. It's cured. Don't worry. The cure rate for acute leukemia in children is as high as 70%, and the chance of never having an attack again is even higher. Yun Duoduo was very happy at first, but his eyes dimmed immediately. However, the remaining trauma may cause the development process to be inferior to other children. The doctor suggested that we look for the priests, those who have traveled through time recently. That's a coincidence. Yunya was about to show off his skills, but Sister Duo didn't give him a chance and said, Yes, I came here for you today. Yunya, are you really not going to go home? Is that my home? Do you blame your mother? You have to know that your mother has a hard time too. She was pregnant and lived with her mother-in-law. Her daily household expenses were all given by her current husband. I know everything. Yunya spread his hands, his face full of self-deprecating smile. He understands the truth, but the troubles he experienced growing up are real. He now has power and wealth, and it seems that all those things in the past are not worth mentioning, but that is not the case. The person who tied the bell must untie it, and he wants to have a good talk with his mother. He guessed that his mother should be nearby and would appear after he and Sister Duo had finished chatting. By then, Yunya decided to reveal his identity as a clergyman, confess his psychological journey over the years, and live independently from that family as an adult. This is good for everyone, yeah, so be it. Yunya drank a sip of milk and considered what to say later. He couldn't just complain, after all, his mother was pregnant. I can understand how you feel. In my family, your two cousins are much more favored than me. It's never my turn to get milk or anything like that. This is why she came to Yunya. She saw her own shadow in him. She was about to continue talking when she received a message on her phone and her face changed. Come on, I'll take you to where you live now. Yunya was stunned. Could it be that his mother was waiting there? He followed Yun Duo to the gate of the old school. There was a tube-shaped building in the dimly lit alley. The clothes hanging at the corners of the stairs and in the corridor were all students' uniforms. Yunya frowned. This is a rental house for families who accompany their children to study. Sister Duo took out the key and opened the innermost wooden door on the third floor. This is the single room your mother rented for you, Yunya. You have to know that your mother. My mother didn't come? I just asked you to bring me the key. Yunya interrupted her. Because your uncle, that is, her husband and mother-in-law are very angry about what happened in the morning, and she can't let them know what she did. Yun Duo looked at his expressionless face and said distressedly, You have to understand. Ha ha ha, I understand. Yunya laughed out loud. He knew everything and understood everything, but what about it? I understand everything. Then. I'm alone. After a long time, under Yun Duo's worried gaze, Yunya turned around, his face calm, and asked, Sister Duo, what news did you just receive? It's the child's father. He finally contacted a priest who can treat Schwer. Is it such a coincidence? I'll go with you to take a look. Yunya said. Yun Duo thought that the child wanted to see what a priest looked like, so she did not refuse. Chapter 76. Holy Lord, please answer my prayer and save your believers. In a black car parked on the side of the road, there was a fashionable urban beauty sitting in the driver's seat, her pretty face full of piety and expectation. Her name is Wang Lei, a top medical student and also a time traveler. Different from other time travelers, she did not have much ambition and felt that being a priest was the right career for her. She prayed in a temple and successfully became a priest, possessing the abilities of healing, restoration and blessing. In her first return, she became famous in medical school for her healing skills. Originally everything was going according to plan, but the last time she traveled through time, the Holy Scripture Squad of the Kingdom of God showed up, and the sanctuary where she prayed was divided into the territory of the kingdom, and she was recruited into the Holy Scripture Squad. At first, Wang Lei didn't take it seriously. Other time travelers all held important positions in various kingdoms, and no one would say that time travelers had dual citizenship. As a result, when he returned this time, the Kingdom of God appeared in North America. As a result, she and other travelers from the eastern continent who were in the Kingdom of God were caught in an identity dispute and fell into an awkward situation. Not only that, the Sunshine Scripture team ordered that they must collect the souls of believers in the land of Huaxia and establish the faith of the six gods. Wang Lei thought about the Kingdom of God formed by Westerners and felt that what she had done was tantamount to betrayal. The problem is that she has been controlled by the Sunshine Scripture, and if she doesn't do as she is told, her soul will be harmed. She tried to pray to the Holy Lord, but since she joined the Holy Scripture of Sunshine, she received no response. Today, she was forced to complete her soul mission. In desperation, she prayed to the Holy Lord. She had originally thought of giving it a try, but she didn't expect the long-awaited response from the Holy Lord. A sense of déjà vu arose in her mind. It's not a specific thing, but a familiar feeling that is triggered only when you see it in reality. Is this my salvation? The ringing of her cell phone interrupted her thoughts. After she answered the call, a woman's voice came from the other end, "Dr. Wang, the child's mother is back." Wang Lei struggled for a while, but had no choice but to get off the car. The holy book was like a death warrant, ready to take away her soul at any time. Yun Ye came to Sister Duoduo's house and found that his third uncle Yun Zijun was also there, as well as his cousin Yun Xiaoduo and cousin Yun Xiaochuan. On the way here, Yun Ye heard from Sister Duoduo that this priest was contacted by his third uncle's family through their connections, and his third aunt had already gone down to pick up the priest. Yun Xiaoduo is in the third year of junior high school this year. She is tall and slender, about 1.6 meters tall. She is dressed like a good girl, with her bangs pinned to the side with hairpins, revealing her plump forehead. But at this age, rebellion is not about appearance. Wearing Chuck headphones, immersing oneself in one's own world. Third uncle. Yun Ye went up to call for help. Yun Zijun, who was tall and thin, was not good at speaking. He nodded in response. When he saw his daughter wearing headphones, he frowned and said, "Xiaoduo, call someone." Yun Xiaoduo was at a rebellious age and didn't like the tone of his father's scolding, but he didn't have the courage to resist. He rolled his eyes and called out weakly, "Brother Yun Ye." Yun Ye sighed a little. He remembered that when they were little, Xiaoduo especially liked to follow him around and play, but with the passage of time and distance, they have become like strangers now. "Brother, are you here to see the priest too?" Yun Xiaochuan was very enthusiastic. "Yes." At this time, the bedroom door opened and a man came out holding a baby. They were Yun Yi's brother-in-law and niece. My niece, who was still a baby, was crying and only calmed down when Sister Duoduo held her in her arms. Yun Ye saw that his niece still had nodules and lumps on her skin, as well as invisible injuries inside her body. Modern medicine is helpless to cure these symptoms which require a long time to recover. A limited regeneration will do the trick. Yun Ye has confidence without even asking the Holy Lord. "Brother-in-law, Sister Duoduo, I actually..." He didn't intend to keep it secret until the end and then give someone a slap in the face. He didn't mention it beforehand because he was afraid that he would give others hope and then fail to do it. Before he could finish his words, a loud and sharp woman's voice came from outside the door. "Hurry, hurry, hurry! The priest is coming!" The people in the room immediately came over and ignored what he said. "All right." Yun Ye smiled helplessly and had to see what the priest was doing first. The fat third aunt hurried into the house. When she saw Yun Ye there, she was surprised but didn't say anything. Behind her, the priest Wang Lei walked into the room. She was a beautiful urban beauty, but because of her status as a priest, she was stared at by many fanatical eyes. Lian Yun Xiaoduo even took off her headphones and looked at the priest with longing. "Are the child's parents here?" Wang Lei asked. Yun Duoduo and her husband walked up holding the baby. Well, I can cure the child and ensure that he can grow up like a normal child. Wang Lei came to the conclusion after checking the baby's condition. The power of the priests lies in this area, reaching the medical level of cell regeneration. Yun Duoduo and the people in the house were overjoyed and amazed at the ability of the priest. Wang Lei was not in a hurry to act, and said something against her will. You must swear an oath to the holy scriptures to guarantee that the baby will be loyal to the 6 gods in body and mind in the future. The pure spiritual power of an infant exceeds that of hundreds of adults who are blinded by greed. But babies cannot make decisions on their own and need their parents to take an oath. Ah! Will this have any impact? Yun Duoduo didn't understand what it meant to be loyal to the 6 gods. Just like the Christians involved, believe in God, and your children will believe in the 6 gods. Third aunt dragged out her words and said, why are you still hesitating? Is there a better way? We can give money, can we not do this? Yun Duoduo always felt something was wrong. No. Wang Lei felt a little helpless. She actually wanted to do the same, but the holy scripture was watching her all the time. Oh well. With no other choice, Yun Duoduo exchanged glances with her husband and agreed. Wang Lei opened her hands, and a thick book appeared out of thin air. The cover was made of bronze with complex patterns engraved on it, and a blazing light was wandering between the textures. Projection of the Holy Scripture of Sunshine. Take the oath. I'll say one sentence and you say one sentence, said Wang Lei. Seeing this scene, Uncle San and his family stepped back to make enough space. Yun Ye strode forward, stood in front of Sister Duoduo, and slapped the holy book of sunshine to pieces. He thought that the priest was a liar, or that he was asking for too much, and that the one who came was a traitor. His niece will become the nourishment of the faith of the 6 gods. These 6 gods are almost the same as the devil accepting sacrifices. Yun Ye, what are you doing? His action caused an uproar among the Yun family members in the room. Sister, I am also a priest and can heal Zioxu. It doesn't need to be so complicated. As Yun Ye spoke, he raised his right hand and a ball of holy white light appeared. Wow! Yun Xiaochuan exclaimed in surprise. Children have pure thoughts. His brother is actually a time traveler. He can brag about it all day when he goes to school tomorrow. Yun Xiaoduo also opened her mouth slightly, and her eyes moved slightly. Oh, this kid. The third aunt slapped her thigh and complained that Yun Ye was ignorant of the ways of the world. She didn't say it earlier or later, and she had to make Wang Lei stand up at the most embarrassing moment. The most important thing is that they are all clergymen, so the treatment will be the same no matter who treats them. If Yun Ye took action, then the favor she helped to contact Wang Lei would not be received, and the big red envelope that was promised might not be obtained. Yun Duoduo was of course very happy about the news, but she was afraid that Wang Lei would be unhappy. After Yun Ye stood up, the priest Wang Lei remained silent and expressionless, and the people of the Yun family thought she was angry. Your Excellency the Holy Messenger. Unexpectedly, Wang Lei half knelt down in front of Yun Ye and shouted excitedly. Chapter 77. Inside the room, everyone in the Yun family was stunned. Is kneeling still popular in modern society? Moreover, in their eyes, Wang Lei was a top student in the medical school and a clergyman with a very high social status. Now she was kneeling in front of the younger generation in their eyes. So handsome, brother Yun Yi. Yun Xiaoquan's acne-covered face was filled with excitement. He was the person who accepted it the fastest and imagined that Yun Ye was a great figure in the other world. Yun Ye didn't care about these things and used the Saint Cea skills on his niece to achieve limited regeneration. Wrapped in the warm holy light, all the symptoms on the baby's body disappeared. After a few brief seconds, the baby let out a loud and happy laugh. Yun Duoduo cried with joy and hugged her husband. Yun Ye, thank you so much. Yun Ye looked at the family of 3 and felt a little envious. During this process, Wang Lei kept kneeling on the ground and refused to get up no matter how people called her. Until Yunye called her outside and went to the rooftop to talk about something. "Why do you call me the Holy Messenger?" Yunye didn't remember that clergy had this profession. In fact, there really wasn't one. The Holy Messenger was a name that Wang Lei came up with. After seeing Yunye, she was sure that he was the person who was revealed by the Holy Lord. "Isn't that the Holy Messenger?" She told everyone about her situation, hoping to break free from the constraints of the Sunshine Scripture and return to the arms of the Holy Lord. "If I wasn't here just now, would you have bound my niece's soul to the Holy Book of Sunshine?" Yunye asked. "My lord, I have no choice. If I don't complete the quota, the Holy Scripture will punish me. My soul will be mercilessly whipped, causing me to become insane at best and a vegetable at worst." Wang Lei said, "Moreover, with the soul-binding scripture, the child will still grow up healthily, but... She couldn't find an accurate description. "Yet, you all have problems." Yunye curled his lips. He was in a bad mood today. If the other party had not received the revelation from the Holy Lord, he would not care about the life or death of this woman. "Please, Holy Envoy, help me break free from the control of the church." Wang Lei half knelt on the ground again and asked devoutly. "The problem is, I can't do it. The Lord did not give him this ability. Sir Supreme, if you can enslave the other party and make him a follower of the Demon King, you can destroy the power of the Holy Scripture." He was about to ask fate for a hint when Lilith appeared out of nowhere. Yunye was stunned. Could it be that the Holy Lord was also planning to do it this way? "Please, I'm the Demon King." He asked fate for a hint, and the answer given was the same: to use the power of the devil to break the other party's control of the Holy Book. The theocracy is fighting for the authority of the Holy Lord, and humans are the bargaining chips. Regardless of the level of godhood, the rules of the game are that humans have the freedom to choose their side. The reason why the Holy Lord was defeated by the theocracy is probably because he didn't realize that human free will is ridiculous. The Holy Lord asked this Demon King to come over and overturn the table and grab the chips. A classic scene emerged in Yunye's mind: if it's difficult, then don't do it. After sorting out his thoughts, he put aside his personal emotions and decided to be more mature in the adult world. "Take off your clothes." "Ah!" Wang Lei, half kneeling on the ground, was stunned. She had just escaped from a tiger's mouth, and now she encountered a jackal? She was faced with the dilemma of whether to sacrifice her innocence or her will. If she became someone else's plaything, she might as well stay in the church. Suddenly, Wang Lei felt the holy book on her body stirring. This was because it had not obtained her soul and was beginning to bite her back. She had no choice but to take off her black coat, revealing a tight silk-based shirt underneath, which fit closely to her body, outlining her beautiful curves. Wang Lei was about to take off her undershirt when Yunye walked around behind her and put his hand on her back. The next second, she felt deep in her soul that the shackles of the holy book were destroyed by an unstoppable force. At that moment of complete destruction, the scorching sunlight was released from the chest. The temperature was so high that it could ignite clothes. Wang Lei suddenly realized that this was the reason why she had to take off her clothes. This made her face turn red. "Your Excellency the Holy Envoy, can't you explain it more clearly?" She was determined not to let the Holy Envoy know why she was determined to take off her clothes. Yunye ignored all this. Wang Lei became the devil's follower for less than half a second. He took back his magic power and restored her freedom. Such a weak follower will only cause more trouble. After completing all this, a cheerful breeze blew on the balcony. Yunye felt that his holy light had become much stronger, and the ability attributes of the Saint Seia had improved, further digesting the bottle of flawless potion. This was a pleasant surprise that Yunye had not expected. The great apostle. Only then did Wang Lei realize that the holy messenger looked like a high school student and was very handsome. People who travel to the theocracy are basically controlled by the holy scripture. Some are clergymen, and some are other hunters. They all want to break away from the current situation and form a group, said Wang Lei. Yunye nodded, and prepared himself mentally for a head-on confrontation with the kingdom of God. It was a fight for survival that had nothing to do with grudges. What he had to do was to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. He couldn't always wait for others to come and provoke him, so he should show his sword appropriately. How many of them are there? It's mainly in southern cities, and several large groups are full. There are at least several thousand people, maybe tens of thousands. This is troublesome. Wang Lei understood that Yunye would become a thorn in the side of the church, and immediately informed the church of its power in Huaxia. The Eastern Continent's Kingdom of God is based on the Sunlight Scripture. After returning, there are many acting captains who are responsible for monitoring us. There is an acting captain in Star City who can summon the Sunlight Battle Angel of the Scripture. Not everyone who travels to the Kingdom of God wants to escape like Wang Lei does. Some people have firm beliefs and regard the theocracy as a noble existence. They are chosen as acting captains and are able to use the power of the Holy Scripture. Yunye had an idea, what would happen if he captured the leader first? He repeated it silently in his mind several times, and after receiving a hint from fate, he said, "Tell your experience to the large group in Star City. Then the acting captain of the church will know the holy envoy." Wang Lei said anxiously. "Oh? So what?" Yunye asked back. "The holy envoy is very angry and wants to find someone to cool down." Wang Lei understood and immediately spoke in the WeChat group, telling her own experience that she had broken free from the control of the Holy Scripture. In an instant, the group exploded, and countless people in similar situations as her asked for solutions. Wang Lei looked at the boy's handsome face, waiting for the next instruction. "Just say that a holy messenger was born with the power to decipher the Holy Scriptures," Yunye said. "Good." In Xingcheng, in a luxury house, Wang Jun, a well-known local rich second generation, is having a party. Young men and women with dazed eyes were partying to the music. In the middle of them was a 2-meter-tall puppet that looked like an angel in mythology, but its body was mainly made of metal. The armor on its body and the steel wings on its back were covered with flaming stripes. The most amazing thing is that this angel can move. It was the battle angel of the Sunshine Scripture, summoned by Wang Jun to add to the party atmosphere. Suddenly, Wang Jun's cell phone kept ringing. After seeing the latest message, he frowned. "Holy Messenger? I've never heard of this profession." Wang Jun couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up thinking about it. As the acting captain of the church, he mastered the power of the Holy Scripture, which was exactly what he was prepared for. No matter who the Holy Messenger is, anyone who dares to go against the theocracy is seeking death. Chapter 78. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Yunye woke up in the rental house next to the school. Outside the window is the bustling sounds of life, and you can also smell the fragrance coming from other people's kitchens. The rental house is very simple, with 2 rooms inside and outside, one large and one small. One is a bedroom, and the other is a living room, kitchen, and bathroom combined. Last night, after sending Wang Lei back, Yunye and his relatives went out for dinner to celebrate. After that, he refused Sister Duoduo's invitation to stay overnight and returned to the rental house alone. At this moment, the countdown for the Right Eye's time travel shows, 149:00:00. So many things have happened since my return, but in fact, less than 24 hours have passed. The advantage of being close to school is that it only takes 3 minutes to walk downstairs to get to school. He came to the playground and began to test the changes in his strength. Long He. He opened his right hand and felt the vibration frequency of the dragon flame in his palm, which reached 301 times per second, an increase of nearly 100 times compared to before his return. This was mainly due to the harvest of fear from the western sword path, and the holy light promoting the digestion of the potion. The three professions of cleric, dragon knight, and demon lord advance in parallel and complement each other. Reach 500 vibrations, the king of swordsmanship has 80% of the speed force, go into the mountains and slay the dragon. He did not forget his main goal. Then, he gathered the saints as holy fighting domineering, gave himself strength-enhancing skills, and began to run on the playground. His flying-like speed shocked the teachers and students who were exercising in the morning, but since they knew that Yunya was a time traveler, they did not find it strange. After running a lap in 10 seconds, Yunya felt refreshed. As expected of a profession that is a holy warrior's battle card, an intermediate saint is not inferior to a warrior or a knight, and can also heal himself and strengthen himself. In addition, he has the attributes of a demon king and Yunya used Longhe's holy light and punched the air, making a buzzing sound. He should be the most capable clergyman. Next, an Xin waited for the acting captain of the church to come over. Suddenly, he saw Huang Peng running towards him. His eyes were red, really glowing red, and he was roaring madly. Yunya thought there were enemies chasing him, but it turned out they were just training. After running 3 laps, the red light in Huang Peng's eyes disappeared and he came to Yunya. As the saying goes, a dog gets angry and opens 2 megatama. The promotion of a berserker is also related to anger. The captain has always kept his emotions high. Huang Peng told the content of his practice, and said, "Last night when I went to sleep, I thought about your unfortunate death in battle, and the emotion was very well expressed. You are really my good brother." Yunya punched him in the stomach, neither too hard nor too light. After a while of fooling around, he said worriedly, "You are now a mid-level berserker Red Eye. In the end, you will lose your mind in exchange for strength. It is rumored that the most powerful red-eyed berserker has no ability to think and only acts based on one belief. So I silently recite the words prosperity, civilization, harmony, and justice 100 times every day. When I really go crazy, it's still full of positive energy." Yunya didn't know where to start complaining for a moment. At this time, the school's hunters came to the playground to practice, including Yu Jie, the Shen brothers and sisters, and Dunmyu Yunhai. Inside information is that the exams of the 3 major imperial academies will be related to the northern Morena Mountains. "We need to form a team, so I'll form a group." Dunmyu Yunhai added several people to a group, including Yunya. The first message Yunya received after joining the group was an emoticon package of Dunmyu Yunhai, which was based on a real-life photo of him riding on a horse, with the text, "Welcome everyone." Yunya was thinking, this guy wouldn't have a whole set of emoticons with his own photos. "Why are there 7 people?" Huang Peng asked curiously. "In the high school department of Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School, there are only 6 people in the hunter team. The king loves Her Royal Highness the Princess and has allowed 6 places for visitors from other worlds. Follow the kingdom team into the mountains. With the Sword King accompanying you, you will be able to handle any exam with ease." After saying that, Dunmyu Yunhai looked at Yunya and said, "The 2 Worlds Bureau is paying close attention to this matter. They are worried that someone in our school will be independent and unwilling to join us, so they have come up with an alternative." Yunya did not give an accurate answer. "Yunya, what do you think?" Yujia's tone was full of anticipation. "Are you going?" Yunya looked at the person next to him. Huang Peng lowered his voice and said, "Brother, why do you say that we have other options? The overall strength of my team is based on bronze missions. In the real world, Yu Jie and I can follow the kingdom team and have the opportunity to enter the Imperial Academy. This is an opportunity. This is what other people think too. Everyone wants to know what you, Yunya, are hesitating about. Is there a better choice? Even if you are a priest who can heal magical damage, following Princess Yujia is still the best choice." Yunya knew that the North Morena Mountains were dangerous, and Huang Peng was in the team. If anything unexpected happened, he might not be able to get out. "I can travel through time and give you an answer, okay?" Yunye said. Can. Yujia agreed without thinking. Obviously, Duan Muyunhai couldn't stand it. You are too pretentious. Do you think you are some kind of inheritor? Before he could say anything, there was an uproar on the playground. Teachers and students stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. A 2-meter-tall combat metal angel appeared in the sky at some point. The angel wore a steel helmet that covered his eyes, so his eyes could not be seen, giving him the appearance of a puppet. Between the feathers of a pair of steel wings behind him, there were light patterns emitting from them like the scorching sun, and the armor on his body gave off a sense of powerful strength. Battle Angel of the Sunshine Scripture. Yujia is a princess in another world, and she has a wider range of knowledge, so she was the first to recognize it. God religious. Others thought about last night's news and wondered what the battle angels were doing here. Unlike Western Kendo, I have never heard that the Church of God would indiscriminately attack hunters. Stay away, he's here to find me. They suddenly heard Yunye speak. Looking for you. Duan Muyunhai didn't quite understand, but he still stayed away from it. Shen Li also pulled his sister Shen Xin away. Huang Peng and Yujia stayed with Yunye. It's true that the kingdom of God and the holy temple are at odds. Are they your enemies in the other world? Huang Peng said, don't be afraid, your brother Peng is here, you just need to increase my status. Yujia narrowed her eyes and stared at the fighting angel. If anyone dared to attack Yunye, she would raise her hand and cast a spell. The battle angel stood in the air, bringing a strong sense of oppression, and no one knew what would happen next. This is a battle between the theocracy and the Holy Church. It is no exception even in the real world. Do you want to participate? A young man dressed like a member of society strode into the playground. It was Wang Jun, the acting captain of the Sunshine Cannon. After finding Yunye's information and data, he came directly to the school to find him. Yunye stopped Huang Peng, who was about to speak, and said seriously, I know what's going on. You guys should step aside. This is indeed a feud between the Holy Church and the Church. Brother, that angel looks very powerful, and you, the paladin, don't have the combat capability. Huang Peng said anxiously. Believe me. Okay. Huang Peng and Yujia stayed where they were. Yunye looked at Wang Jun and said, you summoned the battle angel. I can understand that you are ready to stay here. Chapter 79. Wang Jun took off his branded sunglasses and responded with a sneer. He was wearing branded clothes from head to toe, including the leather shoes on his feet and the hair that was styling with a lot of mousse. Compared with him, Duan Muyunhai became much more pleasing to the eye. Student, you are so childish. Do you think I am here to fight you for 300 rounds? I am here to teach you a lesson. So just take the beating. He didn't take Yunye seriously at all. No matter how special the holy envoy was, the fact that all clergy were not good at fighting would not change. This is also the main reason why the theocracy can suppress the holy temple. Superior. At the command, the fiery sun battle angel in the air was like a started machine, and a long sword emitting a blazing light appeared in his right hand. As swift as a hummingbird in the sky, he swooped towards Yunye, with his sword pointing directly at his vital points. The people on the sidelines were horrified. This was not a different world. Was Wang Jun going to kill people in public? The holy sword of the fiery sun will destroy his heart and render him a cripple. This is not subject to the laws of the real world. Wang Jun said proudly. Yujia's pretty face was filled with murderous intent, and magical elements were surging wildly around her body. The red light in Huang Peng's eyes appeared again. These two people don't care about what he says. Suddenly, a dazzling white holy light burst out from Yunye's body, and a silver-white holy armor appeared on his body, replacing his original school uniform. Compared to the dragon armor, the Saint Seiya's holy armor is equivalent to a light armor, with a smart and flowing feel. Yunye, wearing armor, had sharp eyes and raised his right hand to face the angel's attack. I vibrate. The flaming sword of the Sun Angel slashed on the armor, and a bright white light began to flash, forming a shock wave in an extremely clever way. The Sun Angel's entire body was shaken so much that it leaned back in the air and became stiff. Black flash. Next, Yunya locked onto the body of the Flame Angel, his thoughts transcending time. This is the passive skill of the Dragon Knight. No one else can see it unless its name is called out. Pegasus Meteor Fist. Finally, Yunya used the kingly swordsmanship, his fists turned into sword blades, and he went up to beat Aura. In less than 2 seconds, the aggressive Sun Angel changed from an attacking posture to a punching bag. Huang Peng, who was about to help Yunya, stood there in a daze. Are clergymen so powerful in fighting? Even a paladin may not have such power. Duan Yunhai was also dumbfounded. He had always compared Yunyi's combat power with that of a paladin. After being hit by hundreds of punches, the Flame Angel finally reacted, broke free from the attack, and flew back into the sky, with spider web-like cracks appearing on his armor. The playground fell into a brief silence, and the students who were not time travelers were frightened by Yunyi's outburst. Saint Seiya. Yujia was surprised and delighted when she saw Yunyi's profession. She told the people around her, Saint Seiya is the most difficult hidden profession for the clergy. It is almost impossible to complete the job transfer. This profession has excellent recovery, treatment, and combat capabilities. Okay, Yunya, it turns out you are just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Huang Peng said loudly. It must be him. Shen Xin was 100% sure that it was Yunya who saved him. Wang Jun looked embarrassed and said coldly, do you think it's over? Spread your light wings. In the sky, the wings behind the Sun Angel spread further to the left and right, and the light patterns between the feathers turned into flames and light. In the blink of an eye, one side of the wings was filled with flames and the other side was filled with scorching sun. With the angel's 2-meter-tall body and armor, standing in the air, there is a strong sense of oppression. The fiery Sun Angel flapped its wings vigorously, flashed in front of Yunya with explosive force, and swung down the flaming sword heavily. Strengthen your power. Physical resistance enhancement. I vibrate. Yunya used several skills on himself in a row, and continued to swing his sword in order to respond to any changes. Even with the Sun Angel firing at full power, he could not escape the fate of being slain by the sword. But the angel did not give up and continued to attack frantically. The sound of metal collisions continued. Are you here to be a blacksmith? Huang Peng started to talk nonsense. Wang Jun didn't want to pay attention to him. He just looked at the fierce battle between Angel and Yunya and couldn't accept it. The theocracy clearly said that the Sun Angels were comparable to high-level hunters. What is going on with this priest? Let it go. There was no other choice, Wang Jun had to use his trump card. The Sun Angel gave up the melee attack and returned to mid-air, using the flaming sword as a staff, continuously shooting out flaming waves the size of basketballs. Long He. Yunya placed his hands alternately in front of his chest and sent flaming waves of light bombarding the surroundings. The grass on the playground was blown away, and the raised smoke and dust covered his figure. Yunya. Huang Peng became anxious, his eyes sparkled red, and he completely digested the potion he had taken, entering the level of an intermediate berserker. The red eyes seemed to bite people as he rushed forward quickly. The Sun Angel in the sky changed its target and repelled it with several flaming waves. That's right. Wang Jun regained his confidence and laughed triumphantly. However, before the smoke covering Yunya dissipated, he had already strode out with slight scars on his body. Limited regeneration. However, with the use of a skill, Yunya returned to normal. Wang Jun didn't know what to say. Yunya looked at Huang Peng who was lying on the ground, covered with bruises as if he had been hit by a bomb. For a moment, Wang Jun felt a strong sense of danger from this priest, as if he had done something unwise. Keep attacking. The more uneasy he was, the louder he screamed, and the angel of the blazing sun continued to release waves of flaming light. Yunya had a blank expression on his face and cold eyes, but he did not stop. Facing the incoming flaming light wave, he slapped it away with one palm. Seeing Yunya getting closer, Wang Jun was completely panicked. He was just a rich second generation with summoning ability, so he had no practical experience. The scorching sun angel landed on the ground, blocking the two men and becoming his last protection. Cut! Yunya waved his right hand and used the power of the Dragon Knight. Long he condensed the dragon flame into a lightsaber. The dragon flame was disguised as white holy light, and others just thought it was condensed from holy light. The lightsaber fell mercilessly, and the upper body of the sun angel was cut in half in a straight line from the right shoulder to the left abdomen. No blood flowed from the wound, and the angel of the sun disappeared like a burst balloon. Wang Jun sat down on the ground, sweating profusely. You're not really going to kill me, this is in the real world. He looked up at Yunya and said something ridiculous, even though he had clearly been dismissive of it just now. Because he was facing away from the sun, Yunyi's face was shrouded in shadow, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. The lightsaber in his hand stabbed into Wang Jun's chest. This time, it was in the form of holy light, destroying the phantom of the holy book of sunshine in Wang Jun's hands. The holy book quickly shattered inside Wang Jun's body, and his bones, flesh and blood were shattered as if they were put into a meat grinder. His clothes were completely burned by the uncontrolled sunlight, and he lay naked on the ground. You, just wait, I will kill you, I will kill you. Wang Jun's words were already slurred, his eyes filled with resentment. Oh? Do you think this is the end? Yunya ignored his threat and an intriguing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Wang Jun's pupils suddenly shrank. What else should he do? Chapter 80. No one saw clearly what Yunya did. After he put away his armor and lightsaber, Wang Jun on the ground fell into dementia and his eyes were dull. He was the first person to survive the harvest of terror, but would spend the rest of his life in a mental hospital. In addition, the increase in magic power brought by Wang Jun's fear exceeded that of all Western Kendo members last time. On the one hand, Wang Jun inherited the power of the Sunshine Scripture, which conflicted with the attributes of the Demon King. After being defeated, he had more experience. In addition, as the acting captain, Wang Jun is in charge of all the believers of the church in the city. After his holy book was smashed, those people in the real world were no longer controlled by the holy book, and the clergy returned to the arms of the Holy Lord, indirectly enhancing the holy light. However, when they travel through time again, these people may still be controlled by the church. Yunya didn't intend to care about this anymore. He was a holy messenger and it wasn't his job to guarantee after-sales service. What's more, this can continuously harvest the fear of the acting captain and gain a steady stream of experience. Yunya came to Huangpeng and with the help of his classmates, he sat down leaning against the wall. I was careless and didn't dodge. Huangpeng was so excited that his wounds were affected and he grimaced in pain. Haven't you heard that Yu Yanwu Shang? Why are you so impulsive? Yunya performed limited regeneration for him to recover from his injuries. Huangpeng smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect the flame light wave to be so powerful. Now it seems that Yunyi's holy armor is powerful. If I put on the dragon armor of destiny, the light waves can be bounced back. Yun Yexin said. After the treatment, Huangpeng became full of energy. He stood up and sighed, so the team must have a healer. The teachers and students on the playground saw that the matter had come to an end, and then saw Wang Jun lying naked on the ground going crazy, not knowing how the situation would develop next. People from the Two Worlds Bureau appeared in time and took Wang Jun away. Their captain Zhao Xiang came to Yun Yat. He was the one who started the trouble. Don't blame Yun Yat. Yujia thought he was here to hold Yun Yat accountable, so she immediately protected him. In the conflict between the church and the Holy Church, the two world bureaus are only responsible for the aftermath. Zhao Xiang smiled bitterly and said, I want to talk to this classmate about something. When Yunye was the only one left, he said, you were the one who defeated Xijiandao the first time you came back. Director Zheng judged that you were a paladin. Who knows, you are even more powerful. Then, he said seriously, I thank you on behalf of Wang Hai and avenge him. Yunye wanted to say no, he was not doing this for the Two Worlds Bureau, but seeing the other party's excitement, he didn't say anything. Travelers who use hunter abilities to commit crimes are still subject to legal constraints, and hunters are not allowed to fight privately. However, the situation between the church and the Holy Temple is special, and the two world bureaus have a neutral attitude. Because those travelers from the religious country in Huaxia are all compatriots. Our Two Worlds Bureau will not tell you that there are 5 more acting captains in the 3 southern provinces. We will not tell you their names, where they live, or their appearance. Zhao Xiang spoke righteously, but in his hands appeared a series of information sheets, which contained the identity information of the other 5 acting captains. After making sure Yunye had finished reading it, Zhao Xiang put away the data sheet and said, the grievances between the Holy Church and the Church will be resolved by yourselves. We are neutral. The authorities do not want to use tough measures because not all time travelers from the Church want to break free from control like Wang Lei does. There are also people who waver and try to gain benefits for themselves by being fence-sitters. The best way is for the Holy Messenger Yunye to take action to resolve the issue. Yunye was thinking that by harvesting the fear of these 5 experienced babies, long he should be able to do so 500 times. Then, the two people, who were 20 years apart in age, smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. A first-class carriage on a high-speed train bound for Star City. There were 4 young men and women sitting in the 4 parking spaces of number 1. A female passenger passed by and accidentally saw the short-haired young man. She immediately showed surprise and said, "You are the one in the news." Lie. Zhang Muhan put his hand to his mouth, indicating not to make any sound, and smiled slightly. "Can I take a picture with you?" The passenger excitedly took out his mobile phone, and when he saw Zhang Muhan agreed, he immediately came over to take a photo. Then, the passengers discovered that the people sitting next to them were all time travelers they knew, such as Usse, the son of God. Can't. Without waiting for the passenger to speak, Usse was the first to refuse. The female passenger left angrily. Zhang Muhan said, "It wouldn't be so troublesome if we took a plane. Can you guarantee that you won't die at an altitude of 10,000 meters? Zhang Muhan was stumped by just one sentence. High-speed rail is the safest way to travel. Even if they are attacked, hunters can jump out of the train at a speed of 400 km per hour. An airplane at an altitude of 10,000 meters does not need a missile attack. Just the slightest damage causing it to crash will kill the king-level hunter. There are saints in Star City." At this time, another young hunter who was playing with his cell phone seemed to be reading some big news. Zhang Muhan and Usse took out their mobile phones and found the relevant video in the hot search, which was the duel between Yunye and Wang Jun on the playground. It has strong combat power and can heal itself. The last lightsaber has reached a superior strength level. More of a warrior than a priest. That's perfect. We don't need a healer to defeat the devil. They from the Empire made no noise or comment. Usse said, "I hope you can call me a priest, not a nanny. This is not a game. Besides, we are not fighting against demons, we are investigating. If we don't have enough information, we should not take action. Isn't that the famous saying of the Sword of Dawn? The appearance of the Demon Knight in Star City has caused social panic. The 3 major imperial academies are now the backbone of the push and cannot sit idly by. Before your next crossing, do your research. Should we try to recruit him into the team? We do lack clergy, but he is now representing the Holy Church in a head-on confrontation with the theocracy." The other 2 young hunters inquired. The church is nothing. It is just a small country in the East continent. In the real world of Huaxia, its combat power is just a few acting captains. Zhang Muhan said, your thoughts are totally unworthy of being an imperial citizen. What you should think about is that this priest can use the light of our empire to shock the church. The other two hunters looked at each other, already used to him being like this, and didn't argue. Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School, after the battle in the morning, Yun Ye has now become a celebrity. When dealing with the evil spirit yesterday, Yun Ye blessed Huang Peng and demonstrated the ability of a priest. However, people admire true power, and more people focus on Huang Peng. Today is different. Yun Ye condensed the holy light into a lightsaber and cut off the angel with one sword. It was as cool as it could be. Many celebrities came outside the school, all of them came for Yun Ye. Most of these people are time travelers, and their occupations are related to the clergy. Yun Ye is now a holy messenger, and they want to support him and establish a holy temple in the real world. Yun Ye, so many big bosses have recognized you as a holy envoy, so you can get as much money as you want. Judging from their looks, they might be willing to give their daughters to you. Huang Peng ran back to the classroom, more excited than Yun Ye. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen to be a priest. This is indeed a career suitable for the real world. You have a good brain. Because the monsters haven't come yet, the biggest enemy of mankind is disease, which highlights the status of the priests. When the monsters appear, the powerful berserkers will be the heroes that people expect. Hearing Yun Ye say this, Huang Peng smiled and began to feel elated. At this time, the head teacher walked into the classroom and told Yun Ye that someone was looking for him. Yun Ye was puzzled. He had no intention of meeting those social figures, so he asked the Two Worlds Bureau to stop them. Who's coming in now? What the hell? From the Imperial Academy. Huang Peng went out to take a look first and exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 81. Outside the teaching building, 4 young hunters from the Tianguang Empire Academy stood under the shade of a tree, facing the curious gazes of the students. All 4 of them are in their 3rd and 4th year of college. They have the calmness of people who have entered society, but their student spirit has not completely disappeared. Yu Xiaoman has delicate eyebrows, full and rosy lips, and a delicate and small nose that makes up her gentle and beautiful face. She wears tight jeans and over-the-knee brown boots. Nice legs. Huang Peng's eyes widened as he stared at the pair of legs, which were long and straight, and not as thin as a stick. In addition, he and other hunters noticed that 4 people had hunter badges hanging around their necks. 2 gold badges and 2 silver badges symbolize strength and status, so I will bring them with me when I return. Different from the hunter's strength level, the hunter title represents comprehensive strength and status class. The hunter mission that the Golden Hunter has to complete is so difficult that Huang Peng and others dare not even imagine it. Under the gaze of teachers and students, Yun Ye walked towards the people from the Imperial Academy. Yu Xiaoman introduced herself, stated her purpose, and invited Yun Ye to join the team to investigate the devil. Demon! Don't you know that you are from Xingcheng? We are here to defeat the skeleton riding a horse. Zhang Muhan said from the side. Yun Ye's expression was a little strange. Do you want me to attack myself? It's an investigation. Yu Xiaoman said with a bit of helplessness, you are a clergyman, so you have an advantage in perception in this area. Yun Ye pondered for a moment and asked in a worried tone, that demon should be very strong. He was just an ordinary high school student, and now he was invited to fight a demon, so it was normal for him to have this worried reaction. If you leave it alone, it will become very powerful in the future and will endanger your city. By saying this, Yu Xiaoman wanted to arouse Yun Ye's sense of responsibility. However, Yun Ye remained unmoved. Responsibility? Something. Classmate, we, the citizens of the Empire, are not afraid of danger. What do you, a citizen of the kingdom, have to worry about? Zhang Muhan was even more annoying than the live broadcast room, and said impatiently, I am a sword-controlling knight, Usse is the son of God, plus a light magician and a lion-hearted warrior, the only thing missing is your clergy perception. This is what Yunya was waiting for. He wanted to know the strength of these expeditionary teams. He looked at them one by one and found that they were all superior. We represent the Imperial Academy. If you come with us, I can tell you the content of the Imperial Academy exam. Zhang Muhan continued. Let's talk alone. Usse couldn't stand it anymore, so Yunya took her to the playground, where they could see traces of the daytime battle. Don't worry about safety. We brought back magic scrolls that can deal with saint-level hunters, as well as some magic items. She said, I know you are deeply involved in the struggle with the theocracy. We may be able to help. No need, I can handle the affairs of the church myself. Yunya didn't want others to steal his experience. In addition, the combat effectiveness of this expeditionary team is stronger than expected. The investigation teams from the Tianlong and Baichuan empires will also arrive in Xinjiang today. Usse informed this. Yunya raised his eyebrows and said, You should be reasonable when attacking in a group. Are you planning to rush forward all at once? So you want to join the Imperial Academy? Seeing that he was hesitant, Usse thought he was thinking about the benefits, which inevitably reduced her influence on him. She said, To be fair, we can't let you join the academy directly, but we can tell you what the exam is about now. Are you the faculty of the Imperial College? Yunya asked. If this was true, he would be a little disappointed. Usse misunderstood what he meant, puffed out her chest proudly, and said, We are just teaching assistants. Oh? Could it be that there are already saint-level or even king-level masters in the real world? It's a secret now. There is no denial. Yunya frowned. Becoming a king-level expert would not be achieved in just 1 or 2 months. What's the exam about? He asked. In fact, he didn't care at all. He just wanted to join the expedition team and get first-hand information. Usse knew that this was done, and informed everyone, there are 9 main peaks in the North Morena Mountains. When the time comes, the travelers will get specially made flags. After the dragon hunting festival, the first 100 people who plant the flags at the highest peak will pass the test. Yunya was possessed by a stubborn spirit and immediately asked, Then if I let someone else plant the flag on the top of the mountain, can I also enter the school? Yes. Usse answered as a matter of course. At this time, Zhang Muhan came over and said, The higher you go up the giant peak, the more difficult it is. The people who can go up there have corresponding strengths. If you want to plant a flag on the top of the mountain, you need king-level strength. If you can get a king-level expert to help you plant the flag, it means you are worthy of entering the school. You really can't sit still for a moment. Yunya couldn't help but sigh, let alone letting a king-level strongman plant the flag, I can also let a god-level strongman plant the chess piece on your head. We will contact you in the evening, and then cooperate with us. Then, Usse took the people from the Imperial College away. Not having walked far, Zhang Muhan looked back at Yunya, curled his lips, and looked a little unhappy. What's wrong? I don't like this kid's attitude. He can join our crusade team, but he's a future warrior. He's being reluctant and thinks he's being taken advantage of. As he spoke, Zhang Muhan suddenly thought that he would take action at night to give this ignorant high school student a warning. At the same time, in Star City, a single-family villa on the outskirts of the city. Wang Jun was tied up on the bed, still foaming at the mouth and even incontinent. A short and fat woman was furious and angrily scolded the people from the Liangzhi bureau, Why don't the police hold them accountable? My son is in this state, why don't the police arrest him? This is the feud between the church and the Holy Church. Besides, your son's purpose of going to school today was to turn that high school student into this, said the person from the Two Worlds Bureau. How can it be the same? Do you know how precious my son is? Our family pays hundreds of millions in taxes every year. Is this how you treat taxpayers? I will sue you in court. It's your right. The people from the Two Worlds Bureau left this sentence and left very calmly. The woman wailed on the spot, then looked at the middle-aged man next to her who had remained silent the entire time, and shouted, "You have no conscience. Your son is in such a state, and you don't even fart. Will shouting be useful?" The middle-aged man put out the cigarette in his hand and said coldly, "I have contacted the other 5 acting captains that my son mentioned before. They have already flown here and will arrive tonight. Since the authorities don't care, I will personally make that kid pay 100 times the pain. Catch him. Make him kneel in front of Ziyajun's bed." The woman gritted her teeth, and the fat on her face trembled wildly. Chapter 82. As night fell, the Tianguang Empire investigation team sent a message asking Yunye to rush to Lotus Park. After Yunye arrived, he met up with Yu Ziomen and began looking for traces of the devil in the park and forests. Last night, many witnesses confirmed that the Death Knight ran into the park. Yunye was very calm. The park was adjacent to the lush and scenic area, covering an area of 5 square kilometers and with countless mountain trails. Plus, he avoided surveillance, so there was no hope that he would be caught. Unexpectedly, Yu Ziomen took a piece of Shika crystal and, as if using a navigation system, came to the hill where he summoned the Death Knight. "Let's look for them separately," Yu Ziomen said. "Fortunately, we can only roughly locate it." Yunye breathed a sigh of relief because he was a clergyman, and to ensure his safety, he followed Yu Ziomen. In this forest, she was still wearing over-the-knee leather boots and jeans. As she walked up the mountain road, Yunye was embarrassed to look forward. He suggested going ahead, but was rejected. In the hunter team, the clergy must always be in a safe position. Yunye didn't say anything else and asked seriously about the devil. "After finding the demon, will we defeat it directly?" he asked curiously. "Yes, in the eyes of the devil, humans are ants, and the devil is children. When children are in a good mood, they will squat on the street, watch the ants move with interest, and finally pour boiling water on them. Children who are in a bad mood will find pleasure in pinching ants to death." Yu Ziomen said. "You learned all this in the Empire?" Yu Ziomen did not answer, and said to herself, "What I am worried about now is that this demon is tempting humans to break the seal and escape to the human world." At this point, she glanced at Yunye and said, "If you meet a devil one day, no matter what he says or promises, don't believe it. The devil may fulfill your wish, but it will definitely be at a price you can't imagine. If it's a game bet, the devil is both the referee and the player." Yunye nodded seriously, "Don't believe the words of the devil." Arriving at a high slope, Yu Ziomen began to meditate, sensing every move around her. Yunye closed his eyes and whispered, "Holy Lord, please find the devil's footprints for your devout servant." A gust of wind blew over silently, picking up a few fallen leaves and making them dance in the air. Yunye pursed his lips and said in embarrassment, "The Holy Lord did not respond. It seems that this demon is very cautious." Yu Ziomen was very calm. She didn't expect to find the devil on the first night. Outside Wang Jun's house, 5 acting captains of the religious nation got out of a luxury car. There were both men and women, all very young, and it was obvious that they had received higher education. Wang Jun's parents respectfully brought them into the room, holding on to the last glimmer of hope that they could rescue their son. The power of the Holy Scripture was completely destroyed in a very violent way, causing a mental breakdown that cannot be repaired. An acting captain concluded. "You must avenge my son," Wang Jun's mother said sadly. "Aunt, uncle, please go out for a while. We need to talk alone for a while." When there were only 5 acting captains left in the room, they left the beds in disgust and went to the window because Wang Jun had a bad smell on him. "Everyone, if we do nothing, we will definitely be punished when we travel back in time, and we will also lose our position as acting captain. Who doesn't know this? Otherwise, would you really come to see this rich second-generation loser? Then let's decide. Summon our fiery sun battle angels and fight 5 against 1. This cannot demonstrate the power of our church. Let's combine our bodies and become a 4-winged scorching sun angel, and kill the holy messenger with 1 strike. I agree. Besides, Wang Jun's parents don't seem to know much. We can do something about it. The 5 egoists made a decision, and Wang Jun's parents said with embarrassment that it was not convenient for them to take action now. The 2 world bureaus were obviously biased towards the holy temple. There was no choice. Wang Jun's father promised to pay each person 1 million yuan. It doesn't matter whether it's about money or not. We just can't stand the holy envoy being so cruel and ruthless. Wang Jun is such a good kid. The 5 acting captains agreed with great reluctance. Then, they went to the balcony and summoned their respective sun battle angels. The fighting angels walked towards each other in the air, their bodies began to merge and condense into one. In the process, they emitted a blazing sun-like light, rising into the sky, and were very eye-catching in Star City. In Lotus Park, Yunye followed Yu Xiaoman to search for an hour and a half. Acting is still tiring, he sighed. His acting skills were not that great, and Yu Xiaoman saw his lazy attitude and just thought he didn't take the devil seriously. Today's high school students lack a sense of responsibility and crisis. Suddenly, the 2 noticed a beam of light emitted by the combined battle angels on the other side of the city. The 5 acting captains of the church gathered together so quickly. Yu Xiaoman figured out what that meant, then looked at Yunye with some confusion, and lamented how lucky she was to have traveled to the empire. It's not just about practice, it also includes knowledge and vision. They are trying to combine the battle angels into one. If there are 5 of them, the combat power will be 5 times greater. Judging from your performance in the video, you are no match for them. It's best for you to stay away from them for the time being. Yu Xiaoman said. Are they coming to Star City? Yunye almost laughed out loud. Is there such a good thing? His mind suddenly started to work. After searching all night, he still hadn't seen the team's trump card. Do you want it? He has a bold idea. At this time, Zhang Muhan jumped in front of the 2 people like a civet cat. Your temple should have other things going on, so inform them quickly, otherwise you won't be able to handle it. He didn't do it out of kindness, he just wanted to make fun of him. Foster child. No way, do you alone own the inside and outside of the temple? Then you are too pitiful. Zhang Muhan said. Yu Xiaoman glanced at him, feeling sorry for Yunye, and said, inside and outside are his northern terms, which are the open and hidden cards. Simply put, it is the strength in sight and the strength in concealment. The 6 acting captains may seem to be the strongest force of the theocracy in the real world, but in fact, the theocracy has already selected the traversers who are the chosen ones of God. The last time, Chris from North America, a bronze hunter, attracted a lot of attention because he was covering for their radiant master. Western Kendo, it was Japan that distracted us, they were trying their best to hold back their big moves. Yunye frowned, which means that the information he and Huang Peng saw on the internet was shown to them by others. Including that Tianluo, he suddenly asked. Zhang Muhan and Yu Xiaoman's expressions changed slightly. The former smiled and said, very smart. You know how to draw inferences from one example. Among the 6 inheritors, Tianluo is an open card to attract firepower. Okay. I don't know. Yu Xiaoman reacted strongly and stopped Zhang Muhan from continuing. All right. Zhang Muhan shrugged, looked at Yunye with interest, and asked curiously, so, facing the church, what does the holy envoy plan to do? You'd better not know. After Zhang Muhan walked away and continued his investigation, Yunye called out Lilith and muttered to himself, I can give orders to the Death Knight, such as killing the battle angel and harvesting the fear of the holy book holder, right? Of course, Your Majesty. Lilith realized what was about to happen and became extremely pleased. Then, let's get started. On the other side, Zhang Muhan was walking around in the forest board, losing his initial patience. Devil, if you have the guts, come out. Don't make us look for you for days. He broke the tree next to him with one punch. Suddenly, Zhang Muhan felt a gust of cold wind around him. The dim light was dispelled by the blazing flames, and the Death Knight, covered in flames, broke through the void and came quietly. It's really here. Zhang Muhan felt his hands and feet were cold, and all his courage disappeared. After finally mustering up the courage, the Death Knight's eyes burst into flames. Endless despair and dead silence surrounded him. He wanted to open his mouth to call for help, but his throat seemed to be blocked. His legs completely lost strength and he fell to the ground. A sword-riding knight without courage cannot even exert 10% of his strength. The Death Knight didn't even glance at him, instead looking in the direction where the Sun Angel's fusion was released. The next second, the Death Knight ignored the terrain and gravity and rode away. At the same time, Yunya said excitedly, "There is the breath of the devil over there." Yu Xiaoman was startled, took out a scroll from her arms, and ran in the direction he pointed. Yunya looked at the scroll, but unfortunately he had no idea of its power before opening it. The two men quickly found Zhang Muhan, who was pale and leaning against a tree. Yunya unexpectedly discovered that this guy's fear had overflowed. No way, is that all you can do? If you were included in the instructions, you would be dead. Devil, the devil went towards the direction of the Angel of the Sunday. It was the angel's breath that provoked him. Zhang Mu said in a trembling voice. When Yu Xiaoman heard that the devil was no longer there, she put away the scroll and looked at the bustling city in the distance. The Death Knight leapt across the city and was already several blocks away. Yunya suddenly wondered how the investigation team would catch up. Would they open a portal? 1 minute later, Lotus Station, Line 2. The 5 members of the investigation team sat side by side on the metal seats of the subway. No one spoke, and everyone looked straight ahead. The subway passed through a dark section, and the windows reflected 5 embarrassed but forced to be calm faces. Chapter 83. In Wang Jun's villa, the fiery sun angels combined to make a huge noise, and the beam of light illuminated the surrounding area for several kilometers as if it were daytime. However, this is a residential area of luxury single-family villas, and no neighbors came to complain. Wang Jun's parents drove away the servants and the nanny to prevent their plans for revenge from being overheard. On the balcony, the 5 acting captains were playing with their cell phones while waiting for the angels to merge. Someone is live streaming on Weibo. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You actually knew this was an angel fusion and guessed that this was the theocracy's way of taking revenge on the Holy Temple. Most people support the church, and some people even call us traitors. It's as if we are willing to travel to the theocracy. The theocracy in North America is also ours. We also want to gain power. What's wrong with that? That is, 5 people were selected by the church as acting captains, and they all have a common characteristic, the pursuit of maximizing benefits. They can summon scorching sun angels, which are comparable to the power of senior hunters. This is something that many time travelers cannot achieve at present. In the future, they will become deacons or even priests and can summon archangels. At that time, everyone in the world will have to look at their faces. By now, the holy envoy should be frightened to death. Speaking of this, the 5 acting captains burst into laughter. At this time, the angels merged successfully and the light column gradually dissipated. After the fusion, the angel's body reaches 3 meters, with a pair of metal wings behind it. It still wears a helmet covering its eyes and nose. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and an angel without eyes looks like a puppet. Take action now, don't wait until tomorrow. The 5 acting captains were afraid that the night would drag on and more trouble would arise, so they decided to attack now. Suddenly, the 5 people heard a rhythmic sound, like something hard stepping on the asphalt road. Similar to a woman walking on tile in high heels, but not as loud. The 5 people came to the balcony and looked downstairs. The next second, the 5 people's faces changed drastically, and fear was revealed in their eyes. The Death Knight approached the villa step by step, leaving flaming horseshoe prints on the road. On horseback, a skeleton knight in a black robe was bathed in flames. His face was clearly made of only bones, but he felt endless despair. Especially when they looked up, the 5 people's eyes were filled with anger and panic that could not be stopped. The only thing they can rely on is the combined fiery Sun Angel. The Sun Angel rose into the air, swooped down, and swung down with the flaming sword with 5 times the potential energy. The Death Knight, sitting high on his horse, raised his hand, and the surrounding flames surged and turned into a chain that accurately bound the angel. The aggressive Sun Angel was like a kite in someone else's hands, struggling in the air. Light wings spread out. The 5 acting captains shouted at the same time. The angel's 4 wings were seen trying to push open the chains, and the flaming sword could be lifted up. As the chain was about to be cut, the Death Knight murmured, "Be afraid. Let me chew this pain." Suddenly, the power of the flaming chains increased dramatically, and the chains became thicker, binding the angel tightly. As the Death Knight pulled tighter, the Sun Angel's body began to twist and deform. Finally, he was squeezed out under the desperate gaze of the acting captain. Screams came out of the 5 people at the same time. They fell to the ground, the power of the Holy Book of Sunshine in their bodies being destroyed by fear. "If you want to escape, you have to jump." An acting captain ran to the parking lot tremblingly and got into a car. The Death Knight jumped onto the balcony and prioritized dealing with the 4 acting captains here. At this moment, the Death Knight is just a ruthless killing machine, and there is no such thing as thinking about solving the problem first and then running away. Because it's all the same to the Death Knight, he will be killed even if he runs to the ends of the earth. The investigation team arrived at the villa area and rushed to Wang Jun's home at full speed. At this time, Yunye felt a steady stream of power flowing into his body, and his attributes in all aspects were improved. Because it was against the theocracy, the holy light became stronger. The Death Knight harvested a large wave of fear, and his magic power skyrocketed. If the Dragon Knight hadn't wanted to bathe in dragon blood, I would have reached the level of an advanced hunter now. Yunye thought to himself. Suddenly, a car came running towards them recklessly, completely ignoring the people on the road. The acting captain in the driver's seat looked terrified and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. There are actually fish that slip through the net. This was something Yunye didn't expect. Then, the investigation team sensed the approach of the Death Knight. Yunye was not in a hurry to send the Death Knight back, as he wanted to see the strength of this team. "Intercept them here," Usse said solemnly. "Well, we are here to investigate, not to attack. We should collect more intelligence or wait for support." Zhang Muhan's tone was uncertain. "We can't let the devil run to crowded places," Usse said. Zhang Muhan gritted his teeth and said nothing more. Soon, the investigation team formed up. The Lionheart warrior opened his hands. A thick square steel shield appeared in his left hand, with a roaring lion carved on the outward side. A golden giant sword appeared in his right hand. Like a meat tank, standing at the front of the team. God said, "Let there be light." The light magician transformed his staff out of thin air, and through chanting, a white ball of light appeared above the team's heads. Sword-wielding knight Zhang Muhan took over Usse scroll and was responsible for the harvest. Yunye stands in the middle and provides healing and status benefits to the team. Da-da-da! The sound of horse hooves grew louder, along with a snorting sound that seemed to come from hell. The moment the Death Knight rushed out, Yunye himself was a little surprised. It seems that the Death Knight has become something different, more terrifying, and the panic he brings has a real impact. Blessing spell. Yunya used his skills on the team and put on a good show to dispel their uneasiness. Lion's roar. The lion-hearted warrior gained courage, looked at him in surprise, and slammed his shield hard with his one-handed sword, and golden sound waves echoed on the front of the shield. Then, he faced the Death Knight. That's quite brave. Yunya couldn't help but sigh. With a thud, the Lionheart warrior was knocked away by the Death Knight and his shield flew out of his hand. However, this slowed down the Death Knight. Prison of Light. When the chanting of light magic ended, the ball of light above his head suddenly exploded, and 4 walls of light shot out at the Death Knight, forming a cage. The Death Knight tried to run but was blocked by the wall of light. There's something. Yunya continued to sigh while performing healing magic on the Lionheart Knight. Am I considered an OB on the edge of a team fight? Fire spirits wandering in the world, obey my call and burn away all sin and filth for me. 4th level fire magic, Fire Dragon Roar. After Uze finished singing, she lightly tapped her slender fingers and a flame shot out like an electric arc. Flames erupted in the wall of light, and the raging flames filled almost every corner, drowning the Death Knight's figure amidst the deafening sound. Can you cast 4th level magic so easily? Yunya was a little surprised. The first 3 levels of magic corresponded to elementary, intermediate, and advanced levels respectively. It's not easy for Uze to perform 4th level magic across levels. Now, just wait for the Sword Knight to go up and reap the heads. Jongmuhan's movements were not as clean and neat as the others. He walked forward quickly with a hesitant look on his face. If the scroll had saint-level lethality, combined with fire magic attacks, the Death Knight would have been wiped out. Yunya confirmed this and asked Lilith to add the magic power she had just obtained to the light resistance. The moment it was completed, the cage of light immediately shattered, and the Death Knight raised his front hooves high in the flames. The neighing of the horse reached Jongmuhan's ears like a death warrant. With a snap, the scroll in his hand fell to the ground. Chapter 84. The Death Knight raised his front hooves and landed on the ground with a thunderous sound, and the 4 walls of light shattered into countless pieces. Raging flames gushed out, engulfing the investigation team like a mountain torrent. Protection. Yunya opened his arms and used his skills for the team. Holy light covered the team members, resisting the impact of the fire while being pushed to different directions. Looking at the Death Knight again, he was even taller, surrounded by flames, with long flames bursting out of his eyes. This demon is not afraid of fire damage. Yunya expressed his guess, although he knew it a long time ago. Uze gritted her teeth. The attributes were the same, but the damage was halved. There was nothing she could do about it. She looked at Jongmuhan, who was in a daze, with disappointment evident on her face. Fortunately, the Death Knight's target was the acting captain who possessed the power of the Holy Book. After breaking free, he did not attack the investigation team, but walked away on the waves of fire. Investigation team, a miserable defeat. Uze was unwilling to accept this and picked up the scroll on the ground, but her condition was obviously not good. The same is true for the Lionheart warrior and the light magician. Give me the scroll. Suddenly, Yunya spoke. He wanted to know what kind of lethality the scroll possessed that the investigation team had such high hopes for it. But, Uze wanted to say that you are a clergyman. I am a Saint Sia, and this is my city. Yunya changed his lazy attitude, took the scroll without question, and was about to give chase when he thought of something. How do I use this? He asked. Just aim at the target and open it. After Uze finished speaking, she saw Yunya chasing after her without hesitation. A smile appeared on her pretty little face. It seems that I had misjudged this young man before. Well, a strong youth means a strong country. Yunya's passion is still there. Yunya, holding the scroll, mentally appealed to the Death Knight to slow down and wait for him. Your Majesty, the Death Knight's condition has declined and he only has half of his combat power left. Lilith was really afraid that he would use the scroll against his followers. Yunye thought that the investigation team would still cause some damage to the Death Knight, so he had to aim the scroll at empty space. He had just untied the rope of the magic scroll when a dazzling bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and hit the Death Knight. The lightning continued to cause damage, with arcs of electricity all over the Death Knight, exploding continuously. The Death Knight could not move forward, as the flames, which were already weak to begin with, were extinguished bit by the electric light. Yunye looked at the scroll in his hand, which he had not used yet. In addition, the Death Knight lost 1/3 of his health bar due to this attack. It will take longer than the combined damage of the investigation team just now. At the same time, a figure rushed out from the side. It was a young man who looked 1 or 2 years older than Yunye. In his hand he held a slender long sword that was not common in the other world. It looked like a sword but not a sword, and like a knife but not a knife. Senluo Wangxiang. The man drew his sword in mid-air, and the lightning blade slashed at the Death Knight's head. As a result, the Death Knight disappeared on the spot, causing the sword to miss. At the same time, the acting captain of the church crashed his car into a tree. Without a seat belt on, he broke the windshield and was thrown more than 10 meters away. The Death Knight loses his target and returns to the abyss. Cut. The boy with the knife fell to the ground, very unhappy with the result. He noticed that Yunye next to him showed an intriguing smile after receiving the scroll in his hand, and commented, "Very brave, but also very stupid." Yunye curled his lips. He didn't like the other party's arrogance and the knife he used. It seemed that he was a successor. At this time, the investigation team of the Tianguang Empire arrived. Tianlong Empire, Bai Wuchen. Yu Xiaoman recognized the other party's identity. Bai Wuchen also did not act alone, his team members all came out from the darkness. It's really embarrassing. It shouldn't be that bad for the Tianguang Empire. Our captain almost cut off the demon's head by himself, but unfortunately he got away. Still planning to use the anti-demon scroll? No way. The relationship between them is not harmonious, and they are constantly making sarcastic remarks, which is similar to the relationship between the empires in the other world. The atmosphere became tense. Yu Xiaoman and others looked embarrassed but could not refute. Zhang Muhan, who caused this situation, hid at the back of the team. Bai Wuchen sheathed the sword with a smile on his face. He had a pair of very special eyes. Although they were single eyelids, they were not small at all and the corners of his eyes were facing upwards. Even if he was smiling, it was impossible to guess what he was thinking. "You guys should go back, otherwise you will become food for the devil," Bai Wuchen said. "Why? If we hadn't weakened the demon's attributes first, how could you have possibly dealt with it alone?" In the team, the Lionheart warrior said dissatisfiedly. "Even if the demon is in its prime, I can deal with it because I am already a high-level heavenly punisher," Bai Wuchen said confidently. He actually took the initiative to admit his identity, verifying Yunye's guess. The inheritor of all things, the punisher of heaven, controls thunder and lightning. "Aren't you afraid of being assassinated?" Yu Xiaoman asked. "The West Sword Path is doomed. The two world bureaus are strictly controlling firearms. Anyone who comes to our captain without any eyes will be courting death." Bai Wuchen's teammates regarded him as an idol and their tone was full of admiration. "As a successor, if you don't even have the courage to show yourself to others, then all your strength would be wasted," Bai Wuchen said. Before returning, West Sword Path and Assassination Star concentrated all their energy on collecting intelligence on the Dragon Knight. If you had stood up and said this at that time, it would have been more convincing. Yu Xiaoman said sarcastically. "As the successor of the Dharma King, you are also a beneficiary, but you come to blame me." Bai Wuchen seemed to be hearing a joke. "Yu Xiaoman, the successor of the Dharma King. I didn't ask you to do that," Yu Xiaoman said excitedly. "Hehe, the Dragon Knight is not fine anyway." Bai Wuchen held a disapproving attitude. Yunya had a blank expression on his face. He had been attacked in the bloody forest on the first level of the abyss. He did not suffer any substantial harm because he was cautious enough and had acquired the attributes of a demon king. This Bai Wuchen used other people to attract firepower, and after he leapt to the higher level of Sky Punisher, he possessed the power of thunder and lightning and began to become active. Let's go! Bai Wuchen led the team away without any meaningless arguments. Yu Xiaoman sighed. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the performance of Zhang Muhan, a key member of the team, was appalling, and it would be dangerous to continue the investigation. This guy is so arrogant, is he the successor? Yunya withdrew his gaze and tried to act like an outsider, asking purely out of curiosity. Well, he has the capital to be arrogant. Yu Xiaoman was reluctant to talk, but the Lionheart warrior and the light magician took the initiative to talk to Yunya because of his outstanding performance before. Every time the hunter ability of the inheritor is upgraded, it is accompanied by a test, but after passing the test, he will gain corresponding power. You also saw his lightning attribute energy just now. Thunder and lightning are always a symbol of powerful destructive power. Yunya assessed his own strength. He had not yet completed the test to become his superior. Now he was facing Bai Wuchen, the Death Knight in his prime. His chances of winning were also hard to say. Because when facing the devil, Bai Wuchen can't defeat him, so he can use his power to mobilize others. Given the teacher's temper, he must be hoping that I can defeat this guy with my Dragon Knight abilities. Thinking of this, Yunya checked the countdown for the time of crossing in his right eye. There were still more than 5 days left. Chapter 85. The Death Knight lost track, and the Tianguang Empire team returned to Yanjing in disgrace. Because of Yunyi's outstanding performance, the Lionheart warriors in the team asked for his contact information and wished him to be admitted to the Imperial Academy. The next day, Zhao Xiang from the Two Worlds Bureau found Yunya and told him that the 5 acting captains of the church summoned angels, which led to the attack of demons and they all died. Zhao Xiang tried to use a regretful tone, but he couldn't control the smile on his face. Are you laughing? We are professionally trained, unless it is particularly funny. As he spoke, Zhao Xiang showed his white teeth. That demon won't come looking for me, right? The attributes of a clergyman are somewhat similar to those of an angel. Yunya expressed his concern. In the eyes of outsiders, it is normal for him to have this concern. Yesterday the Imperial team found out that demons have no thoughts or consciousness and are just following orders. As long as they don't make such a big noise like the theocracy did, there shouldn't be any problems. Zhao Xiang said, in addition, we will help you clear the videos, photos, and information on the internet. That's good. In addition, we found out that in addition to the acting captain, the theocracy also has the so-called chosen one lurking in secret. We will find out who it is as soon as possible. Of course, don't forget that we are neutral. In the next 5 days, Yunya welcomed the long-lost peaceful life. There are no demons, no Western swordsmanship, and no interference from the church. Countdown to crossing, 6 hours 55 minutes and 31 seconds. On the 7th day after his return, Yunya woke up in the rental house with a look of anticipation on his face. He first came to the rooftop and performed the Long He ritual 615 times, 115 times more than the teacher required. He was waiting to see the teacher's reaction. Besides, the king's swordsman's speed reached 90%. The dragon flame vibrated all over his body, and when the frequency reached this level, it was no longer a simple materialization. The golden dragon flame could change into different shapes. Ripple run. Yunyi's mind moved, and Long He concentrated on his right leg and kicked out sideways. The whole foot turned golden, with amazing potential energy, exploding the air. After shouting out the names of all the moves he knew, Yunya began to look forward to the changes brought about by the superior Dragon Knight. So far, he has only learned the cross-slash of the Dragon Knight's moves. Fighting with others is a matter of pure power, speed, and personal strength. Things like Pegasus Meteor Fist were just something he shouted out for fun on a whim. According to the teacher, cool moves only make sense when you reach a higher level. Yunye thought of the move of the superior Sky Punisher, Sen Luo Wangxiang. The superiors are the ones who are truly moving towards extraordinary power, so the inheritors of all things are no longer shy about it. Yunye frowned when he thought of this. In the past few days, Bai Wuchen has become very popular on the internet, and his identity as the inheritor of Wangxiang has been made public. Just like they were worried about the dragon riders, the people of Huaxia were worried that the heir of all things would be attacked. When you have the power of guns, you don't have to worry about gun attacks. If the inheritor of Tianluo has any concerns, you can send me a private message and I can provide shelter. Bai Wuchen responded generously on the social platform. After seeing these two updates, Yunye felt like hitting someone, pushing them out, secretly reaching the level of a superior and starting to show off. Moreover, this Bai Wuchen is very well dressed. If the teacher had not found out that there were other inheritors adding fuel to the fire, he would not have thought too much about it. After calming down, he decided to travel through time this time and become a senior Dragon Knight. By then, the Dragon Knight's vest can be revealed, and he can find an opportunity to beat Bai Wuchen up. Although he was ambushed by Zhejiandao, it cannot be entirely blamed on the other party, which is also the disgusting thing of adding fuel to the fire. Even if they are accused to their face, others can still make excuses generously. But, so what? I just don't like you, so I want to knock out all your teeth. It has nothing to do with anything else. If swords come into contact, the Death Knight can also reap a wave of fear. No, no. Yunye shook his head. He was not a big devil and could not think about killing people at every turn. Becoming a senior Dragon Knight is the first goal. The second goal is to become a high-ranking clergyman. The abilities of a Saint Seiya are indispensable, or reaching a higher level will be of great benefit. Unfortunately, the mission for the Saint Seiya to advance is unclear, and Annie doesn't know what it is. Yunye tried to ask the Holy Lord, but the Holy Lord was not at the stage where he could communicate with him. But fortunately, Yunye had a hint of fate. How can I become a high-level saint? He muttered to himself. Kill a demon. Fate quickly gave a hint. Yunye nodded subconsciously, and then realized something was wrong. Only things that can be done right now will trigger the fate reminder. Is there a demon within a 3-kilometer range? Suddenly, Yunye saw Lilith basking in the sun there, and he suddenly realized. If that counts, can't I advance if I summon a demon and kill it? He decided to travel back in time and take another look. When he returned to the rental house, he saw the gift he had prepared this time on the table. A pack of Huazi cigarettes is prepared for the teacher. A bottle of red wine was for the uncle. Yunye originally planned to buy a bottle of Fishan Mutai. However, thinking of the chivalrous etiquette that Uncle Dane usually follows, red wine is more appropriate, so he prepared a necklace and a shoulder bag for Annie and Xiao He respectively. There are so many things that I definitely can't hold them all with my hands. Yunye wanted to give it a try. He held the thing in his arms and summoned the dragon armor of destiny. Then, a dragon knight with a bulging belly appeared in the rental house. All the things are stuffed under the dragon armor, and we will see if they can be taken along when the time comes. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Yunye took back the dragon armor and opened the door. The people who came were Yu Jie, Huang Peng, Duan Yunhai, and the Shen brothers and sisters. Yunye decided to go into the mountains with them and now came to discuss the details. Is this where you live? Duan Yunhai was very surprised when he saw the simple conditions of the rental house. It was even worse than the servant's room in his house. Those wooden furniture might be older than him. Yunye clearly has the conditions to live in the villa. For a moment, Duan Yunhai felt inferior to him. This was the true practice, not caring about external conditions and pursuing one's true heart. We have several vacant houses, Yun Yi, you can live there anytime if you need. Shen Xin said with concern. Shen Li shook his head helplessly. How could others accept this? The most important thing is that Yun Ye is now a holy envoy, so if he really wants to improve his conditions, he doesn't need to owe favors to anyone. It's nice here. After all, it was my mother who rented the house, so Yun Ye started to talk about business. The three imperial academies, Tianguang, Baichuan, and Tianlong, have all announced the contents of the exams. Tianguang Imperial College admits the 100 people whose flags are planted at the highest point. The flags can be collected in the real world. After registering for the exam, the flags will be mailed to your residence. Yun Ye and others have already got the flag. Next, we need to decide the time and place to meet in the other world. Starting from the Chinayu Kingdom, teleporting to the initial wilderness and heading to the North Morena Mountains is the fastest. Yun Ye, aren't you there? We will find you then. Huang Peng said. That's fine. Yun Ye told them the location of Yanni's restaurant. Chapter 86. As the time of crossing approaches, people from the real world begin to pay attention. In less than 1 second at noon, the fate of many people will change. This time, with the Kingdom of God in the west and 3 major hunter academies in the east, the attention is far greater than before. There are a large number of time travelers, with different hunter professions, all busy with their own affairs in the other world. The public is overwhelmed and doesn't know where to focus their attention. It was not until a time traveler told the public that a hunter's strength level is secondary and the hunter's level is what matters. In another world, gold hunters enjoy noble treatment. Currently, there are very few golden hunters, and they only appear in the 3 major imperial academies. Tianluo, also known as the Dragon Knight, took first place on the bronze list, but is still a bronze hunter. In the 7 days since returning, there has been no news about the Dragon Knight, but people have preconceived feelings. The Dragon Knight is the first inheritor known to people, and he captured the first layer of the abyss. I'm at the top of the bronze list this time, and maybe I'll become a gold hunter next time I come back. Some people have such expectations for Dragon Knight. In Star City, in an apartment, a young couple stood on the balcony. The 2 world bureaus are checking our identities, said the young man. So what if they find us? As long as we don't make noise and attract demons like those 5 idiots, the 2 worlds bureau can't do anything to taxpayers like us, said the woman. That holy messenger. Do you think there is any connection between the devil and the holy messenger? After all, this is too much of a coincidence. Are you kidding me? Is the Holy Lord connected to the devil? The woman shook her head, her face full of disappointment. Her companion was really enough to say such a ridiculous thing. The young man also felt that his words were ridiculous, and said awkwardly, "How long will we be like this? If we have power but cannot use it, it is like walking in the night in brocade clothes." The bishop said that the abyss will return to the real world in the next 2 times. When the monsters are thrown to the ground, we will save the city. What can the 2 worlds bureau do to us? The woman was not in a hurry at all. Yes, when the time comes, we will kill that skeleton demon and Star City will fall into our hands. The young man could not hide his excitement. By then, he would be the savior of the real world and would have a large number of devout believers. Money, fame, and fortune come rolling in, even women can be tricked into bed with the name of Lu Shen. The young man thought of the holy messenger and heard that it was foolish to refuse the support of the clergy who wanted to restore his freedom and give up the benefits that were within his reach. I guess the Holy Lord doesn't like his clergymen to be greedy for wealth. It's simply against human nature. No wonder we lost to the theocracy. He thought to himself. In the rental house, after the Star City team discussed the action plan, Yu Jie, the Shen brothers and sisters, and Dun Yunhai left. Huang Peng stayed in the rental house and patted Yun Ye on the shoulder. Did you notice that Dun Yunhai is now talking to you as an equal? In the past, Duan Muyunhai was a rich second generation and a member of the Knights Templar. He treated people and things in a chivalrous manner and was proud of it from the bottom of his heart. But just now, Duan Muyunhai didn't have any airs at all. He should have this attitude no matter who he is with. Yunya didn't care about it. You are a holy messenger now. So many clergymen want to recognize you as their boss. I heard that the owners of large pharmaceutical groups and pharmacy chains offered you houses and cars as gifts. Why did you refuse them all? Huang Peng was full of envy. Take their things, then what? Yunya asked back. Huaxia is a society where favors are favored. People are obliged to give back when they receive favors, and they will not be able to refuse excessive requests with a clear conscience. You can also take advantage of others without doing anything, but this is an act that is despised in mainstream society. Are you going to travel back in time with me? Seeing that Huang Peng was not planning to leave, Yunya was a little hesitant. He was planning to travel through time wearing the dragon armor of destiny. Yes. Huang Peng sat on his bed as a matter of course. Helplessly, Yunya repeated to himself 3 times, what will happen if I tell Huang Peng now that I am a dragon knight? Huang Peng will die. Yunya was stunned. Is it so serious? No, I have some personal stuff to do and it's inconvenient. He said immediately. What private matter? Are you planning to travel through time and space to have some s***x? Huang Peng stayed in bed and refused to leave after hearing what he said. I will tell you next time I come back. It involves the Holy Temple and the theocracy. All right. Seeing how serious he was, Huang Peng stood up and said seriously, tell me if you encounter any difficulties. Without waiting for Yunya to speak, he immediately grinned and said, although it's useless, I will listen. After sending Huang Peng away, Yunya carried a bunch of gifts to the bathroom and closed the doors and windows. Another world, the original wilderness, the small town of Winterfell. Suburbs, church. Yunyi's return also took less than 0.15 seconds. At the edge of the garden, the moment Dane and Luo Qiai confirmed that Yunya had returned, they simultaneously used accelerated thinking. 0.15 time is stretched to 1 minute or even 10 minutes in their minds, they are outside of time. Under the gaze of the 2 god-level powerful men, Yunyi's figure disappeared little by little. Although I have seen other visitors from other worlds return, I still have to sigh that this is a miracle, Dane exclaimed. Why is God so bored? Our ancestors came to this world and couldn't go back like this, but Yunya and the others are different because their world can still be saved. How did you know? Luo Qiai was surprised. How come he didn't know this information? I guess. I've always said you have no sense of humor. As they were talking, the 2 discovered that Yunyi's body began to reverse and was about to come back. Hee hee. Luo Qiai laughed inexplicably. How? I used suppression education on this kid, but his talent was too great and almost suppressed my state of mind, so I told him that the condition for slaying the dragon was to increase Long He to 500 times. In fact, 400 times is about right. As far as I know, in the history of Dragon Knights, the best result of the Dragon Hex ritual before the senior Dragon Knights was 454 times. Luo Qiai began to look forward to it, waiting until Yunya became depressed, then he would tell him the truth. Dane pursed his lips and frowned. What about you? To slay a dragon, you need a speed force of 70%. I said 80%. Ha 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 ha, the sword god of dawn can also lie. What about the virtues of chivalry? During the conversation, the 2 people noticed that Yunyi's eyes moved, so they stopped thinking and ended the conversation. You've gotten so fat. Looking at Yunyi's big belly under the dragon armor, Luo Qiai became a little anxious. Is the food in the real world so good? Teacher. Uncle. Yunya was so excited when he found out that he had successfully brought the things here that his smile was brighter than it had been 7 days since he returned. After taking back the dragon armor, cigarettes, alcohol, necklace, and backpack appeared in his hands, just like the gold coins brought back to the real world, everything looked the same. Luo Qi opened the cigarette, took out a cigarette, pulled out the filter, pulled out the tobacco, and squeezed it into his pipe. Without waiting for Yunye to speak, he took a breath and the tobacco burned by itself. Not bad, not bad. Luo Qi exhaled a puff of smoke and was very satisfied. This tobacco is good, but the packaging is too troublesome. Yunye smiled bitterly and said, as long as the teacher is happy. Chapter 87. Countdown to Return, 335:58:22. Yunye checked the schedule of his left eye and found out that he would stay in the other world for 14 days this time. Does it multiply every time? Won't that make you age faster? From now on, each time will last for several years. For people in the two worlds, the time traveler will age several years in less than 1 second. Let me see if I have met the minimum requirements for dragon hunting in the past few days since I returned. Luo Qi stroked his beard, his smile full of anticipation. Teacher, we've achieved it. Yunye didn't think about the future. He performed a spell and golden dragon flames covered his body, allowing its shape to change at will. Put on the Destiny Dragon armor, and the red stripes on the armor turn into flaming dragon claws, ready to attack, with an attack range of 10 meters. Luo Qi held his chin with his hands and widened his eyes. He saw that Long He's vibrations were far more than 500 times, reaching more than 600 times. Suddenly, he felt the gaze of Dane beside him and immediately said, "Quick, show your Uncle Dane the speed force." Yunye nodded excitedly, drew out the Dawn sword, and stabbed out with all his strength. Wherever the sword passed, a swirling strong wind was raised behind him. Now it was Dane's turn to purse his lips into a slit, his emerald green eyes revealing a strange look. "Let's eat, let's eat." Luo Qi waved his hands, feeling physically and mentally exhausted. Dane agreed. Yunye thought that his achievements did not meet his expectations, so he hurriedly said, "Teacher, uncle, I still have room for improvement and can improve further." Luo Qi and Dane almost sprained their backs, but they were still able to improve. "How did you practice when you returned?" When we arrived at the cafeteria, Annie was setting the tableware. "Yunye, are you back?" Yanni noticed that Yunye's hair had grown longer and many details about his body had changed. Yunye took out the necklace gift box. Annie took it happily, but she was from another world and didn't know how to open it. Her little face revealed anxiety. It was Yunye who went up and took out the swan necklace. Wow! Looking at the exquisite swan sparkling, Annie's heterochromatic eyes trembled slightly, and she even forgot to reach out to catch it. Luo Qi smiled and said, "What are you waiting for? Put it on me now." Yanni and Yunye had not thought of this. The former's face turned red, but she still lifted the hair on the back of her neck. Yunye came behind her, looked at her snow-white, slender neck, and his breathing became a little rapid. "I tried this step at the end, but because I was nervous, I failed several times." Black flash. Yunye gritted his teeth and used his passive skill. 2 columns of white smoke came out of Luo Qi's nostrils next to him. After successfully tying it, Yanni let down her hair, looked down at the necklace, and shyly asked, "Does it look good?" "It looks good." Yunye nodded seriously. "Thank you." Annie was overjoyed, but tried her best to remain calm. Not long after, Xiao He came back from herding sheep and was very happy to get Yunye's canvas bag. However, he was looking forward to something more than the canvas bag. Yunye smiled knowingly, used sign language, and said, "Don't worry, I have learned sign language." "Abba Abba." Xiao He opened his arms excitedly and wanted to throw Yunye up again. This time, the experienced Yunye avoided his enthusiasm. At the dinner table, he talked about what happened in the real world. "Teacher, a demon has appeared in our world. Luo Qi nodded, then realized something and asked in confusion, is there something wrong? Are demons very strong? Yunye wanted to know the power of the other world to deal with demons. Oh, you're asking that? Luo Qi suddenly realized. He was still wondering what was so strange about the appearance of a demon. There are many kinds of demons, and the system under the abyss is also very complicated. After all, they are evil creatures and cannot follow the rules. Generally speaking, demons are divided into 3 categories: lower, middle, and upper. This is not a realm, but more like a distinction between life species. The combat power of upper demons is based on the sacrifice of the summoner himself. Hearing this, Yunye asked curiously, Teacher, have you ever dealt with demons? Of course, many people with wild ideas put their hopes of killing the emperor on demons, and often summon demons to attack. Luo Qi paused for a moment, waiting for Yunye to look forward to the follow-up, and said, Then, I thought it was a waste to kill so many demons, so I captured them and set up a demon circus. Although he knew that the teacher would say something similar, Yunye was still surprised. The most dangerous time was when a principality sacrificed 20,000 soldiers as a sacrifice to the abyss and summoned the original demon. That thing is the most ancient species of demon. Luo Qi changed his tone to a serious one. What happened next? Yunye asked hurriedly. He later became the head of a circus and performed hard at the Imperial Carnival every year. Yunye made up his mind not to summon the Death Knight in the other world. Unlike the real world, the other world is full of powerful people, and it is easy for Death Knights to give themselves up to death. Then, Yunye talked about the inheritor of Vientiane. Isn't that inheritor of all things very arrogant and domineering, making people want to punch him in the face? Luo Qi said. Teacher, how do you know? Yunye said. Every inheritor of the Vientiane is like this. The energy of lightning and thunder is not only destructive, but also not restrained by other attributes. Look at the names they gave their professions. Sky Punisher, how unbelievable! Luo Qi said, they basically look for this kind of temper when they are looking for a successor. Yunye was hesitant to speak, wanting to know who would be stronger between Tian Luo and Wang Xiang. In the inheritance team, Wang Xiang and Tian Luo are fighting in the front row. There has been an endless fight over who is stronger and who is weaker. Conflicts and contradictions will break out among the successive generations of inheritors until one side defeats the other. Did the teacher win? Don't you find it strange that this generation of Vientiane is targeting you so much? Upon hearing this, Yunye understood. He thought that the teacher had lost and he, as the apprentice, was trying to get back at the teacher. Now it seems that the script has been obtained by Wang Xiang. Over the next few days, Yunye stayed in the temple, receiving further training guidance from his uncle and teacher, during which time he taught sign language to Xiao He. During this process, Yunye discovered that Xiao He's intelligence was at a normal level. The purity shown before was due to the lack of language education. Language is an expression of logical thinking. In the process of learning sign language, Xiao He has grown very fast. Like before, no matter what emotion I had, I would just shout and scream, and others would just think it was abnormal. But now, seeing Xiao He's face full of concentration and expressing his meaning with sign language, Yunye was frightened. The teacher lives in seclusion here with Xiao He, with no other goal. Living in peace and safety is the real thing. No one expects Xiao He to ascend the throne of emperor again. But, if Xiao He had a mature mind, would he think about taking back everything that belongs to him? When faced with uncertainty, Yunye asked fate for clues on what the consequences would be. He will ascend the throne as king. Fate suggested. Chapter 88. Hearing this hint of fate, Yunye was shocked at first, then calmed down. After dealing with the hints of fate over the years, he summed up the most important point: don't be self-righteous and interfere with the fate of others. If Xiao He becomes an emperor in the future, it will not be entirely due to sign language. I am not the god of destiny and cannot arrange the fate of others. Since Xiao He wants to learn, he will teach him. This is what he promised at the beginning. Xiao He used sign language to ask what happened. Yunye said it was okay and continued teaching. And so the days passed. On the fourth day after the time travel, Yunye, under the guidance of his teacher and uncle, increased the number of long he vibrations to 700 times. You practiced very well. Don't practice again next time. Luo Qi was proud from the bottom of his heart, but also a little helpless. It seemed like his disciple had no limits. If he continued long he might be able to reach 1,000 vibrations. But there is no need to do that before reaching a higher level. Long he has surpassed 500 times, and beating other mid-level hunters is like playing. Now that other inheritors have reached the upper level, Long he will not be able to defeat them even if he continues to improve, so it is meaningless. Luo Qi said. Yunye had no objection. The path of cultivation was long and difficult, and the teacher was the guiding light that prevented him from taking detours. His original plan was to upgrade Long he 1,000 times to make it an integer. Teacher, can the advanced Dragon Knight learn powerful moves? You haven't even hunted a dragon yet, but you're already thinking about what you'll do after becoming a superior. Luo Qi joked and nodded slightly under Yunye's expectant gaze. A person is just a pair of hands and legs. The range of movement and the variety of movements they can make are limited. No matter how fancy the names of the moves are, they cannot stop a fist of absolute power and speed. But if you become a senior hunter, truly step into the extraordinary realm, and possess the power of 3 heads and 6 arms, simple fists cannot bear the tremendous power, and you need moves. Teacher, is it okay for us to use different techniques? Yunye asked. The Dragon Knight's moves are not about form, but about dragon flames. Yunye felt relieved and looked towards the southwest, where there were mountains surrounding and misty clouds. It was the Sierra Morena del Norte. As if sensing his gaze, the clouds above the mountains spread wildly, and an invisible energy surged through the mountains. You can also see countless birds and beasts flying into the sky, forming a huge group. Not long after, the ground of the temple, which was 100 miles away, shook slightly and a gust of wind blew towards them without warning. Yunye looked at the excited expression on the teacher's face again and knew that this meant, the dragon hunting festival had begun. Suddenly, Luo Qi exclaimed in surprise and motioned Yunye to wait there. The next second, Yunye saw the teacher rise from the ground like a rocket, into the sky, and turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the North Morena Mountains. Teacher can fly. Yunye was both surprised and felt it was reasonable. It was normal for a god-level warrior to be able to fly. Teacher, this doesn't look like flying. It's using the dragon flame as thrust. It was different from Yunye's impression of flying freely in the sky. At this time, Dane, wearing a sun hat and wear-resistant gloves, came over and asked, "Did your teacher tell you where you went?" Yunye shook his head, then Dane drew out the Sword of Dawn and threw it towards the mountains. The Sword of Dawn was so fast that it released sonic waves. Dane jumped on it and flew on the blade. The Divine Sword not only has endless potential energy, but can also accelerate in 2 stages, leaving behind a brilliant light tail for both the man and the sword. Yunye stood there in stunned silence. Is this even possible? Dane quickly caught up with Luo Qi, whose body was burning with blazing dragon flames, creating an upward impact force that allowed him to stand in the air. What are you going to do now? Dane frowned and looked around alertly. Look over there. Luo Qi took down his pipe and stared at a corner of the mountain. For ordinary people, looking down from an altitude of 10,000 meters, everything will be as small as an ant and difficult to recognize. However, Dane soon saw what Luo Qi was pointing at. Flying Thunder Dragon? Isn't that an extinct evil dragon species? Dane suddenly understood why Luo Qi was so excited. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "You are not planning to let Yunye hunt the Flying Thunder Dragon?" Is there anything wrong with bathing in the blood of a flying thunder dragon? It is not allowed to interfere with the Dragon Knight's trial to advance to his superiors. This is too crazy. Don't you know Yunyi's potential? He's worth it. Dane frowned again, forming a character between his brows. The two people flew back to the temple and landed in front of Yunyi, who was still there. Flying Thunder Dragon? Is it very strong? After listening to what the teacher said, Yunyi was not quite sure what level this dragon was. Dragons and humans cannot use the same realm power system. After all, their appearances are different, and there is no possibility of sparring with each other. However, in terms of the damage caused, the Flying Thunder Dragon can even reach the level of a king-level hunter. Intermediate level vs king level? There are two realms between the upper level and the saint level? Even Xiao Yan wouldn't dare to challenge someone of a higher level like this. Yunyi was stunned. He thought his teacher was too confident in him. Humans are different from dragons. Take hunters for example. They can hunt tigers. Is it because they are stronger than tigers? Yunyi thought that hunters would form teams, with different professions cooperating to hunt powerful monsters. Teacher, do you want me to form a team? No, the Dragon Knight must rely on his own strength. Then how do I kill the Flying Thunder Dragon? Yunyi was completely confused. This is a sword, you have it, right? You can stab straight, right? You know where the dragon's heart is, right? Luo Qi asked. Yunyi was speechless. The uncle was still reliable. He said slowly, the Dawn Sword can help you pierce the dragon scales of the Thunder Dragon. You may be able to kill the Thunder Dragon, but you need to create a close-range opportunity, be familiar with the Thunder Dragon's attacks, and find its gaps and weaknesses. This is the true meaning of a hunter. Yunyi pulled out the Sword of Dawn, a divine weapon that was indeed his trump card. But what if I get hit by the Thunder Dragon? He will die, without even a trace left. Luo Qi said. Flying Thunder Dragon had countless opportunities to make mistakes, but Yunyi only had one. Teacher, do you think I have hope? Yunyi asked seriously. Some. Then I will hunt the Thunder Dragon. Although the teacher kept putting pressure on him, Yunyi knew that the teacher would not let him die. Go and say goodbye to Annie. We'll leave in the afternoon. Luo Qi said. Yunyi was startled. Didn't the dragon hunting festival just begin? Did he think he had to go into the mountains with the Seven Nations team and slowly search for the traces of the Flying Thunder Dragon? Others need the help of the kingdom team to clear a path, but you don't. Or do you need others to applaud you when you hunt dragons? Luo Qi asked back. 2. So, Yunyi went to find Yanni and said that he was going into the mountains. If Huang Peng and the others came to Lindong town before he came back, he would say that he was out for something. Outside, Dane whispered, "What on earth are you thinking? The trial of the inheritor cannot be done by someone else." That's true. The trial cannot be interrupted or abandoned. However, if during the trial, a god-level swordsman gets angry at the Flying Thunder Dragon and kills it with one sword, that doesn't mean the Dragon Knight trial has failed. Luo Qi said, if it works, that's the dragon blood of the Flying Thunder Dragon. If it fails, we can look for other evil dragon species. The rules of the trial lie in the heart of the trial taker, so he just kept exerting pressure to make Yunyi think that he had no way out. Seeing Yunyi coming out again, Luo Qi smiled brightly. Then, let's go. Chapter 89. The temple is 100 kilometers away from the Sierra Morena del Norte, and it takes a day and a night to walk there, not to mention going into the mountains to look for traces of the dragon. Luo Qi didn't intend to waste time on this, and signaled Yunyi to put on the dragon armor of destiny. Yunyi was stunned for a moment, then became full of anticipation, wondering if the teacher had any special means to lend him the dragon flame. At the thought of flying in the sky, Yunyi immediately put on the dragon armor of destiny. The next second, he felt like a radish being pulled out of the soil, rising off the ground and flying towards the Sierra Morena del Norte. To be precise, he was thrown out in a parabola, speeding under the blue sky and white clouds, and the dragon armor resisted the roaring wind. After more than 10 kilometers, the potential energy began to weaken and Yunya began to fall rapidly. In a panic, he saw the teacher swooping down on him with one hand stretched out in front of him in an exaggerated fist. The teacher is here. Luo Qiai caught Yunya in the air and threw him hard. This time, Yunya flew dozens of kilometers, and flames ignited on the surface of the dragon armor. It was like a pilot flying a fighter jet, and he had to withstand several Gs of overload. Yunya is in the same situation now, but thanks to the Dragon Knight's strong physical fitness, he is not affected. After flying twice in this unique way, the plains on the ground turned into mountains rising one after another, and landed on a mountain top with a falling momentum, crushing the hard rocks on the ground. Yunyi's face turned pale and he felt like nausea and vomiting. I had to practice dragon's breathing and feel the mountain breeze. After he adjusted himself, his eyes lit up. Standing on a high place, he had a broad view and could take in the beautiful scenery of the mountains. The sea of clouds flows slowly along the mountain ridges, the emerald green trees stretch as far as the eye can see, and the majestic mountains are so high that you can't help but want to climb them. Roar! A loud and high-pitched dragon roar sounded on the left, and Yunyi's body instinctively made him squat down and hide behind the rocks. The gigantic flying thunder dragon soared into the sky over the steep mountain pass, its huge body occupying his entire field of vision. To Yunya, this was a typical Western dragon. It has a torso similar to that of a puma, a head like that of a cow or a horse, thick and rough skin with arranged folds, hard scales growing on vital parts, a pair of broad wings and a long tail. The appearance of this flying thunder dragon is based on this basis. Its whole body is golden green and its size is equivalent to several adult elephants added together, not counting its wings and tail. The gold color mainly comes from the lightning energy in the chest and abdomen. Electric arcs flash along the dragon scales. On its head, there is a hard object like an elk antler, like a crown. When the flying thunder dragon opened its mouth, the lightning on its chest and abdomen became extremely bright, and the hard horns on its head glowed brightly. A column of golden green electricity gushed out, blasting the surface of a rocky mountain apart and causing flash floods to form underneath. This was just a casual action of the thunder dragon, just like a child kicking away a stone on the roadside, without any purpose, just because he could do it. The flying thunder dragon continued to flap its wings and flew out of Yunyi's sight. How do we fight this? Yunya smiled bitterly, not knowing where to start. In the sky, Luo Qiai did not go down. Yunyi's trial to become an advanced dragon knight has begun. Hunting is the hunter's real ability. It is not as simple as fighting with others. When facing powerful monsters, one must constantly plan in the mind and look for opportunities and chances. Any low-level warrior could become a golden hunter as long as he could hunt powerful monsters. Luo Qiai began to look forward to it, as this was a new field that Yunya had entered so far. Unlike the monsters in the abyss, dragons are powerful and cannot be hunted down by force alone. In a way, hunting is harder than fighting. I wonder how talented he is in this area. Luo Qiai began to look forward to it. After Yunya had been enjoying the breeze on the mountaintop for a while, he began to mutter to himself, "How can I kill the flying thunder dragon?" After 3 times, he waited for fate to give him a hint. The response to the destiny prompt means that he is currently able to do it. As the saying goes, as long as the health bar is showing, even gods can be killed. Soon, Yunya heard the voice of fate's reminder ringing in his ears. The ringing lasted for 3 minutes. Yunyi's expression gradually froze. The plan given by fate was as long as 2,000 words, which was more than the number of chapters in the novel he had read. The plan is divided into 8 steps in total, and no step can go wrong. The last step shows creating an opportunity to stab the dawn sword into the heart of the thunder dragon. The divine sword is his most important trump card. Without this artifact, it is impossible to break through the defense. Let's get started. Yunya began to act according to the plan. In the sky, Luo Qi planned to watch his apprentice's wonderful performance. As a result, the barrier he set up in the temple reacted. You watch here. If you encounter any danger, kill the flying thunder dragon with one sword. Luo Qi gave some instructions to the top of his head and teleport back to the temple. In the sky, Dane stood on the sword of the gods, with his hands folded across his chest. A group of knights appeared in the air above the cathedral. The knights in armor rode on white horses with wings and floated in the sky. When these knights saw Luo Qi, they reacted greatly. Even though they were wearing helmets covering their faces, their strong emotional fluctuations could still be felt. Lord Tian's Hui! A knight couldn't help but shout. However, the knight was immediately whipped and knocked off his horse. The person who took action was the captain of this knight's team. Although her face could not be seen, from her slender back and thin waist like a bee, it could be determined that she was a woman. He is no longer your Tian's Hui. A cold voice sounded from under the helmet. The female knight landed on the ground and took off her helmet, revealing a delicate and beautiful face with a pair of clear black and white eyes. She came up to Luo Qi, stretched out her slender hands, and took the pipe out of his mouth. The female knight took a few steps back and said calmly, "Father, the visitor from another world said that smoking is harmful to health." Luo Qi's eldest daughter, Luo Qi, is currently the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Tian Luo army. Luo Qi said nothing, but took out a pipe from his trouser pocket and put it in his mouth. The father and daughter looked at each other in silence. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, Luo Qi said, "What happened? Bring the Tian Luo army here. Official business. We are responsible for escorting the Holy Voice Herald here. A saint was born in the temple here." Luo Qi suddenly realized that since Annie had become a saint, the headquarters of the temple would not remain unresponsive. They would send a herald to provide personal guidance, and the Tian Luo army would be responsible for escorting them on the road. "You were the one who asked for this mission, right?" Luo Qi shook his head and said, "The Empire will be wary of this, and it will affect your future." "No, it's just business." As Luo Qi spoke, he looked towards the church. "Do you want to see what the new Tian Luo looks like?" Luo Qi said. "I don't want to know." Luo Qi said. "He's not here. He's in the mountains hunting dragons." Luo Qi retracted his gaze and said seriously, "Father, you think too much. This is just official business. Now the mission is completed, we have to leave." After saying this, she jumped on her horse and returned to the sky. The Tian Luo army, led by her, left the temple. "Master Tian's Hui, are we going in the wrong direction? This is towards the North Morena Mountains." A Tian Luo knight realized that the direction was wrong, and as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately felt a chill. Chapter 90. In the Sierra Morena del Norte, the flying brontosaurus is becoming the center of attention. It roamed around in the mountains, as if it had endless energy, constantly releasing lightning to cause destruction. What's more, the flying thunder dragon left the mountains and ran to the human territory, flying low over a small village, scaring the cattle and sheep in the village half to death. In less than a day, the mountains became lively. Because the Norte Morena mountains stretch for thousands of miles across the 7 countries, many hunters regard it as a hunting ground. There are many post stations or small towns in the mountains, which serve as transit stations for hunters, where they can rest, buy and sell goods, and repair equipment. Even visitors from other worlds have appeared, so the extinct flying thunder dragon is nothing. I heard that all the major kingdoms have sent out dragon hunting teams. Let me tell you, there are more and more young people who don't know their place and are planning to hunt dragons on their own. In a small town tavern, the hunters were talking about the flying thunder dragon and it was very lively. A middle-aged man's words aroused the curiosity of people around him. Solo hunter? Why? He is a young boy, his cultivation level is not that strong. He has been hanging around various post stations and small towns all day, purchasing various materials and anti-electricity potions. When people asked him what he was going to do, he said he was going to hunt flying thunder dragons. Middle-aged people really enjoy being the center of attention and telling stories about interesting things that have happened to them. Strangely, the people around him did not burst into laughter as he had expected, but instead looked at each other in confusion. This young man must be the new Tian Luo. He is so brave that he dares to complete the trial with the flying thunder dragon. The inheritor of the visitors from another world is bound to make some noise. I heard that different dragon blood has different effects on upgrading the upper-level Dragon Knight. The middle-aged man suddenly realized that the young man he met was Xin Tian Luo. At the same time, Yunye climbed a stone mountain, walked down a slope, and found a wide stone cave. The power of lightning remained in the cave, and the lightning was jumping irregularly. The flying thunder dragon slept here last night, and that's how the lightning stayed. Yunye took out the material for the jelly from his bag. It was a blue object that looked like jelly and could be held in one hand. It comes from a monster weaker than a goblin. After it is killed, its body will be scattered into small pieces like this. Hill glue can absorb elemental properties, and its use depends on personal needs. Yunye threw the blue gum into the cave, and after being hit by lightning, it immediately turned into golden green. Then use a wooden stick to get the hickey glue out and hold it in your hand. He exerted force with his palms, bursting the hillock gum bit by bit. During the explosion, his body began to twitch as if he was electrocuted. Yunye gritted his teeth and crushed the gum completely. The violent lightning energy made him half kneel on the ground, sweating profusely. After recovering, he threw new hillock gum into the cave to absorb the lightning and continued to grab and explode. After repeating it 10 times, Yunye was close to collapse. He looked like he had been fished out of the water, and his right palm was charred. He sat on the ground and practiced dragon's breath. This is the 5th step suggested by fate, to improve your resistance to electricity. You don't need to be able to withstand a hit from a flying thunder dragon, but you can't let the paralysis of lightning slow you down. An hour later, Yunye recovered. Fate suggests the 6th step, setting up a hunting ground at a specific location, and the 7th and 8th steps will be actual combat. He came to a flat area in the mountains, with steep cliffs on the right and towering mountain walls on the left. Take out the magic scroll of traps. Do not use paralysis traps, as doing so will charge the thunder dragon. So, Yunye bought magic scrolls with explosive attributes and placed them on 3 trees. After finishing all this, Yunye came to the edge of the cliff, put his hands on his chest, and looked straight ahead. He isn't planning to start like this. In the sky, Luo Qi was frightened. He saw all of Yunye's preparations for the day, but he couldn't understand it, or rather, he didn't comprehend it. In his opinion, those preparations did not meet the requirements to kill the thunder dragon, and those magic scrolls could not break the dragon scales. I thought there would be a clever arrangement at the end to make all the previous preparations have special meaning. Unexpectedly, Yunye planned to start right away. He is too confident. Yunye stood on the edge of the cliff, began beating his heart with his hands, and sang the dragon song in ancient language. He didn't know the lyrics and memorized the groove and notes by rote. When his teacher taught him, he said that this song was like greeting all the dragon's ancestors. As the singing sounded, Yunye became tense, observing every move in the sky, waiting for the arrival of the flying thunder dragon. Unexpectedly, behind him, another evil dragon with a red body crawled along the ridge. Earth Flame Red Dragon. Compared to the flying thunder dragon, this evil dragon is much inferior. The wings behind it cannot be spread and it cannot fly. Its head is like a python and its eyes look like red apples stuffed in it. Yunye's face was full of disgust. I didn't ask you to come. The Earth Flame Red Dragon was enraged. What did this human mean? singing the dragon song, but still not satisfied with him. Suddenly, a figure dropped from the sky and kicked the earth flame red dragon away. The poor earth flame red dragon didn't even see who kicked him before he rolled down the cliff. Yunya looked at the woman who appeared on the ridge, and there was only one word in his mind: heroic and heroic. Is this all you are doing to prepare for hunting the thunder dragon? The woman knew what he was going to do and who he was. Yunya frowned. Fate told him that there was no such variable. You continue. I will not interrupt your trial. Luo Qi knew the content of the trial better than anyone else because she had imagined it many times before. Her childhood dream was to inherit her father's legacy and become the new Tian Luo. The moment her father told her that it was inappropriate, she decided to ignore this old man for the rest of her life. It was not until Luo Qi was exiled from the empire that she regretted her willfulness. Now, she felt very complicated as she watched the new Tian Luo chosen by her father about to begin the trial. Some are unconvinced, some are worried, and some look down on others. Seeing her like this, Yunya continued to sing the dragon song towards the outside of the cliff, but raised his voice because he was worried that the flying thunder dragon couldn't hear him. Suddenly, behind a mountain on the right, a flying thunder dragon soared into the sky, and after reaching a certain height, it swooped towards this side. The shadow of the flying thunder dragon first covered the hunting ground, and as it got closer, it blocked Yunyi's vision. Covering the sky and the sun. Yunya thought of these 4 words. In the sky, Dane narrowed his eyes, sword energy surged around him, and he was ready to draw his sword at any time. The flying thunder dragon landed on the hunting ground violently, causing the ground to shake. The 2 large rocks under the dragon's claws exploded directly, and the debris flew everywhere. Yunya retreated to the side in time, less than 100 meters away from the flying thunder dragon. The visual impact was far greater than the previous observations. You can clearly see the dragon's mouth, its sharp fangs dripping with bloody saliva, and its light bulb-like eyes gleaming with ferocious light, bringing an unprecedented sense of oppression. He had to rely on the attributes of the devil to resist this mental attack. The flying thunder dragon snorted, showing a very disdainful expression, and turned to leave. It seemed that it was disdainful of fighting with Yunya, but when it turned halfway, it suddenly exerted force, and its long tail lashed over like a lightning whip. Chapter 91. Yunya reacted very quickly, put on the dragon armor of destiny, and jumped towards the stone wall next to him. The hard dragon's tail swept across where he was standing, causing sand and rocks to fly and the ground to be flattened. Yunya used the force to push off and returned to his original position steadily. Fei Lilong turned around confidently and saw Yunya standing there unharmed. His light bulb-like eyes flashed a strange light. Yunya drew out the magic sword firmly, and the metallic sound of the blade rubbing against each other echoed in the hunting ground. A handsome face full of determination and stern eyes. Feeling the sharpness of the sword of dawn, the flying thunder dragon shook his body slightly uneasily. The broad wings flapped vigorously, and the surrounding gravel flew out like cannonballs. This level of attack was not a problem for Yunya. He dodged the rubble and attacked with his sword. Dane, Luo Qi, and Luo Qi, the 3 bystanders, were all stunned. Luo Qi couldn't help but have a first impression of him: brave. The flying thunder dragon roared, dived explosively, and fell heavily to the ground. The moment the dragon claw slapped down, an electric shock wave spread out along the ground like waves, reaching every angle. Yunya stopped quickly and inserted the magic sword into the ground. The shock wave hit the dawn sword, and with the loud sound of the sword ringing, it continued to offset the powerful force. At the same time, the damage caused by the lightning is transmitted to the whole body. If he hadn't improved his electric resistance, he would have been paralyzed at this moment and would have been killed by the next dragon claw. The next moment, Yunya was as powerful as thunder, man, and sword became one, turning into a stream of light and stabbing forward. The flying thunder dragon, which had already raised its dragon claws to prepare for the next wave of attack, felt a sense of crisis, spread its wings, twisted its body, and swept across like a spear. Yunya gave up the attack and placed the magic sword against the outside of his right arm. Physical resistance increased. Strengthen your power. With a thud, the wings hit the divine sword. The magic sword was fine, the man flew out, and the destiny dragon armor on his body began to disperse into particles for a moment. Finally, a hole was smashed into the stone wall and half of the body was paralyzed. Limited regeneration. Quickly return to the ground and recover through healing. Pity. Luo Qiai clapped his hands vigorously. If Yunya had been a little luckier, there was a good chance that he would have succeeded. This hunting ground not only limits the Flying Thunder Dragon's ability to perform, but also provides him with room to perform. More importantly, he has observed the Flying Thunder Dragon very carefully and knows the dragon's attack methods. Dane was very satisfied. This is what it means to be prepared. The Flying Thunder Dragon will be more cautious. Luo Qi was still not optimistic. This was indeed the case. Fei Lilong was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat and almost got himself into trouble. Seeing Yunya coming at him with a sword again, Fei Lilong did not dare to continue with ordinary physical attacks. The golden-green lightning on the chest and abdomen was blazing, and the hard horns on the head became dazzling. As a flash of lightning gushed into the sky, the electric arcs on the ground of the hunting ground formed a special magnetic field, which was divided into a chessboard. The place where Yunya could stand was exactly a small square. With a loud bang, the lightning and the electric arc connected and struck down accurately, leaving a deep hole in the stone surface. The lightning flashed one after another, like the scythe of the god of death. Relying on the hints of fate, Yunya was able to dodge in time every time and close the distance between him and the Flying Thunder Dragon, and the Sword of Dawn was ready to move. At this time, the Flying Thunder Dragon raised its head high, and energy waves surged on its slender neck. The next second, the lightning cannon burst out from the dragon's mouth like flames. Burst! Yunya shouted loudly, and the magic trap of a nearby tree was triggered, and a red Shika crystal was thrown into the sky. The lightning doesn't even need to hit the Shika crystal. Once it gets a little close, it will explode immediately like flammable and explosive materials. The huge impact force caused the Flying Thunder Dragon to become dizzy, and its dragon claws had to be supported on the ground. This is a great opportunity. No, this is a trap. Just for a moment, Luo Qi felt a sense of admiration. I thought Yunyi's preparations were simple and not enough to deal with the Flying Thunder Dragon, but who knew that the best preparation was himself? The fact that he dodged the lightning strike showed that it was not a coincidence that he dodged the attack of the Flying Thunder Dragon the previous time. Yunya made the best choice at the perfect time. Especially the explosive trap scroll just now, which restrained the strongest method of the Thunder Dragon in this way. If it had been any other dragon, he would have succeeded long ago. Unfortunately, he was facing a Flying Thunder Dragon. Yunya didn't realize this and moved forward with the sword. The Flying Thunder Dragon, pretending to be dizzy, suddenly raised its dragon claws and slapped forward. Protection! Yunyi's face changed, and he once again held the Dawn sword horizontally in front of him. He concentrated 700 times of Long He on the sword and coordinated it with the vibration sword technique. However, the power gap was too great, and the Flying Thunder Dragon was not affected by the vibrating sword at all. Instead, he was knocked away again, and the Destiny Dragon armor completely turned into particles and finally disappeared from his body. His throat felt sweet and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered since he started practicing. 2 white air columns blew out of the Flying Thunder Dragon's nose and it raised its chin high. For some reason, Yunya thought of the teacher's proud expression. Limited regeneration. While recovering from his injuries, Yunya found that he could not summon the dragon armor of destiny. Thinking that the clothes were bought by Annie, he continued to hold the sword with his upper body naked. The 3 people in the sky didn't expect him to continue. He placed magic scrolls on 3 trees to create 3 chances for himself, but without the dragon armor, he would die. Luo Qi looked up and saw that the old man was not going to call a halt. What she didn't know was that everything was part of Yun Yi's plan. From the beginning till now, including the injury just now, it was all intentional. Dragons are powerful species with vigorous vitality, great strength, and materialized energy with destructive power. However, a dragon's attack pattern is fixed and it is impossible for it to have fancy changes like humans. After a day of observation, he found out that the common attacks of the thunder dragon include tail sweep, dragon claw, wing attack, and trample. The first three moves are ordinary physical attacks. As long as you don't take full damage, you won't die on the spot. The fourth move, trample, is accompanied by elemental energy, which is both an electric shock and paralysis, and he has compensated for it by increasing his resistance. There are two types of elemental attacks, range attack and single target attack. The range attack is lightning that falls from the sky, and he can dodge it through the fate hint. The single target lightning cannon can be countered by the magic scrolls he placed in the tree. Since the lightning cannon cannot be blocked, it can be detonated in advance using the red Shika crystal. Having said that, Yun Ye placed 3 magic scrolls to relax Flying Thunder Dragon's vigilance. Everyone thought there were 3 chances, but in fact, the fatal blow was used on the second time. The Flying Thunder Dragon can fly, but if it feels a sense of crisis and flies into the sky to launch an air-to-ground attack, Yun Ye can only run away. Judging from the battle just now, this dragon is very cunning, and both sides are engaged in a psychological game. This sword will take your life. Yun Ye didn't care whether Fei Lilong could understand him or not. He just said some harsh words and sped away. The Thunder Dragon didn't understand, but it could sense the corresponding emotions and flapped its wings angrily. A tiny human, who was beaten to a pulp, still dares to challenge this great dragon. Roar! With a long roar, you don't need to understand to know what the Flying Thunder Dragon means. Then, the Flying Thunder Dragon spread its wings and flew into the sky. Even though it knew there was an explosive trap, it still used the lightning cannon. Chapter 92. Fei Lilong wanted to let Yun Ye know that a tiny human being, even with the help of magic traps, was still insignificant. With its wings fully spread, the hunting ground was almost unable to accommodate all of them, and the lightning on its chest and abdomen was so bright that it was blinding. The hard horn on the top of the head looked like a crystal, and lightning flashed in the sky, ready to strike. The Thunder Dragon opened its mouth wide and launched 2 elemental attacks at the same time. A torrent of lightning gushed out, plowing a deep mark on the ground. This time the power of the lightning cannon was too terrifying. It was impossible to determine the angle at the first time, and it had to be corrected slowly, just like a firefighter controlling a high-pressure water pipe. He needed to press it with all his strength and then aim the opening at the source of the fire. Facing the lightning cannon, Yun Ye could only dodge into the air. As a result, the ground was covered with arcs of electricity ready to strike, causing lightning to strike from the sky. The entire hunting ground was dazzling and extremely dangerous, and Yun Ye looked weak and helpless. Dane began to fall, with the Sword of Dawn in his hand. He wanted to slay the dragon. Wait a moment. However, Luo Qi called him and his expression was more solemn than ever. He knew that Yun Ye was in danger, but he also noticed that there was no panic on his apprentice's face. Yun Ye moved swiftly in the hunting ground, dancing with thunder and lightning. The burnt black skin did not cause any impact on him, and his dark and bright eyes did not waver. Burst! Yun Ye guided the lightning cannon to a certain height and activated 2 magic scrolls at the same time. 2 scarlet Shika crystals were thrown out. The crystals acted like explosive packs, completely detonating the lightning cannon. The loud noise spread from the hunting ground to the entire Sierra Morena del Norte. Someone is hunting the Thunder Dragon. The hunter in the mountains realized this, and it was most likely the new Tian Luo. In the hunting ground, the Thunder Dragon had learned from its previous lesson and stopped spraying at the moment of explosion. Despite this, the Thunder Dragon was still briefly dizzy and fell back into the hunting ground. This time, the flying thunder dragon is not in disguise. However, the evil dragon didn't care at all, because the hunting ground was already riddled with holes. The detonated lightning cannon blew a deep pit in the stone wall of the hunting ground, and huge rocks kept falling down. The lightning in the sky did not stop. After striking down, it reacted with the electric arc and flashed irregularly in the hunting ground. Fei Long thought about himself and didn't know how to deal with it. Now, relying on its own properties, it absorbs lightning to recharge itself. Just when Fei Long thought that everything was over, Yunya came to the hunting ground with a sword. Against the backdrop of golden-green lightning, his body was wrapped in dragon flames and holy light, counteracting the paralyzing effects of lightning while recovering, leaving the violent and chaotic lightning behind him. 700 times of Long He, combined with 90% of the divine power, turned into an indestructible edge. The thunder dragon's eyes were shining, revealing fear and panic. It wanted to flap its wings and fly away, but the dizziness effect was still there and its movements were slow. Finally, the sword of dawn shone brilliantly, like a ray of light at dawn, suppressing all the lightning. With a plop, the sword tip successfully pierced through the hard dragon scales. Roar! The flying thunder dragon's huge body spasmed wildly, and its muscles shrank into a point. Yunya pulled out the dawn sword cleanly and neatly, and the flying thunder dragon twitched wildly, with bright red blood gushing out from the heart. Yunya held up the magic sword high and roared. Dragon blood splashed on every inch of his muscles, reacting miraculously with the dragon flames to form a layer of blood cocoon. Suddenly, Yunya was in a very strange state. It's a bit like the gift of the magic god of fire, the gift of the Holy Lord, the surge of magic power, and the blazing dragon flame. It was as if I was blending into the warm light, feeling extremely comfortable, and all my fatigue and discomfort were swept away. It was as if a spring was chiseled out of the body, like a small universe exploding, sensory abilities soared, and thus a sixth sense was gained. The five senses are sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. With his sixth sense, he can feel the elemental power of heaven and earth, the flow of air and the direction of the wind. The superior dragon knight is truly extraordinary. He suddenly understood why Bai Wuchen, the inheritor of all things, dared to reveal his identity. Having a sixth sense may not allow you to withstand sniper bullets, but you can get early warning and avoid them. If you can't deal with the guns, deal with the people holding the guns. In the sky, Luo Qi, Dane, and Luo Qi could not calm down for a long time. Yunya really did it. In this incredible way, without any charge, without any armor, sprinting with the upper body naked, surrounded by thunder and lightning, he delivered a perfect blow. Luo Qi's red lips were slightly open and couldn't close for a long time. If she was at the intermediate level, she would be able to do what Yunya just did. But if it really is her turn, facing different enemies, the way the thunder dragon responds will be different, and the trajectories of those violent lightning will also be different. This is a hunt that cannot be replicated, and only Yunya can do it. At this time, the layer of dragon blood cocoon on Yunyi's body began to melt and fall off. After a while, the muscle lines on his body became sharper. Not only that, golden green lightning was dancing in the body along with the dragon flame. This is unlocking the thunder element. Luo Qi cheered, his eyes full of pride. His own elemental ability was a destructive super high-temperature dragon flame, which had overwhelming destructive power. Now, Yunya has obtained fire and thunder. The first dragon knight, the first generation Tian Luo, also has two attributes. The thunder and flame dragon slaying technique he created can kill the most powerful evil dragon. In other words, Yunyi's upper limit is very high. After a long time, Yunya felt the mountain breeze blowing and realized that everything was over. He became a senior dragon knight. He looked at a rock in the distance, punched it, and the dragon flame with lightning blew it up in mid-air. A normal attack is far superior to a mid-level full-strength attack. Suddenly, the flying thunder dragon moved a few times. Yunya acted like a conditioned reflex and dodged to the side with the dawn sword in hand. The flying thunder dragon fell to the ground, dying. Its light bulb-like eyes were about to go out, and a low growl came from its mouth, begging for mercy and admitting defeat. Yunya went forward with a sword, ready to put an end to it. The teacher said that the reason why a dragon is that it cannot be tamed. The nature of an evil dragon is to destroy. It may not be a big deal for itself, but it is a huge disaster for mankind, so it is named an evil dragon. Your Majesty, you can take the evil dragon species as your followers. Lilith suddenly appeared. Yunyi's eyes lit up, but the problem was that his teacher and Dane, two god-level powerful men, were watching him, so he couldn't use his Demon King abilities under their noses. Suddenly, he thought of something. Holy Lord, can you help me? After sensing the mountain breeze blowing again, Yunya smiled knowingly, put away the Sword of Dawn, and came to the front of the flying thunder dragon. Press your hands on the wound to perform limited regeneration. Thanks to the fact that the wound he inflicted was only at the intermediate level, and there was no other elemental damage in the wound, the limited regeneration was able to play a role. At the same time, with the help of Holy Light, he threatened to kill himself and asked Flying Thunder Dragon to become his follower. Chapter 93. Fei Long agreed to become a follower without hesitation. After all, not agreeing means death. In an instant, the holy light in Yunyi's hand merged into the dragon's body, forming a wonderful connection with the flying thunder dragon. It's like having a remote control that can decide whether the flying dragon lives or dies, and whether to go left or right. Don't harm humans. Yunya issued the first order. The thunder dragon was different from the Death Knight. It had intelligence and could understand the meaning of words. Becoming a follower of the Demon King means giving up oneself, and the command can override the nature of the Thunder Dragon. In the sky, Dane and Luo Qi landed on the ridge one after another. When they saw Yunya treating the flying Thunder Dragon, they were surprised at first, and then relieved. Every young man has a dream of riding a dragon. However, this is destined to be impossible. The reason why the evil dragon is called an evil dragon is because there is no way to change its destructive nature. The two god-level powerhouses are ready to attack Yunya after the flying thunder dragon recovers from its injuries. Yunyi's trial has been successful, and the flying thunder dragon has no need for them to exist. Unexpectedly, after the flying thunder dragon recovered, it spread its wings and stretched its body, then rubbed Yunyi's body with its head. Yunya put his hands on his head and the flying thunder dragon shook excitedly. Impossible! Luo Qi's pipe was about to fall. The Dragon Knight has been dealing with evil dragons for many years and has never seen anything like this. There have also been dragon riders who used evil dragons as mounts, but they used 9 nether black iron nails to nail the dragon's body, enslaving it with pain and fear. Even so, the dragon will still resist. The behavior of Flying Thunder Dragon is not normal. Dane jumped down, and the Thunder Dragon looked fierce and alert. Don't send me off. Yunya quickly stopped him. Your sword is not enough for my sword. Dane ignored the Thunder Dragon's reaction, walked closer, and conducted a comprehensive inspection. Finally, he put his hand on the Thunder Dragon's head, muttered something, and checked its soul. What's going on? Luo Qi asked curiously. It's the Holy Light. It seems that Fei Long has thrown himself into the arms of the Holy Lord and become a holy cultivator, so he is close to Yunya. This is Dane's judgment. Yunya thought that this saved him the trouble of finding excuses. Luo Qi frowned. He had never heard that the Holy Lord had this business. He was worried, so he checked it himself and came to the same conclusion as Dane. The evil dragon had fallen into the arms of the Holy Lord. Yunya was completely relieved. The Holy Lord not only helped with cover-up, but also provided after-sales service. He couldn't wait to pat the Thunder Dragon's body. The flying Thunder Dragon leaned down and lowered its right wing so that he could climb onto the dragon's back. He squatted on the spine right in the middle of the wing and grabbed the dragon's neck with both hands. Rise! Yunye shouted, and the flying thunder dragon flapped its wings and took off from the ground. Yunye found that his line of sight was rising rapidly, and the teacher and the uncle were getting smaller and smaller in his field of vision. When you can touch the white clouds, you can see the entire Sierra Morena del Norte. Woohoo! Yunye shouted excitedly and soared in the sky riding on the flying thunder dragon. It was similar to the feeling a man has when he tests a car for the first time. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and experienced the extreme speed. The steep mountain became a curve, and the flying thunder dragon carried him through the curve. What Yunye didn't know was that the hunters in the mountains were trembling in fear, worried that the flying thunder dragon would spray out lightning cannons and cause damage. Did the new Tianluo trial fail? It's still too difficult. Before the trial, how could an intermediate-level fighter hunt down a flying thunder dragon? Isn't there only one chance to take the trial? Doesn't that mean the Tianluo inheritance is broken? Because of the flying thunder dragon's wings, the people below couldn't see Yun yet. To them, the fact that the thunder dragon was alive and well meant that the Dragon Knight trial had failed. In a short time, the news spread quickly from the mountains to the 7 countries. Yunye knew nothing about it. After having fun, he returned to the hunting ground, where his teacher and uncle were still waiting. The 2 people found it hard to accept that the flying thunder dragon was so well behaved and docile. After all, it was still an evil dragon. Disciple, let me ride this dragon. Luo Qi felt itchy in his heart. Who wouldn't want to ride a dragon and fly? However, the flying thunder dragon was only obedient to Yunye. When it sensed Luo Qi's intention, its sharp fangs were exposed. Even if Luo Qi could slap him to death with one slap, he would not surrender. Luo Qi was so angry that he took several puffs of his cigarette. Yunye spread his hands to show that he had no choice. At the same time, he noticed that the woman from before was still there, watching them from afar. Teacher, who is she? My daughter. Yunye was stunned. It turned out that the teacher with thick eyebrows and big eyes gave birth to such an exquisite beauty. Is it too late to call him father-in-law now? Luo Qi, let's go back and have a meal to celebrate together. Luo Qi called. I'm not going. I don't have time. Luo Qi said flatly. 10 minutes later, 4 people returned to the temple from the sky. Because they were worried that the thunder dragon would cause panic, and there was no corresponding food here. After Yunye returned riding the dragon, he ordered the flying thunder dragon to return to the North Morena Mountains so that he could call it at any time as long as he wanted. Luo Qi went to the kitchen to prepare a big meal, and Dane followed him. In the cafeteria, Luo Qi and Yunye stood opposite each other, and she kept staring at Yunye's face. Knowing that she was his teacher's daughter, Yunye responded with a kind smile. You have completed the trial and become a senior Dragon Knight. Do you know what this means? Yunye shook his head, wondering what she would say. The Tianluo army was once the first army in the empire, but because it had no Dragon Knights to lead it, it fell into decline. The wealth and status that Tianluo has inherited to this day have also attracted covetousness from all parties. The undercurrents of various forces originally planned to wait for your teacher to completely fall and divide up Tianluo's wealth. But now, you show up. As he spoke, Luo Qi stared at Yunye without blinking, wanting to know how he would react. Being an inheritor not only brings benefits but also responsibilities. Yunye nodded slightly without saying anything passionate. But in the boy's eyes, Luo Qi saw what he wanted. So she got up and left with satisfaction. Are you leaving now? Not eating. Yunye thought that the teacher was still busy in the kitchen. It's just right now. Luo Qi rode on a white horse with wings and led the Tianluo army away. In the kitchen, Luo Qi, who was cutting vegetables, looked out the window and squinted his eyes. After a few seconds, he continued to cut vegetables with his head down, and the tobacco in his pipe burned rapidly. The news of Xin Tianluo's failure in the trial quickly spread throughout the 7 countries. Some people don't believe it, saying that the young man who hunted the flying thunder dragon may not be the new Tian Luo. But some people claimed that they heard the dragon song, which only dragon riders can hear. Today, the flying thunder dragon is alive and well in the mountains, and some people say that the new Tian Luo has fallen. Really? I saw it with my own eyes. Xin Tian Luo's intestines were pulled out. He died a horrible death. Rumors like this spread through the mountains and spread to the 7 kingdoms. If this generation fails, then we will have to choose a new Tian Luo. This is an opportunity. Some visitors from other worlds are more flexible and want to become the new Dragon Knight. Chapter 94. Yunya was completely unaware of this news from the outside world. Once you reach the rank of Senior Dragon Knight, you don't need to conceal your identity, but you won't publicize it with a loudspeaker either. After Luo Qi left, Dane came over with a whetstone. Draw your sword. At Dane's signal, Yunya drew out the Sword of Dawn. The sword is dark in color, but its sharp edge cannot be concealed. Yunya used the magic sword as a shield, blocking 2 heavy attacks from the flying thunder dragon and finally piercing the dragon's scales. Without the Sword of Dawn, this dragon hunt would not have been successful. If it's not carefully maintained and goes through 2 more battles of that intensity, the sword will suffer irreversible damage, said Dane. Swords are very delicate, and the sharpness of a divine sword is acquired through cultivation. In Yunyi's understanding, the Dawn sword has durability, and 1/3 of it is consumed in the battle with the Thunder Dragon. Once the durability is used up, the Dawn Breaker will be downgraded. I took the whetstone, a small rectangular piece, much heavier than I expected, and I couldn't tell what material it was made of. Under the guidance of his uncle, Yunya carefully placed the Sword of Dawn flat and then sharpened it with a whetstone. However, when the whetstone touched the sword blade, there was magnetism between the two. No matter how hard he tried, the whetstone could not touch the sword. The sharpening of the divine sword must be nourished by the swordsman's sword energy, and the whetstone is just a medium. Dane said. Sword energy, a very general concept. Yunya tried hard to recall the feeling of practicing sword skills and used the whetstone as if it were a sword. This time, the whetstone fell on the blade. After just grinding it once, Yunyi's forehead was covered with sweat and his energy was almost drained. With your current level, you need to grind it 100 times. You don't have to finish it all at once. You can continue to use the sword. You have to control the speed yourself. Dane said. 100 times. The corner of Yunyi's mouth twitched. It was indeed a divine sword, but he couldn't afford to use it. At this time, Luo Qi appeared with a pot of meat and said to Dane, "What's the harm in helping to grind it once? Do you want to charge me for it?" This is what a swordsman must go through, learning to deal with the sword. Dane said. No swordsman would use the magic sword right from the start. You are asking him to use it once and then train for 100 times. Everything has a price. Seeing the uncle and the teacher arguing, Yunya said that he would grind it himself immediately. After the 3 of them sat down at the table, Yunya discovered that Annie was not there. He concentrated his attention and sensed that there was no trace of Annie in the hall. Go to town and meet the Holy Voice speaker, said Dane. The singer of the Holy Voice. Yunya remembered that Yanni said that he was a great saint emperor. The Holy Emperor is not a state of mind, but a level of priesthood. He is located in the great cathedral of the empire and manages all the cathedrals in the East continent. The Holy Voice Herald, the most prestigious great saint emperor in the world, it is rumored that he can convey the words of the Holy Lord. Yunya couldn't help but worry whether Annie would be taken to the empire for training. Others come from so far away just to learn here and avoid accidents along the way. Luo Qi saw through his thoughts at a glance. Teacher, when will I learn the moves? Yunya did not forget this. After becoming a senior dragon knight, he finally understood what his teacher said. Ordinary punches and kicks were not enough to fully exert his full strength. Generally, dragon knights will party for 3 days and 3 nights after passing the trial, Luo Qi said. It's not even an hour since the trial was successful, but he's already thinking about the next step. His ambition is too strong. Take your teacher for example. Dane continued. Yunye smiled bitterly, he had no idea about this. I remember that since I entered junior high school, my family didn't care no matter what achievements I made, and none of the medals awarded by the school were hung on the wall. Over time, he felt that this was normal, and he even had no expectations or sense of ritual for his birthday. For him, now that he had passed the trial, he should immediately learn the moves. Proper celebration helps to make better progress, said Dane. Since the uncles said so, Yunye had no objection. They waited until Xiao He came back from herding the sheep and then they rushed to the town. Winter fell, Hunters Guild. As the dragon hunting festival began, the originally deserted guild hall became lively. Hunters from various kingdoms gather here. Starting from the town of Winterfell, it is only 100 kilometers away from the North Morena Mountains, which is the best route. The town's economy was boosted and the shops were crowded with people. The descendants of our ancestors are indeed beautiful. Huang Peng walked out of the guild and saw the descendants of the town's ancestors. Each of them had a supermodel figure and was dressed coolly. It was a feast for the eyes. It was not until the descendants of the ancestors gave him an unhappy look that he smiled and scratched his head. Where is the restaurant that Yunye mentioned? He began to ask passers-by for the address. He didn't notice that there were several mysterious men in robes following him. When Huang Peng was passing through an alley, two mysterious men appeared at the entrance and blocked his way. Huang Peng was startled and turned around subconsciously. There were also three mysterious men at the entrance he came from. I advise you to take care of yourself. Huang Peng touched the hilt of the knife. He was now a mid-level berserker. After traveling through time and practicing in the dungeon for a while, he was no longer a rookie who could be bullied by others. 5 mysterious men took steps at the same time, and the one closest to them took off his hood. Huang Peng saw that both sides of his cheeks were covered with mysterious runes, extending to his neck. He recognized that it was a sign of protection from a higher-level demon spirit. What can I do for you, brothers? I don't have much money. Huang Peng spread out his hands and smiled innocently. You said in the real world that you knew the Dragon Knight. The mysterious man's Hyuxia was not very fluent and rather stiff. I think so. The last time he returned, Huang Peng said in the cafeteria that he and Xintian Luo were friends in order to show off. Tell me his information, or you will die, said the mysterious man. Brother, I was just joking and bragging. I'm not the only one who said that. Huang Peng said excitedly. It was obvious that the mysterious man would not be dismissed. They pulled out a green Shika crystal and said, do you know what this is? The lie detector stone, the liar will be whipped by the soul. Huang Peng, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he didn't have to be tortured because he really didn't know. The power has been adjusted to the maximum. If you lie, you will be brain dead. Without giving Huang Peng a chance to prepare, the mysterious man said in a deep voice, do you know the Dragon Knight? I don't know him. Huang Peng answered decisively, but the Shika crystal did not react at all. The 5 mysterious men looked disappointed. A mysterious man punched him directly in the kidney, and Huang Peng almost cursed in pain. Next time, don't brag. The man who threw the punch spoke even worse Hyuxia, and what he said was very hard to understand. Huang Peng took a quick glance and remembered the man's appearance, thinking, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't look down on the young and poor. He swore to return the punch. After the mysterious man left, Huang Peng stood up, touching his waist, and said in distress, please don't break it, I haven't even used it yet. Chapter 95. Not long after, Huang Peng found Yanni's restaurant and put the unpleasantness behind him. There are rooms available on the 2nd floor of the restaurant. Yunye reserved a room in advance. Huang Peng found out from the restaurant owner Meglia that he was the first one to arrive. Yunya is doing well here. Huang Peng exclaimed. Meglia was very enthusiastic when she learned that he was Yunyi's friend. In addition, the boss lady had her long hair tied into a ponytail and pinned on her right shoulder. Madam, your hairstyle is very dangerous. He made a joke, but unfortunately no one understood. If Yunya were here, he would definitely be able to pick up the conversation. Yunya lives in a temple in the suburbs. Meglia said. Huang Peng imagined a beautiful holy temple in his mind, where Yunya wore a saint's robe and prayed devoutly every day. It should be boring every day, unlike me who hunts everywhere. Huang Peng thought that he had nothing to do, so he planned to go to the suburbs. As a result, the door of the restaurant was pushed open, and a loud voice rang out, "Boss lady, bring out all the good wine today." The person who spoke was a tall and strong man. His burly figure almost filled the entire door frame, so he did not see Yunya behind him at first. The two classmates met in a different world for the first time. They were both dressed differently from modern times and had a strange feeling. Yunya noticed that the armor on Huang Peng was not a complete set. The arm armor, chest armor, waist armor, and boots seemed to be pieced together from here and there. After sitting down, Huang Peng talked excitedly as he recounted his experience. Those mysterious people tortured me and used honey traps on me, but I didn't give away the new Tianluo. You use the word supply again. Yunya put his hand on his forehead and noticed that the teacher's thick eyebrows were frowned. Do you know Xin Tianluo? Luo Qi asked. Yes. Huang Peng thought about what happened just now and answered with a guilty conscience. Luo Qi glanced at his apprentice, who shrugged. He immediately understood that this guy didn't know. Have you ever seen Lao Tianluo? He asked. From the introduction just now, Huang Peng knew that this uncle was Yunyi's teacher. He didn't think much about it and said, "Yes, I have. Let me tell you, old Tianluo told me that if he had met me earlier, he would have chosen me as the new Tianluo." Bro, you're getting more and more outrageous. Ha 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 ha. Luo Qi laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Even Dane, who seldom laughed, raised his wine glass to hide the faint smile on his face. Hey! Uncle, you are going too far. If you were not teacher Yun yet, I would beat you up, believe it or not. Huang Peng said angrily. Yunya couldn't bear to watch it anymore and said, Huang Peng, let me formally introduce you. This is my teacher, Luo Qi, the legendary hunter. What's with what? Huang Peng didn't react for a moment and blinked. Luo Qi smoked his pipe with his thick eyebrows raised. Gradually, Huang Peng was sure that Yunya was not joking, and the cup in his hand fell to the ground. He knew that Yunya was not the kind of person who would make such a joke. This reminded him of the last time Yunya patted his shoulder seriously and said that Dragon Knight and he were brothers. Aren't you a Saint Seiya? He began to stutter. There is no conflict. Huang Peng stood there in a daze, his eyes trembling slightly, and then he said seriously, Brother, failure is the mother of success, it doesn't matter, we were glorious once too. Now it was Yunyi's turn to be confused. It's said outside that you failed in the dragon hunt and lost your only chance for the trial, isn't it? No, Yunya just found out. Huang Peng looked at Luo Qi's expression again and remembered that the other party had just said he wanted to celebrate. Could it be that you succeeded? Yes. Woohoo! Huang Peng stood up suddenly and slammed the table excitedly. This is the reaction of a teenager. Learn from him. Luo Qi grinned. Yunya felt the strange looks from the guests next to him and quickly pulled Huang Peng back. He was not used to being the center of attention in public. My apprentice has completed the trial today, so your wine money will be on me. Huang Peng just pulled him back, and Luo Qi spoke loudly. Suddenly, excited shouts were heard in the restaurant. Alcohol is the best aphrodisiac. The other guests in the restaurant don't know what test Yunya has passed, but as long as they have wine to drink, it's enough. Some guests even took out musical instruments and played cheerful music on the spot. The atmosphere gradually got out of control. As they drank glass after glass of wine, Huang Peng jumped onto the table and danced on it with a hot descendant of the ancestor. Yunya was not so restrained. He watched everything with a smile, looking towards the door from time to time, waiting for Yanni to come back. I'm going to be out for a minute. Dane put down his glass and stood up. Yunya felt murderous intent from the uncle. This reminded him that those mysterious people Huang Peng mentioned were coming for him. The uncle didn't say a word just now, but he kept it in mind. Last time, Dane and Luo Qi teamed up to take down an intelligence organization in the Chenyu Kingdom that was tracking down information about Xintian Luo. Unexpectedly, in the original wilderness, there are still people spying on the news. They may think that Chenyu Kingdom is the territory where Tian Luo is located. Uncle, I want to do it myself. Yunya said. Yes, but only after I have complete intelligence. In the city hall, Annie is listening to the teachings of the Holy Voice Herald. Our Holy Lord is very powerful and very benevolent. He can stir up a tsunami, send down a thunderbolt, and even destroy crops. However, the Holy Lord disdains to do this to intimidate the world. On the contrary, the Holy Lord treats the common people with a tolerant attitude. To be frank, he just lets the world do whatever it wants. The one who preached the holy sound was a kind-looking old man with white hair and beard, and he was wearing a spotless white robe. The words were also friendly and made Annie laugh in the end. It was also because of the Holy Lord's unwillingness to fight that the God thieves emerged, namely the religious state of God. They wanted to cover up the Holy Lord's status and authority. We who believe in the Holy Lord should have taken up arms to fight, but unfortunately because of some of the Holy Church's past actions, all countries do not allow the Holy Church to have its own armed forces. The Holy Voice speaker said this with a look of regret and helplessness, then changed the subject and said, however, the Holy Lord will not do nothing. Your becoming a holy maiden is the best proof. In addition, the Holy Lord has passed down the Holy Voice for the first time in a long time. Really? What did the Holy Lord say? Annie's eyes lit up. Although all holy practitioners were warned not to personify the Holy Lord, humans all hoped to communicate with gods in their hearts. Actually, there was nothing important to say. The Holy Lord just asked me if I had eaten and about my mother's condition. The Holy Voice Herald smiled brightly, what a kind and merciful Holy Lord. Of course, he didn't say one thing, the specific content of the sacred sound, do you have a mother? However, the Holy Voice Heralds understood that the Holy Lord was not aware of the use of human language. If Yunya heard this, he would definitely be shocked. The holy voice that the Holy Voice Heralder heard was the words he said when he performed the first blessing ceremony. Actually, I was quite surprised to become a saint. The Holy Lord is actually closer to Yunya. Yanni said. That's impossible. The Holy Voice Herald chuckled. Yes, I was able to complete the holy cultivation thanks to Yunyi's help. Ha ha ha, it's just a coincidence. If you don't believe it, forget it. Although the Holy Voice Herald had no ill intentions, Annie was somewhat angry that he did not believe her words. Believe it, I believe it, isn't that enough? Next time I have a chance, I will go meet Yunya. Chapter 96. The celebration in the restaurant lasted until the evening. Huang Peng was drunk and lying on the table with a radiant smile on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Yunya had to help him to the room. Huang Peng, who was lying on the bed, suddenly started talking in his sleep, "You have a husband." Yunya didn't know what he dreamed about, but why did this guy smile even more excitedly? Then he went to the first floor and helped the proprietress Meglaya clean up. "You are our priest. How can we let you do these things?" Meglaya said with a smile. "I am also Yanni's friend." Yunya insisted. Yunye is such a good boy. Meg Lion narrowed her eyes into crescent shapes, walked up to him, bent down and praised him. Because of the clothing style of the descendants of the ancestors, Yunye didn't know where to look. At this time, Yanni pushed the door open and hurried to him. Yunye, I didn't know you would come back at this time and missed you. Yanni's little face was full of anxiety. It's okay. Yunye said with a smile. No one can predict when the dragon hunt will end. Yanni had been studying with the holy voice chanter and praying silently for Yunye until she found out that Yunye was celebrating on her way home. Is this the person who is closer to the Holy Lord than the Holy Maiden? At this time, a strong and deep voice came from the door. If a young person said this, it would easily be seen as a provocation. However, since the person who said this was a kind old man, it seemed more like he was joking with a younger generation. He has white hair and beard, and wears a holy robe. Although there are wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, his face is ruddy. Yunye, this is Grandpa Shenji, the Holy Emperor of the Great Cathedral, the preacher of holy sounds. Yanni introduced enthusiastically. Yunye already knew that a great saint emperor had come to the town, and he was quite curious. His first impression was that the name Shenji was quite cool. Mr. Ganyu, long time no see. At this time, Luo Qiai, who was lying on the table, raised his head and raised his glass to signal. Lord Tian Luo. The holy voice speaker was startled at first, then bowed respectfully and said, Ganyu is my past name. Please call me Shenji. Okay, Mr. Ganyu. Luo Qiai drank the wine in the glass. The one who preached the holy sound was speechless. Yunye sighed. As expected, all the domineering names were given by himself later. The name Ganyu is really delicate and doesn't suit the great saint emperor. This is Xintian Luo, right? Sheng Yi looked at him seriously. Clearly, this holy voice herald knows a lot. Please accept my blessing. Then, Shenji cast a blessing spell on him. Compared to the blessing spell is more like an active skill that can sweep away bad luck and achieve the effect of avoiding misfortune and seeking good fortune. In addition, the holy voice herald does not need pre-rocking, it can be done just by speaking. Bless you. Yunye now knows some basic etiquette. When one party has a priest blessing him, the other party must also perform the blessing spell. If the person is not blessed with the skill of blessing, he can just express his sincere thanks. Ha ha ha, funny little guy. Shenji couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the etiquette, but he was the one who preached the holy sound. A figure of the great saint emperor's level, how could a mere intermediate saint bless him? The next second, his laughter quickly got stuck in his throat, and a warm current rushed through his body, making him extremely comfortable and happy. However, Shenji's face was full of shock. The Holy Lord specially blessed himself because of a mid-level saint. Are you giving him face like this? He remembered what Yanni said, that Yunye's affinity was even greater than that of the saint. Excuse me. Sheng Yi couldn't wait to walk up to him, raised his right hand, and a ball of warm light in his palm scanned Yunye's whole body. During the process, his expression gradually lost control. After it was over, he stood there, pondering, secretly observing Luo Qiai out of the corner of his eye. Sheng Yi turned his back to Luo Qiai, put a hand on Yunye's shoulder, and whispered, Little brother, are you interested in completely devoting yourself to the Holy Lord and forming a divine army? As soon as he finished speaking, Shenji felt a hand on his shoulder. Luo Qiai appeared beside him like a ghost and said, Old man, you are not kind. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Shenji stepped back awkwardly, straightened his posture, and regained the calmness and composure he had when he entered the room. I understand. The presence of a saint and a saint in the same temple is not a coincidence. The Lord wants Yunye to lead the Legion of God to protect the saint. After saying this, he noticed Luo Qiai's unfriendly look and immediately said, Saints and Dragon Knights do not conflict with each other. That's right. Luo Qiai continued drinking. Immediately afterwards, Shenji took Yunye aside and introduced the so-called Legion of God. However, Yunye was more interested in Shenjian. Sheng Yi can hear the whispers of the Holy Lord, which means he is the one chosen by God. The problem is that the Holy Lord is an impersonal God and probably can't speak. If possible, Yunye wanted to master the way to communicate with the Holy Lord. When I was a child, the holy voice was like the caring whispers of my parents, but it was not in any language known to man, more like a guidance that I had to interpret on my own. I once interpreted it wrongly and did the exact opposite, which resulted in me being unable to hear the holy sound for a long time. But after you, the alien visitors, appeared, the holy sound reappeared, and in the form of human language. Shenji was not stingy and introduced Shenjian. How can I hear the holy voice? Haha, you can't force it. You can pray to the Holy Lord in your heart. Obviously, this was not the first time Shenji had heard someone ask this question, so he spoke openly about what happened. Pray? This doesn't seem difficult. The Holy Lord always takes good care of himself, but he never speaks once. Makabaka. He tried to communicate with the Lord and prayed very seriously. Unexpectedly, the holy sound transmitter next to him reacted very strongly, opening his arms with a look of joy on his face. The Holy Lord has sent down his holy voice again. Sheng Yi said excitedly, so, this cannot be forced. After the previous blessing, the old man felt a little proud that the Holy Lord still liked him more. What did the Holy Lord say? Annie asked curiously. I don't know the meaning yet, but I believe I can interpret it. Hey, just tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Yanni started to act coquettishly. Shenji smiled indulgently and said, then I will tell you, Makabaka. What a wonderful syllable, it must contain supreme information. Yunye, who was still angry that the Holy Lord didn't talk to him, stood there in a daze. The Holy Lord is actually me. Wrong. Yunye shook his head. When he used the skills of a priest, that ability was bestowed by the heavens and earth, and did not come from himself. The Holy Lord wants to be personified and use me as a template. Yunye thought of a reliable possibility. Just like a parrot learning to speak, the Holy Lord is just repeating what he says. Then, the Holy Lord couldn't wait to show it off to those who could hear the holy sound. Yunye suddenly had an idea. Couldn't he make up the content of the holy sound and then have the holy sound speaker complete it? Chapter 97. This idea is a bit bold, and it is equivalent to falsely conveying the imperial decree. If it goes too far, the Holy Lord will be angry. However, Yunye still inquired about the strength of the great cathedral, just in case it might be needed in the future. Shenji was reluctant to talk about the shameful history of the temple until Luo Qiai made him drink several glasses of wine. This holy sound transmitter disregarded his image and spoke of the past indignantly. During the heyday of the Holy Temple, it had a great influence on the 3 empires and 7 kingdoms. However, some fanatical clergymen began to be dissatisfied with the fact that the royal power was superior to the divine power, and they wanted to elect a holy emperor to unify the eastern continent. At that time, I was also driven by this enthusiasm, and the last bit of rationality made me pray and listen to the holy sound. The holy sound heard sounded like a bell and also like a drum, and a discussion broke out in the cathedral as to whether it was the warning bell of the Holy Lord or the beating of a drum of encouragement. Because of our greed, we tend to think of it as the beating of drums, launching a mighty expedition. Speaking of this, Shenji was very upset. Yunye thought about it and it sounded like the decline of the temple was something that was deserved. At that time, the elite forces of the northern Xian Empire were out, and the Grand Cathedral in their imperial capital took action, captured the Empress, and paraded her naked through the streets, forcing her to confess her sins. To this day, saint practitioners are not welcome in the Baixuan Empire. After that, the Church of God rose rapidly, and all countries were happy to see the fight between the Church and the Holy Temple. The intelligence organization of the Empire once investigated and found that there were 6 fanatics in the cathedral, and all of them disappeared mysteriously in the end. Luo Qi smiled mysteriously, his eyes full of hints. Yunye sensed something strange. There were 6 fanatics, and the kingdom of God had exactly 6 codes. Yani is the chosen saint, representing another round of competition. Are you ready? Luo Qi told him this so that he could prepare in advance. After being reminded of this, Yunye realized that he would be irreconcilable with the Church of God. In the second half of the night, Dane, who had gone out to gather information, came back with a serious look on his face. Yunye was shocked. What could have caused the uncle to react like this? Could it be that the enemy targeting him was from the Empire? Yunye, it's so hard for me to hold back from killing them. Who would have thought that Dane would say something like this, and it really sounded like he was having a hard time holding back. It turned out that he could deal with those demon guardians with just one sword, but he had to keep them for Yunye to practice with, lurking in the dark and eavesdropping on the conversations of those guys. As a result, those people muttered in Korean, saying Smita and Ziba one after another, which confused the sword god. Regardless, Dane managed to find out where these people came from. Did you kill a man named Jinbin in the bloody forest? His family has some power in your world. Yunye was stunned. That was all about the bronze exam. Jinbin, the son of a 4-star chaebol, coveted his dawn sword, which caused a conflict and led to his death by the sword. However, even the deceased himself did not know that he was a dragon knight at that time, so how did these guys know? Your teacher and I protected your information, but it was pushed out by others. The 4-star chaebol looked up the information of the bronze hunters assigned to the 4th region at that time and screened and checked them one by one. Only Yunye's information could not be found. Therefore, the 4-star chase checked the bronze hunters in other areas and determined that the dragon knight came from the 4th area and connected them together. Why do they dare to come here? Yunye didn't understand when he heard that his opponent was a time traveler. If he hadn't taken action himself, those guys would have been killed by the uncle's sword. They only thought that Chinayu Kingdom was a restricted area. They didn't expect us to be here. Even if they found out your identity, they wouldn't take action immediately. They would wait until you return before taking action. Yunye thought so too, this made sense. What are you going to do with them? Dane asked. Lead them outside the town and do it. Yunye has not yet mastered the power of the superior dragon knight, and it is easy to destroy buildings if he takes action in the town. However, we need to think about how to lure them out, as those guys may not have the courage to take action. The next day, early morning. In another inn in Winterfell, 5 demon guardians who were trying to find out about Tianluo came to the restaurant to eat and discuss their next plan. Looking for a needle in a haystack like this is totally inefficient. If it attracts attention, it will be ruthlessly purged like those intelligence organizations in the Chinayu Kingdom. No, we are in the original wilderness, and old Tianluo may not be here. What should we do next? Go into the mountains. Well, since the dragon rider has started hunting dragons, he must be in the mountains. Maybe there will be clues. All 5 of them are protected by superior demon spirits, and they gain the power of superior hunters at the cost of their lives. Without lofty ambitions or dreams of reaching the top, they obey the orders of the chaebols and carry out investigative missions in exchange for huge wealth in the real world. At this time, the 5 people saw a familiar face appear in the restaurant and walk towards them. They were the high school students whom they had surrounded in the alley yesterday. The 5 of them had murderous intent in their eyes and were alert to their surroundings. Their first reaction was how the other party knew they were here, and their second reaction was what this high school student was planning to do. Someone asked me to ask you a question. Do you want to know the identity of the Dragon Knight? Huang Peng said. Are you trying to play a trick on us? The closer demon guardian said coldly. Huang Peng recognized that it was this guy who punched him in the waist. He had the shortest hair among these people. He suppressed his temper and said indifferently, I was just following orders. The 5 demon guardians looked at each other. Some knew that they were tracking down Xin Tianluo's whereabouts, and also knew that they had looked for Huang Peng yesterday. This person wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife. With such courage, he is likely to know Tianluo's identity. We know your home address in the real world, your parents' names, and your workplace. If you dare to play tricks on us, the price will be severe. The short-haired man said coldly. It's so scary. Let's just forget it. Huang Peng shrugged and turned to leave. A demon guardian stood up to stop him and said, Don't act on impulse. We want to know the whereabouts of Xin Tianluo. Even if I am used by others, as long as I can complete the task, it's fine. 1,000 gold coins. Huang Peng said. We can only get close to 400 of them right now. Can we give them to you when this is over? Yay hooky. The 5 demon guardians put together a purse full of gold coins. When the time comes, follow me out of town and I will show you who the new Tianluo is. Huang Peng said. New Tianluo is in town. The demon guardian narrowed his eyes, thinking that students are students, and they inadvertently revealed such important information. After Huang Peng left with the money bag, the 5 people thought about a question. Why don't we just take action and get rid of Xin Tianluo? They are ruthless characters who live on the edge of a knife and are not afraid of revenge. I heard that he failed the trial, so his strength should be at the intermediate level. With the 5 of us together, the chances of success are very high. Huang Peng walked out of the hotel and saw Yun Ye not far from the door. He handed over the purse. Take it and buy a complete set of armor. Yun Ye said. This is a huge sum of money. Huang Peng shook his head repeatedly and said, We are brothers. This is too much. I am very happy about your achievements, but I, Huang Peng, don't want to beg for anything. Take it. In the future, I will need someone I can trust and who has strong abilities. Yun Ye insisted. Huang Peng thought what he said made sense and took the purse without hesitation. You are really good at judging people. Chapter 98. Yun Ye and Huang Peng went to the town together to buy a set of intermediate armor. Unlike a knight's full-body armor, the battle armor protects vital parts of the body, and the components can be removed, so the waist and leg armor can be taken off when traveling. When are we going to take action? I'm going to give that guy with a buzz cut a good punch. Huang Peng asked. Let's wait for others to arrive and set off together. Yun Ye said. A few minions, not worth his special trip, he could just deal with them as it happened. Then everyone else would know that you are a dragon knight. Huang Peng said. The 2 people were talking about the time travelers from Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School. They had agreed to go into the mountains to complete the exams for the Imperial College and meet at Annie's restaurant. It doesn't matter. Yun Ye just wanted to attract more firepower. Near noon, the brother and sister Shen Li and Shen Xin pushed open the door of Yanni's house and came in. Huang Peng couldn't wait to stand up and show off his newly bought armor. So cool! It's the dwarf's latest model of crazy armor. Huang Peng, you are living well in the other world. Shen Li was born into a merchant family and was very thoughtful, so he praised immediately. Before this departure, his father said that the core of this team was not Yu Jie, but Yun Ye. This Saint Ce's influence in the real world is comparable to that of Princess Yu Jie. Huang Peng and Yun Ye are childhood friends and best buddies, so they will start by building a good relationship with him. Classmate Yun Ye, I didn't expect you to look so good in clothes from another world. Shen Xin, who has a petite figure, said in a soft voice. It's suitable, right? I picked it for Yun Ye. Before Yun Ye could speak, Yanni came down from the 2nd floor and said with a smile, Hello, my name is Yanni, and I'm Yun Ye's partner. Hello. Shen Xin was startled, and looked at Yanni carefully, with her gem-like heterochromatic pupils and thick hair. These 2 points alone were far better than hers, especially when she saw Annie's chest. She lowered her head and saw the instep of her feet directly, and she let out a long sigh. Yunya touched his nose. He felt that Yanni was a little different from usual. At this time, a voice came from outside the restaurant, "Your Highness, are your friends staying here? This is not a place for people of our status to stay." At the table next to them, Shenji and Luo Qiai, who were sobering up, raised their heads and looked at each other. Outside, a large royal team gathered at the door, led by Princess Yujie. In the real world, her hairstyle was very monotonous, with thick bangs covering her face. In another world, her hair was all tied up, and her delicate oval face looked somewhat noble. Behind her followed a team of knights, with Dunmu Yunhai riding on a white horse, fully armed with weapons. The person who spoke just now was the young man standing with Yujie. He was wearing a luxurious warrior robe, a belt made of dragon skin and threaded with gold thread, and the scabbard of his sword was inlaid with gems. It's a pity that she has an ordinary appearance and lacks the temperament to support herself. Coupled with his arrogant and domineering words and deeds on weekdays, in Dunmu Yunhai's words, he looks like a real villain. However, he is the Duke's son, so Dunmu Yunhai didn't dare to reveal his feelings. Apart from the Duke's son, the most important person in the team is Lu Feng, who is wearing a black robe. Sword King, the number 1 swordsman in Chinayu Kingdom. The team pushed the door open and went in. Yin Tian, the Duke's son, took out a silk scarf and covered his mouth and nose with it. He frowned and said, "What's that smell? I really don't want to stay here for even a moment." Yunya and others in the restaurant were confused. Where did this idiot come from? If you don't want to stay, get out. Huang Peng cursed angrily. After he finished cursing, he realized that this was a different world with strict hierarchy. This guy looked like a nobleman, and cursing a noble could result in death. Another visitor from another world who doesn't know the difference between respect and inferiority. Yin Tian said coldly. Immediately, 2 soldiers rushed up from behind him, wanting to teach Huang Peng a lesson. "Don't fight here." Yanni stood up immediately. Restaurant owners are afraid of fights. Mixed blood. Yin Tian's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand to call his soldier, "What's your name? Follow me from now on, and I promise you will have a good life." All of a sudden, the holy voice preacher sobered up and walked over here. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. He had traveled all over the place and met all kinds of important figures. This old man looks somewhat familiar. "Get out!" Yunya said in a deep voice, not polite at all. "So it's a lover. It's okay. I don't mind." Yin Tian sneered, "Kneel down or I'll break your legs." By now, Luo Qiai was sober. Lu Feng recognized Yunya, whom he had seen in the guild last time. Then he found that Luo Qiai was also there, and he lost his composure. As a noble, you must have the necessary qualities so that you can win people's hearts. Dane couldn't stand Yin Tian's behavior. "How dare you, a country bumpkin, teach me a lesson?" Yin Tian was really angry and scolded, "Don't you know that you should kneel down when you see a noble?" "Sword, sword." Lu Feng recognized Dane at a glance. This contemporary sword god began to speak incoherently. "Young man, don't be too angry." Shenji was kind-hearted and said, "If you leave this door now, nothing will happen to you. Here comes another old guy, let's do it." However, Yin Tian lost his patience, and his soldiers heard the order and drew their swords. Lu Feng's pupils constricted, and he immediately sensed 3 suffocating auras. "Stop!" Lu Feng called the soldier to a halt, rushed over and slapped Yin Tian in the face with such force that several of his teeth were knocked out. Yin Tian's mouth was full of blood and his head was buzzing. "You? Hit me?" Rather than feeling pain, Yin Tian was more confused. What was going on? "Aren't you the number 1 swordsman in the royal family? If I don't beat you, you will die here." Lu Feng just hopes that the son of the Duke will not offend anyone again. You wait. Yin Tian ran out of the restaurant. If the Sword King didn't support him, it would be dangerous for him to stay inside. Lord Sword King, the Duke will be unhappy. Yin Tian's two soldiers gripped the hilts of their swords tightly to show this. Then are you going to draw your swords against me? Lu Feng glanced over and scared the soldiers so much that they dared not to attack. Yin Tian came outside, took out the Shika crystal used for communication, and complained to his father. In the restaurant, Huang Peng and others looked at each other in bewilderment. Everything happened so suddenly that they couldn't react. What kind of play is this? They looked at Lu Feng, not understanding why the royal family's #1 swordsman would attack his own people. The Shika crystal that Lu Feng used for emergency communication reacted at this time. He went to the corner and took out the crystal. Sir Sword King, did you just hit my son? An emotionless voice came from the crystal. Yes. Can I ask why? Lu Feng's heart tightened. Don't listen to the polite words. In fact, the Duke was really angry. However, he was very calm and whispered, because Yin Tian is provoking the holy voice chanter, the Dawn Sword God, and that big shot at the same time. Oh! At this point, the Duke was silent for a long time before he said, wait a minute, and then give him a slap. Outside the restaurant, Yin Tian received a reply from his father, asking him to return to the restaurant and that everything had been settled. Although his father's tone sounded a little strange, he didn't think much about it. He kicked the door open and was about to say something harsh when Lu Feng slapped him in the face and made him faint. In the end, Yin Tian was carried back by his own soldiers. Wonderful, wonderful! Huang Peng couldn't help but clap his hands. Even though he didn't understand what was going on, he was deeply shocked. Chapter 99. In the North Morena Mountains, near the mountain pass of the Tianlong Empire, there is also a mighty imperial army marching. In the front, there are two young faces. If Yun Ye were here, he would recognize them as Bai Wuchen, the inheritor of Wang Xiang, and Shen Gaiyu, the inheritor of Kang Ziai. The failure of the Tianluo inheritor in hunting dragons is rare in the history of dragon riders. Bai Wuchen said coldly. Kamaya Tsuki next to him was a little absent-minded, holding a booklet in his hand. The 7th item read, when friends encounter setbacks, give them encouragement and comfort. Bai Wuchen noticed this detail out of the corner of his eye and curled his lips. If you fail the Xin Tianluo trial, how can you be qualified to be the inheritor's friend? This Kamaya Tsuki came to him on his own initiative after he revealed his identity. After learning that 1/3 of the Shika crystals in the East continent came from this young lady's family, Bai Wuchen readily accepted this friendship. However, because of the first-come first-served principle, Shen Guyu cares more about Tianluo. If he had known this would happen, he would not have added fuel to the fire and announced the new Tianluo to the public. This time I went into the mountains to arrange the academy exam for the empire. It just so happens that the Flying Thunder Dragon is still causing trouble, so I will hunt it down. Bai Wuchen felt that he needed to show off. Doing things that Xin Tianluo couldn't do naturally made him surpass him. Bai Wuchen ordered his followers, prepare a hunting plan for me. A person of his status would have a think tank around him to give him advice, including hunting operations. Are you going to act alone? Kamaya Tsuki put away the booklet and then noticed his actions. Certainly. Bai Wuchen's idea was very simple. Since the intermediate dragon knight dared to hunt dragons, even if he failed, there was still a chance of success. As a superior heavenly punisher, don't I have a greater chance of success? Yes, kill the evil dragon and vent our anger for our friend. Kamaya Tsuki said. Although this was not Bai Wuchen's hunting purpose, he was happy to see Shen Guyu having expectations. The show is about to begin. In the small town of Lindong, outside Annie's restaurant, Duan Muyunhai looked at Yin Tian who was carried back, his face full of confusion. Captain, what's going on? He found the captain and asked curiously. The team of Chinayu Kingdom is divided into 3 parts, the knights who fight monsters, and the royal guards led by Sword King Lu Feng. And the soldiers who followed Yin Tian, the duke's son. Now that Yin Tian was being carried back, their knights could not just sit there and do nothing. The leader of the knights was also confused. Let's wait and see what happens. In the restaurant, Lu Feng came to Luo Qi's table and whispered, the duke said that he would abolish Yin Tian's qualification as the heir. Please don't blame me. Why are you telling me? Luo Qi said, what does this have to do with me? Lu Feng came to Dane again and repeated it respectfully. It's none of my business. Dane didn't care at all. Lu Feng couldn't help cursing Yin Tian in his heart for making him clean up his mess. He came to Sheng Yi, who said first, okay, it's just a small matter. Don't take it so seriously. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. With the words of the holy voice speaker, the matter finally came to an end. Then let's go. All the time travelers from Star City No. 1 Middle School have arrived, and there are still 7 days before they return, which is just the right time to complete the Imperial examination. Yunye thought that he still hadn't learned the advanced Dragon Knight's moves. Let's go, let's teach on the spot. Unexpectedly, Luo Qi went with him. Yanni, do you want to go to the mountains together? Shenji asked. Yanni jumped up excitedly. She could go to the Norte Morena Mountains with Yunye and complete her holy cultivation. It was something she had been dreaming of. Luo Qi looked at Dane beside him and said, go and call Xiao He as well. Yunye thought that all the staff were mobilized. A group of people walked out of the restaurant and met the knights outside. Duanmu Yunhai looked at the people with Yunye, from an 80-year-old grandfather to a young girl. He pulled his classmate and said, Shen Li, who are these people and what's going on? Among the people Yunye knows, there is a big shot that Sword King Lu Feng is afraid of. Shen Li was in there just now and witnessed the whole process. Who is that big shot? Duanmu Yunhai's eyes lit up. It might be that old man. Shen Li had thought about this problem. Shenji was wearing a long white robe, which was not the style of ordinary people. He might be a big shot in the temple. Don't forget that Yunye is a Saint Xia. His status is much higher than we imagined. Shen Li said. Duanmu Yunhai nodded. Fortunately, he no longer regarded Yunye as a love rival. Over there, the leader of the knights said with a smile, Sir Sword King, you are very angry today. The king loves the princess and allowed us to bring the alien visitors with us. We set off with our team, but we didn't expect you to beat up the duke's son. Now you are bringing so many people with you. There are not enough horses. The second slap was given by my lord duke. Lu Feng said. The team leader was startled. Looking at Yunye and his group who were talking and laughing, he asked seriously, is there an important person in there? After Lu Feng nodded, the team leader looked serious and asked again, which one? Both. Lu Feng smiled bitterly in his heart. Prepare horses for our friends. The captain was very decisive. He selected a dozen of the tallest horses from the Knights Templar and gave them to Yunye and others. These horses are worth hundreds of gold coins, not including equipment such as saddles. Yunye, I can't ride a horse. When it was time to get on the horse, Annie shyly pulled Yunye's sleeve. The little girl was thinking of the scene in the story picture book where the hero and heroine rode a horse together. I don't know either. Yunye was also a little embarrassed as he had never learned these. How about calling the Thunder Dragon over? Fortunately, these are carefully selected war horses, and anyone can ride them after professional training. So, Yanni and Yunye rode on the horse one after the other. Yanni's face was blushing, but a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. She secretly observed Yujia and Shen Xian out of the corner of her eye. Shen Xian has admitted defeat and given up his unrealistic fantasies. Yujia lowered her head and said nothing. She also did not say anything when Yin Tian was shouting just now. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. The king did indeed dote on her and gave her treatment that other time travelers did not receive. Accordingly, like other princesses, she became a political bargaining chip. The fact that the duke's son came along this time was already a hint from the royal family. Fortunately, Yin Tian was now disabled, and she was quite grateful to Yanni. At the same time, 5 demon spirit guardians followed the team. Such a team, mixed with several time travelers and half-bloods from the original wilderness, told them intuition that the Dragon Knight was most likely among them. The problem is that the 5 of them alone cannot deal with the royal team. The strongest fighter they could recognize was Sword King Lu Feng, who could kill them with just one sword. Follow them and act accordingly. If all else fails, we'll first confirm their identities and bring them back to the real world. That will be considered mission accomplished. Chapter 100. In the wilderness, because the evil dragons in the mountains were running rampant, many monsters and beasts were forced into human territory. Villages and towns in remote areas were the hardest hit, and villagers who had not received any training were unable to resist even the lowest level monsters. Not long after Yunyi's team set off, the Knights of Chinayu Kingdom went to provide assistance to various villages and towns. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, there were only a dozen people left in the team. While the team was camping and resting, Yunya followed his teacher to a deserted place to learn the Dragon Knight's moves. Every Dragon Knight has a different technique. After completing the trial, the elemental energy obtained is also different. However, the core will never change. It is called the 13 Styles of Tian Luo. After saying this, Luo Qiai demonstrated it himself. A powerful punch was thrown out, and the powerful dragon flame exploded along the arm and gathered at one point. Yunyi's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt that the teacher's punch could crush a mountain. It came from the teacher's powerful dragon flame. Compared to the huge body of a dragon, it is not easy for humans to transform their energy into a means of attack. Yunya nodded and stepped into the advanced Dragon Knight. If the dragon flame in his body condensed into a human form, he would be a 10-meter tall giant. Ordinary attacks can only exert 10% of their power, although this 10% is already far more than that of a mid-level Dragon Knight. Tian Luo 13 styles can change this, and the secret still lies in the breathing. With the special rhythm of the dragon's breathing, the dragon flame in the body burns fiercely. As your realm improves, the dragon flame will continue to grow stronger, and the requirements for the moves will become higher. The minimum requirement for each realm and each move is to unleash 60% of the dragon flame. Is there still 40% waste? Yunya felt that it was not very reasonable. Don't forget the divine dragon armor. It will unleash the power of 40% of the dragon flame. Yunya was thoughtful and asked curiously, "Teacher, if I can exert the full power of dragon flame without wearing armor, can it increase the power of the heyday?" "It's impossible. Everyone has their limits." Luo Qiai changed his words, glanced at Yunya, and took back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His apprentice was too evil, so it would be better not to say it was impossible now to avoid embarrassment. It will reach the realm of legend. Seeing the desire in Yunyi's eyes, Luo Qiai said, "Don't ask what the legendary realm is. Do it first, so as not to affect your state of mind." "Teacher, what is the name of the first form?" "Tian Luo Tianyi." "What about the second move?" Yunya had a bad feeling. "Tian Luo Tianer." Yunya lamented that the naming ability of the first generation of Dragon Knights needed to be improved. Afterwards, Yunya concentrated all his energy on the dragon's breath, ignited the dragon flame in his body, remembered the key points his teacher had said, and then punched with all his strength. Orange flames immediately appeared at the tip of the fist, dragon flames covered the entire arm, and a punch was about to be thrown out. However, Yunya suddenly stopped punching. The teacher's dragon flame just now rotated clockwise along the arm until it exploded at the moment of punching. His punch was out of control, and his entire arm was ablaze with dragon flames. It looked powerful, but in fact it lacked lethality. After a slight adjustment, he punched again, slowing down his breathing while speeding up his punches. The dragon flame started from the shoulder and formed a coherent point at the tip of the fist, bursting out perfectly. With this punch, 60% of the dragon flame in the body was ignited. Luo Qiai kept shaking his head beside him. He finally found an opportunity to give some advice, but Yunye corrected it himself. That's not all. After Yunye completed the punch, he began to meditate on the spot. Luo Qiai smacked his lips and exhaled puffs of smoke. Half a minute later, Yunye punched again, and the dragon flame was accompanied by a strong thunder element, which transformed the flame into flame. The difference between flame and fire is that flame has explosive destructive power. With this punch, Yunye burned 70% of his dragon flame. After it was over, he continued to hold up his chin and think. Ahem. Luo Qiai made a sound deliberately. He was a grown-up man standing here. If there was anything he didn't understand, he could just ask. Immediately afterwards, Yunye stopped punching and instead opened his hands and leaned his upper body back. The dragon's breath reached its critical point, and both hands suddenly clapped. A dragon-shaped burst of lightning and fire energy gushed out, destroying the granite more than 10 meters away. The explosion could be heard within a radius of hundreds of miles. Hey? How did you do that? As soon as Luo Qiai said this, he felt something was wrong. Long he can change the form of dragon flame, and I use thunder flame to imitate a magician to attack. Yunye expressed his thoughts. And then, it was done successfully. Luo Qiai thought, is it that simple? This is not over yet. Yunye used the speed of the king's sword to cooperate with Tianyi. With 90% of the speed force, based on Tianyi's strength, only 40% can be exerted. However, this 40% is multiplied by Yunyi's current 70% of dragon flame. If 10% of the speed force is multiplied by 10% of the dragon flame, wouldn't that make it invincible? Thinking of this, Yunye wished he could devote himself to practicing right now. Why do I feel like it's a bit redundant to stand here? Luo Qiai couldn't help but think. After Yunye had his fun, he wanted to know how he would perform in actual combat, so the 5 demon guardians were a good opportunity for him to practice. However, along the way, because the team's formation was too intimidating, those guys didn't seem to intend to take action. We have to think of a way. Not far from the team, 5 demon guardians decided to give up the action. They already knew who the dragon rider was, remembered his facial features, and planned to wait until they returned to the real world. Suddenly, the 5 people looked in the same direction as if they were facing a great enemy. There, a man covered in a black robe walked slowly towards them. This man cannot be defeated. The mountain-like spiritual pressure made the 5 demon spirit guardians realize this. I let you know the identity information of the Dragon Knight, but I didn't want you to just do this. The voice of the man in black robe sounded hoarse. These words reminded the demon guardian of the person who instructed Huang Peng. Sir, there is a sword king in that team. We are no match for him. From what we have observed along the way, the sword king will not sit idly by. In response to this statement, the man in black robe said, I will hold the rest of the team back, you just deal with the Dragon Knight. Please allow us to discuss this. Okay. The 5 demon guardians stepped aside and looked at each other. If we don't agree, he will kill us to silence us. If we kill the Dragon Knight, he will still kill us to silence us. They realize that they have become pawns in the hands of others. Tian Luo's enemies didn't want to be discovered, so they used them to kill someone else. We have no way out. If we can kill the Dragon Knight, we will get a generous reward. They quickly reached a consensus and agreed with the man in black to take action in the early morning. Show your worth, and you may still live. The man in black robe left a few words and walked away. Not long after walking, the man in black robe couldn't wait to take out a pipe and put it in his mouth, muttering, "These aliens are really interesting. Chapter 101. The next day, early morning. The team arrived at Mount Targon, one of the 9 highest peaks in North Morena. The time travelers must plant the flag with their names on it at the highest point they can reach. The first 100 travelers will join the Tianguang Imperial Academy in the real world. Mount Targon is very large, and there are several routes into the mountain, and different routes will bring different troubles. Here, you can see many travelers going up the mountain. The team Yunye was in attracted a lot of attention. They were accompanied by a small group of knights, as well as the royal guards led by Lu Feng. Their combat effectiveness was quite good, and many time travelers began to think about forming a team and moving forward. But under Lu Feng's cold gaze, no time traveler dared to step forward. However, there are still some short-sighted people who come forward, with this confidence, because he is an elf. Hello everyone, my name is Wu Tianfan, you should know me. He greeted the time travelers in the team. It's no wonder that everyone, including Yunye, knows this person. He is a popular star in the real world, a famous young actor, and one of the few lucky ones who traveled through time and space and became an elf. After successfully traveling through time, the prefix Elf Prince was added to the front of his Weibo name. Such a star appeared before their eyes and greeted them warmly. The time travelers from Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School were all students, so they naturally responded politely. His appearance is indeed impeccable, with a tall figure and a face like a piece of jade. He is so handsome that it gives people an unreal feeling. If he were to change into women's clothes, there would be no sense of incongruity. This is Her Royal Highness Princess Yujia. Wu Tianfan came to Yujia's white horse and said, "Please allow me to go with you. Don't get me wrong. I am a high-level elf. I have the strength of a high-level hunter after traveling here. My bow and arrow can kill saint-level warriors. In the mountains, having an elf in the team is equivalent to having a pass. Then why do you want to join our team?" Huang Peng asked from the side. Yunye remembered that he had always disliked young handsome guys and had even imitated this guy's funny moves when playing basketball. "Of course, I'm serving Her Royal Highness the Princess." Wu Tianfan smiled slightly. He was here to pick up girls, it was that simple. Yujia handed the decision to Lu Feng, the kingdom's number 1 swordsman. "In the mountains, there is an elf who can really help a lot," Lu Feng said. So, Wu Tianfan became a member of the team. Although he was not very old, he was a smart guy and he immediately figured out the relationships in the team. Duan Muyunhai, the Shen brothers and sisters, Huang Peng and others joined this team because of Yujia's friendship. What is more special is the young man named Yunye, who is very close to the mixed-race person in the original Wildness, and is followed by 3 adults with different styles. However, Yunye and Yani were a couple and would not pose a threat to his ability to pick up girls, so he didn't take it too seriously. The team is ready to start climbing the mountain. Luo Qi suddenly coughed a few times and motioned Yunye and Huang Peng to go to the front. The next second, the team was covered by a strong light, as if the dark clouds suddenly dispersed and the sun fell overhead. "No, this is God's cage." However, Lu Feng immediately recognized that this was a 6th-level trap magic that could trap him, the Sword King. When he realized it, it was too late. Except for Yunye and Huang Peng, the rest of the team was trapped inside. Fortunately, the team has Sword God and Tian Luo. Lu Feng came back to his senses. This level of magic trap could not pose a problem for such a ceiling combat power. However, what happened next left him dumbfounded. "Yunye! My apprentice! What do you want to do?" Luo Qi rushed to the light wall of the cage with an anxious look on his face, waving his fists and hitting it. It is obvious that the light wall can be pierced with just one finger. Lu Feng is not a fool. After coming to his senses, he realized that this magic trap was most likely set by Luo Qi. After understanding this, I looked at Lord Tianluo's expressive and passionate expression and was filled with admiration. Outside the cage, the 5 demon guardians saw that the first sword of Chinayu Kingdom was trapped in a magic trap, so they walked out boldly. These people are demon spirit guardians. Wu Tianfan said, I am an elf, and I am very sensitive to the breath of demon spirits. They are protected by higher level demon spirits. Duan Mu Yunhai and others were shocked. The strength of the upper level demon spirit is at least at the superior level, and it is possible to reach the saint level. 5 people prepared magic traps, and they came with bad intentions. Your Excellency Sword King, please think of a solution quickly. Yu Jia said anxiously. Ah! Lu Feng was stunned. He wanted to explain everything, but seeing how deeply Luo Qi was immersed in the role, he dared not do so. Yes, sir. The next second, Lu Feng drew his sword, seemingly ready to strike, but in fact, the sword was weak and powerless as he slashed at the wall of light. Luo Qi next to him showed an approving look, which made him feel full of strength. Teacher, please help quickly. Annie shook the arm of the holy voice preacher, almost breaking his old bones. Don't worry about this. Shenji said awkwardly. There was no way Annie would listen. There was nothing she could do. Shenji came to the wall of light. Fortunately, he did not have the ability to destroy it. Who are you? You dare to attack our saints? The holy temple will not forgive you. Ababa. On the other side, Xiao He looked at Dane and used sign language, but unfortunately the latter had not learned it and could only make anxious noises. It's fine. Dane put his hand on his forehead. He couldn't act out such an embarrassing thing. Looking at Luo Qi's devoted look, he wondered if it was really necessary to go through so much trouble. Abba Abba. Xiao He's voice turned angry and his face turned red. He picked up his shovel and slammed it hard on the bare wall. With a loud bang, ripples appeared on the wall of light of the god's cage, and cracks were about to appear. Lu Feng, who was chopping at the bare wall, stared with his eyes wide open. Where did this little fat guy come from? Was he more ferocious than himself? He was born with supernatural powers. Luo Qi grabbed Xiao He and whispered, these people are training your brother Yun, don't make trouble. Xiao He finally understood, scratched his head, looked at Luo Qi's actions, and continued to hit the bare wall with the shovel, but there was no noise like before. Isn't it said that they were born with supernatural powers? I'm out of strength. Luo Qi explained. Outside, the 5 demon spirit guardians looked at the scene inside the light wall and were completely relieved. Now they only needed to deal with Yun Yet. Without any nonsense, they summoned their own demon spirits. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each person's body shows the physical energy characteristics of a demon spirit, and spiritual patterns of different colors appear around the body. Those spiritual patterns are not cool things, but signs that the body is being stretched. In the end, the upper demon spirits will burst their bodies and they will not live to the age of 30. Is it worth it for you to do this? Yun Yet asked curiously. If we kill you, we will get 45.6 billion. Am I so valuable? Yun Yet was startled, then he thought that this should be referring to Korean won. In that case, you should also be prepared. Gradually, Yun Yi's eyes became cold. Chapter 102. Northern Sierra Morena, Guangtian Peak. Bai Wuchen, the inheritor of all things, came to a hunting ground that had already been built. It was chosen by his think tank. It was similar to Yun Yi's hunting ground, with a stone wall on the right and a cliff on the left. Sir, when facing the attack of the Flying Thunder Dragon, you can use the stone wall to dodge, but never take it head-on. In addition, we have set up stun traps and devouring traps in the hunting ground. The former can cause the Flying Thunder Dragon to have a flaw, and the latter can devour the most powerful lightning cannon. Besides that, the most difficult thing is to break the dragon scales. At your current level, you need a divine weapon. Hearing this, Bai Wuchen frowned and asked, can the Tianluo inheritor make these preparations? According to the requirements of the Tianluo trial, magic traps cannot exceed the 4th level, so forced stun and devour cannot be used. No wonder it failed. Bai Wuchen could imagine how desperate an intermediate dragon knight would be facing a flying thunder dragon. I have a magic weapon. Bai Wuchen took out the weapon in the real world that looked like a knife but not a knife, and like a sword but not a sword. The next thing to do is to lure the thunder dragon over. Bai Wuchen didn't know how to sing any dragon songs, but the think tank also had a solution. They moved a sub-dragon trapped in an iron cage to the middle of the hunting ground and tortured it with fire and whips. The dragon species let out an extremely miserable cry, which echoed in the mountains. The dragon will not have sympathy or mercy, but will be enraged, thus achieving the effect of being lured in. Bai Wuchen noticed that Shen Gaiyu, who was not far away, looked unnatural, and said, "No matter what you do to the evil dragon, it's justified." Kamaya Yu nodded. She didn't sympathize with the evil dragon, she just thought that this behavior was shameful. "Do you really want to hunt a dragon alone? I can join you," she said. "No, just watch me perform alone." At this moment, the thunder dragon was flying in the sky. After hearing the screams of the sub-dragon species, it was attracted over as expected. When he saw the humans in the hunting ground, Fei Lei Long's eyes showed anger, but he remembered the order of the Supreme Lord, which was not allowed to harm humans. "But, my dear Supreme Lord certainly doesn't want me to die, and I can fight back if I'm attacked." So, the flying thunder dragon lowered its altitude and flew back and forth over the hunting ground. "Is the evil dragon so cowardly?" Bai Wuchen was a little disdainful. "Evil dragon, is that it?" In order to completely enrage the thunder dragon, he signaled his followers to shoot arrows. With the thunder dragon's speed, it could easily dodge these arrows. However, he deliberately did not dodge, allowing the arrow to clink as it hit the dragon's scales, without feeling anything at all. "Oh my, these damn humans actually attacked me, I must fight back with justice." Then, the flying thunder dragon descended from the sky and landed on the hunting ground. Soon, a dragon and a man were confronting each other in the hunting ground. The flying thunder dragon landed on the edge of the cliff and looked down at the tiny humans. Then, 2 streams of hot white air spurted out of his nose, and he turned and left with great disdain. Snort! Bai Wuchen snorted coldly, drew his sword and rushed forward. Unexpectedly, the flying thunder dragon turned halfway, suddenly accelerated, and swept across with its tail. Bai Wuchen was caught off guard and was thrown against the stone wall, unable to be brought down. After turning around, the thunder dragon saw that it had succeeded, and its tail slapped the ground wildly with excitement. "If I can't launch a sneak attack on the Supreme Lord, I can still launch a sneak attack on you." Suddenly, there was movement on the stone wall. Bai Wuchen broke free from the stone wall and returned to the hunting ground. He was hit by the full force of the flying thunder dragon, but he seemed to be fine. However, he originally wore 9 white jade beads on his right hand, and one of them was broken just now. A god-level item that can be immune to 9 types of physical damage. "I was careless just now, try again." At the foot of Mount Giant God, Yunya faced 5 demon spirit guardians. The Golden Guardian is their captain, shining with golden light. The weapon in his hand is an extra-large golden scissors with a layer of golden film on the blade. If you magnify it countless times, you can see the serrations on it. He rushed to the front, opened the scissors with both hands, and the blades were facing Yunya. Although it looks very funny, its power should not be underestimated and it can cut through higher-level armor. Inside the wall of light, Yu Jie and others were extremely anxious. In her eyes, Yunya was a Saint Seiya who had defeated a Sun Battle Angel. However, the fiery Sun Battle Angel is not on the same level as the Demon Spirit Guardian, because it was summoned by the acting captain of the Kingdom of God, and is different from the Demon Spirit Guardian in terms of the flexibility in using power. These 5 are demon spirits of the same level. They act together and are close to the power of a saint-level strongman. As an elf, Wu Tianfan told them these little common sense. Just as he said, the guardian with the fire spirit came to the optimal distance and used magic to attack. Red flame. The mysterious red flame blocked Yun Yi's retreat. The other three demon guardians watched the situation and prepared their next move. The golden demon spirit came in front of Yun Yi, and the golden scissors clicked, trying to cut him in half. So slow, so weak. Yun Yi stood still, and the movements of the person in his eyes seemed to be slowed down countless times. As for the power of this attack, if the armor of the Dragon of Destiny was worn, the golden scissors probably wouldn't even leave a mark. Tianluo Tianyi. He ignored Hong Yan's magic attack, raised his right arm, the dragon flame in his body was ignited, and powerful force was concentrated in his fist. The golden spirit felt as if a huge truck was hitting it head-on, and the golden scissors in its hand looked like a joke. He completed the trial. Didn't they say that the Thunder Dragon is still alive and well and the Dragon Knight failed the trial? The Golden Guardian was knocked away before he could react, and the demon spirit guarding him let out wails and left his body. At the same time, all the red flame attacks around Yun Yi were bounced off by Long He. He looked at the Fire Guardian and snapped his fingers. A bolt of lightning shot out from the air, blowing the Fire Guardian more than 10 meters high and then falling heavily to the ground. Huang Peng, who was left outside, suddenly had his eyes light up. He rushed forward and attacked the Guardian's waist. I told you to hit me. I told you to hit me. In just 2 rounds, the Demon Guardian was destroyed. The remaining 3 demons were frightened silly, and they realized later that it was all a setup. They are not being used as collateral damage, they are just experience babies. They thought they were prepared for death, but at this moment their souls flew away and they turned and ran. It's even weaker than I thought. Inside the light wall, Luo Qiai stopped what he was doing. His original purpose was to give training to his apprentice, so he was not too disappointed. Yu Jie, Duan Mu Yunhai and the Shen brothers and sisters were stunned, their brains unable to react. Could it be that Yun Yi has become a high-level saint? But his style of action is not very similar to that of a clergyman. Yun Yi did not let the other 3 go. He used his super speed to catch up with them one by one and defeated them with punches. Good, very strong. Fortunately, I didn't say the wrong thing. Wu Tianfan secretly thanked his luck that his words and actions had not offended anyone during the process of joining the team. No, this team is too weird, I want to jump out of the car. He no longer had time to pick up girls and planned to slip away. Chapter 103. After Yun Yi defeated the Demon Guardian, the god's cage disappeared in time. Yani ran to Yun Yi immediately, her pretty little face full of worry. Yun Yi was clearly fine, but she still insisted on using healing, recovery, and blessing spells. It's okay, I'm very strong now. Yun Yi ruffled Annie's hair. Annie responded. As an indigenous resident, she knew the cruelty of her world and that killings often occurred. Over there, Yu Jie and the others finally came to their senses. Yun Yi fought 1 against 5 and defeated the 5 demon guardians with absolute advantage. Unfortunately, they were short-sighted and could not see that Yun Yi was a hunter. I never expected to meet Xin Tianluo in the team. However, Wu Tianfan, as a superior elf, had already seen the clues and was muttering to himself. Because he didn't know whether Yun Yi minded his identity being exposed, he had to pretend that he couldn't see it. The Flying Thunder Dragon is still alive. Does that mean that the one hunted by Xin Tianluo was a sub-dragon? Wonderful! Wu Tianfan subconsciously thought that Xin Tianluo was using Fei Lilong as a cover to make everyone think that he had not passed the trial, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. He didn't want to get involved in any of this, the information would only bring trouble. Everyone! I have received a request for help from my elf companions. Please allow me to take my leave. He planned to leave the team. You are already our teammate, we should go together. Unexpectedly, Shenji said. As a clergyman, it is understandable that he would say this. No, No, it will be very troublesome. Wu Tianfan said awkwardly. No problem. Lu Feng thought that this team's lineup was enough to defeat the Demon King. Now that the Holy Voice Herald has spoken, he also has to perform. Now, Wu Tianfan not only couldn't leave the team, but also had to find an excuse. Over there, Yun Ye returned to the team, and the time travelers from Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School surrounded him and asked him all kinds of questions. Student Yun Ye, you are too strong. Aren't clergymen not good at combat and elemental energy? How could you set a fire? Shen Xin asked a lot of questions. Huang Peng stepped forward and said proudly, remember I said that the Dragon Knight and I are brothers. Duan Muyunhai and Shen Li looked at each other. He seemed to have said that, but they all thought he was bragging. Is it possible that such words come out now? For a moment, they thought of a possibility and their eyes widened. Bang! Sudden applause came from the front, and the person who clapped used his hunter ability. The applause was like a drum, resounding in the ears of the team. This is amazing! Who would have thought that the Saint Seiya would be a Dragon Knight? A team of hundreds of people marched in unison, each wearing a white cloak with a golden sun on it. The middle-aged man in the lead was wearing a clerical robe. The religious kingdom of God, the Legion of the Holy Scripture of Sunshine. The middle-aged man in the lead was called Gao Wen. He had been to the temple where Yun Ye and Yani were last time and wanted to take the saint away. Yun Ye looked at his teacher, Luo Qi, who exhaled a puff of white smoke, indicating that this was not arranged by him. This team of the Sunshine Scripture has been lurking in the dark, waiting for the dragon hunting festival to begin, looking for an opportunity to take Annie away. Who would have thought that the Herald of Holy Voices would come to Winterfell in person to put a stop to their original plan of letting the bandits storm the September? Thinking about it now, Captain Gao Wen was very fortunate that there was a new Tianluo in that inconspicuous temple. Obviously, Lao Tianluo must be nearby. If he takes action, he will simply be asking for his death. So, Gawain asked the church for instructions, and only after receiving it did he stand up. Xin Tianluo, we met last time. Gao Wen came to Yun Ye and said, if I knew your identity last time, maybe I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. There is no essential difference between the kingdom of God and the holy temple. We are all servants of God. You and the saint can come to our kingdom, and you will become our son of God. In this way, in the real world, both the theocracy and the holy temple will be under your control. He appeared so suddenly that Yu Jia and others didn't react. From his words, it can be confirmed that Yun Ye is the new Tenluo and also a Saint Seiya, and they all know about the conflict with the theocracy. Now that Yun Ye has revealed his identity as a Dragon Knight, the church has taken new measures to recruit him directly, and the conditions offered are very attractive. If it were me, I would agree. It would be so cool in the real world. Duan Muyunhai thought to himself. Whether in the real world or the other world, Yun Ye will have supreme power. Yun Ye originally thought that he would fight to the death with the church, but he did not expect that the other party felt there was still room for negotiation. Yes, the people of the Kingdom of God don't know his relationship with the Holy Lord and only think of him as a Saint Seiya. Now that the temple is in decline, anyone else would definitely be tempted. But Yun Ye wouldn't, because the Holy Lord had given him so much. Your friends will also be taken care of in the real world. Gawain chuckled and looked at the travelers in the team. Hey, 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 don't look at me. Wu Tianfan was dumbfounded. These words were not as simple as they seemed. They were clearly a warning. In the real world, Yun Ye does not have Lao Tianluo's help, so the church can launch revenge. The problem is, it has nothing to do with him. He just wants to be a handsome man quietly. Gawain continued, also, the holy temple is not as wonderful as you think. The Holy Voice Herald brought the saint and you to travel around the mountains and rivers just to tie the two identities of Saint Seiya and Dragon Knight together and use you as a gun. Shenji remained silent in the team behind. Old man, Why don't you beat him? A small team leader is so arrogant. Luo Qi said in the voice transmission. Lord Tianluo, you also noticed that their pope has arrived, otherwise how would he dare to be so arrogant? Shenji responded with a wry smile. Over there, Yunye said, what if I refuse? Gao Wen narrowed his eyes and thought to himself that young people nowadays are really annoying. Then you will have to represent the Holy Church in the contest with our theocracy. In this way, even your teacher, the former Prime Minister of the Skylight Empire, will not be able to interfere in this matter. The church must have known that Luo Qi was there, but they didn't point it out. This creates a tacit understanding between us, where we don't know Lord Tianluo is here, so there is no question of defiance or offense. Similarly, Lord Tianluo, please do not interfere, otherwise, we will go to the Empire to file a complaint. Luo Qi put down his pipe. Dane beside him shook his head. The church's wishful thinking was indeed very good. Because Luo Qi accepted a new successor, the Empire sent the Dawn Sword God to supervise. If Luo Qi intervenes in the theocracy, the Empire will not remain indifferent. If the church directly sends priests to bully my apprentice, should I just sit back and do nothing? Luo Qi asked. You ask even though you already know the answer. You brought His Highness with you because he won't stand by and watch Yunye get into trouble. If His Highness gets hurt, you can help him. Dane means he doesn't know about your little trick? Hey hey! Luo Qi put the pipe back in his mouth. He knew that Yunye would not join the church, nor would he allow Annie to be taken away. What the teacher needs to do, of course, is to pave the road. At this time, Gao Wen saw that the soft approach didn't work, so he decided to try a harder approach. He used the power of the Holy Book to summon a scorching sun battle angel. Soon, 1 became 2, and 2 became 4. In less than half a minute, a legion of thousands of fighting angels filled the sky. This is only what I, a captain, can do. Are you really ready to fight against an entire country without Tianluo's help? Gawain continued to apply pressure. So many fiery sun battle angels who can fly in the sky and cast waves remotely are really difficult to deal with. However, Yunye thought of something. He could also shake people, no, shake the dragon. Chapter 104. On Mount Giant God, on the top of Huishao Peak, there is a team from the Kingdom of God. The number is small, but it should not be underestimated. The leading man had a white face and no beard. He wore a crown that symbolized the divine power of the sun. His clerical robe was mainly white and gold, and he looked solemn, sacred, and inviolable. It was the Pope of the Kingdom of God, who was present at the scene, watching what was happening at the foot of the mountain. Seeing that Yunye was not scared by the angel army, he knew that a conflict was still going to happen and couldn't help but frown. Your Holiness, Tianluo is a thing of the past. He cannot lead the Tianluo army, let alone represent the Tianguang Empire. Why should we be so afraid of him? Beside the Pope, in addition to the 12 high priests, there are 2 people chosen by God, who are also the pair of time travelers. The one who spoke was the more impatient man among the 2. Slap! The Pope said coldly. The man was stunned. As a modern man, this kind of punishment that deprived him of his dignity was a little hard to accept. However, regardless of whether he accepted it or not, a fully armed high priest raised his hand and slapped him twice in the face. The man was shocked and angry, but he didn't dare to blame the Pope. The woman next to her couldn't help but shake her head. If it were her, she would slap herself in the mouth without waiting for others to do it. She was a very devout believer and the Pope was like a father in her mind. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes wide and a burly man in coarse cloth appeared out of nowhere next to the Pope. An arm thicker than a normal person's thigh was placed on the Pope's shoulder. This is blasphemy. The woman couldn't stand it, and the 12 high priests were terrified and wanted to use their code powers. Stop! Who would have thought that the Pope himself would shout loudly, "Stop his men, and with an awkward but polite smile on his face, he looked at the man next to him with a pipe in his mouth. "Lord Tianluo, long time no see," he said with a smile. The one who came was Luo Qi from the foot of the mountain. "Your people want to kill my apprentice." Luo Qi exhaled a puff of smoke onto the Pope's face. The Pope was angry but dared not speak. He put his hand on his face and said with a wry smile, "Lord Tianluo, I am also in a difficult situation. How about you ask your disciple not to represent the Holy Church? There's nothing I can do about it. It seems like everything was arranged by fate." Luo Qi shrugged. It must have been planned. This was the Holy Lord's counterattack, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence. The Pope was worried in his heart. He actually hoped that Luo Qi would still be the Prime Minister, so that he would represent the entire empire. Nowadays, people are not afraid of those wearing shoes even if they are barefoot. If they really kill their apprentice, the Church of God will probably be removed from the East continent. The rumor the Pope knew about Luo Qi was that he was the strongest inheritor of the previous generation. The most outrageous thing is that according to other inheritors, as of today, Luo Qi has never used his full strength in a one-on-one fight with others. Now that he is close to him, the Pope feels that his life is in danger at any time. "Lord Tianluo, how about this? Even if there is a conflict between our theocracy and the Holy Temple, it will only be a matter of victory or defeat, not life or death." The Pope thought of a compromise. "My apprentice is quite rebellious and doesn't listen to me. Then our God's kingdom will definitely not harm his life. He can do whatever he wants. Is that so? That's not so good. I hope it won't make things difficult for you." Luo Qi laughed. "It's not difficult to do. It's not difficult to do. It's all the fault of the temple. It's all the fault of the temple." On the other side of the North Morena Mountains, in Bai Wuchen's hunting ground, there were flashes of lightning and the sound of energy bursting out continuously. Bai Wuchen was panting and 5 more beads in his hand were broken at this moment. There were 9 times of immunity to fatal physical damage, but now there are only 3 left. His heart was bleeding, thinking that someone was setting a trap for him. It was impossible for an intermediate dragon knight to hunt down a dragon of this level. Just now, he tried everything he could to avoid the lightning attack, but he couldn't. If he didn't have control over the energy of lightning and was able to predict and be immune to a certain degree of damage, he would have died here long ago. Looking at the flying thunder dragon again, it was unharmed. "Bai Wuchen, let's not force ourselves," Shen Guyu said anxiously beside us. Bai Wuchen, whose confidence was originally shaken, gritted his teeth, unwilling to give in. "I tried the 6 pearls but didn't achieve any results. After I returned, I couldn't explain to my teacher." Fei Long, on the other hand, regained his confidence. Since his resurrection, the first person he fought against was the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord seemed to have magical powers, anticipating all attacks and avoiding them all perfectly. Flying Thunder Dragon was so scared that he thought all humans were so powerful. Fortunately, this Bai Wuchen helped him regain his confidence and he wanted to have fun with him. "Hey!" Suddenly, Flying Thunder Dragon sensed the call from the Supreme Lord. "Let's go!" Without any attachment, the Thunder Dragon flapped its wings and flew towards Mount Giant God at full speed. "Return!" Bai Wuchen was almost going crazy. How could the evil dragon escape midway? At the foot of Mount Giant God, Yunye and the Angel Legion confronted each other. "Decide." Gawain completely lost his patience. Before Yunye could answer, Xiao He came over with a shovel. Yujie turned over and dismounted, quietly came behind Yunye, and whispered, "I am now a senior magician, and I can instantly cast 3rd-level fire magic." Although she has little presence on a daily basis, she already possesses impressive combat power. Duanmu Yunhai and the Shen siblings saw that Yujie had already gone up, so they had no choice but to go forward. The strength gap is too big. It shouldn't be possible. This Dragon Knight can kill a sub-dragon. His potential is not very high. Wu Tianfan frowned and silently retreated to the back of the team. Big Star, we need you. Unexpectedly, Huang Peng appeared beside him and pulled him up without saying a word, and all the time travelers in the team gathered together. It's very touching. You all are very united and courageous. Gao Wen memorized every face one by one. Brother, I am not like that. Wu Tianfan had a sad face. Light wings, spread out. Gawain did not wait any longer. With a command, 1,000 fiery sun battle angels spread their wings, as if thousands of troops were drawing their swords at the same time, with an astonishing momentum. Huang Peng and others had never seen such a scene before, and their scalps felt tingling. Xiao He, on the other hand, showed no fear at all, and looked at the sun angel with burning eyes. To him, these were no more than big moths. I can do it alone, you just need to watch from the side, trust me. Yun Ye said. There was no sensationalism or melodrama. Huang Peng and Xiao He chose to believe and returned to the team. However, looking at Yun Ye's back standing alone, I felt inexplicably depressed. Gawain raised his arm, and as long as he swung it down, all the fiery sun battle angels would rush forward. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, without warning, a strong wind came, echoing in the mountains. Roar! What followed was the roar of a dragon. It turned out that the wind was caused by the flapping of the wings of a flying thunder dragon. A gigantic flying thunder dragon flew out from behind a mountain and swooped towards this side, its golden-green body accompanied by bursts of thunder. The people at the foot of the mountain retreated in fear, but they didn't know where to hide due to the huge size of the flying thunder dragon. So handsome! Their hearts were filled with fear, and because of this, Huang Peng and others felt that Fei Lei Long was full of power all over his body. Yun Ye, disperse quickly! Suddenly, they discovered that the flying thunder dragon was coming towards Yun Ye. The evil dragon and the dragon knight, putting the two together can make one think of something. Just as it was about to hit Yun Ye, the flying thunder dragon suddenly stopped and hung in the air. Yun Ye leaped up and landed steadily on the back of the flying thunder dragon. Roar! The flying thunder dragon spread its wings and let out an extremely excited roar. Now it was Yun Ye's turn to look down at the entire angel army with an indifferent look. Dragon Flame! Along with the command, the chest and abdomen of the flying thunder dragon glowed brightly, and the lightning cannon was ready to fire. Chapter 105. The process of the lightning cannon storing energy is accompanied by bursts of dragon roars, just like the moment when a powerful machine is started. It is majestic and yet steady and powerful, and anyone who hears it will get goosebumps. Finally, a dazzling light burst out, and plasma-like lightning cannons fired at the battle angel army. There was a series of sounds similar to balloons bursting, and one battle angel after another was hit by the lightning cannon and was directly turned into ashes. The neatly arranged army of angels became a sitting duck, with a large gap in the middle and hundreds of angels disappearing. Silence! The whole place was silent. Some people opened their mouths but no sound came out. Gawain from the Sunshine Cannon team had trembling pupils and was unable to react for a long time. How could a dragon rider ride a dragon? The natives of the other world could not understand it at all. Suddenly, Gawain came to his senses, lost his initial calm and confidence, and frantically shouted, "Counterattack! Counterattack!" All the fiery sun angels moved instantly, surrounded the flying thunder dragon, and released scorching sun waves, focusing on Yun Ye who was on the dragon's back. Yun Ye raised his eyebrows, dragon flames spread all over his body, and the dragon armor of destiny was born from fire. Wow! When the people below saw Yun Ye wearing armor, they couldn't help but shout out. The golden and red dragon armor possesses the beauty and power of a giant dragon's body. When worn, the whole person looks otherworldly, especially the unique helmet, which brings solemnity to the handsome face. The time traveler inexplicably thought of his childhood fantasy of wearing a mecha. We are one in mind. That's not all, the dragon flame passed along Yun Yi's feet into the body of the flying thunder dragon. In an instant, blazing dragon flames suddenly ignited all over the flying thunder dragon's body, and the hard dragon scales on its body shone one by one. On top of the dragon's head, a golden crown appeared along its eyes and hard horns. At first glance, the whole dragon looks like it's wearing dragon armor. How did you do that? Luo Qi was shocked. He was so handsome. He would let his apprentice teach him next time. The flying thunder dragon flapped its wings, and the lightning flames all over its body vibrated at a high frequency, blocking all the scorching sun waves. Even under the bombardment of hundreds of scorching sun angels, his fur was not hurt at all. This was the defense formed by Long He. Yun Ye completed the trial under the nourishment of the dragon blood of the flying thunder dragon, became an advanced dragon knight, and unlocked the power of the thunder element. There are the same elements between one man and one dragon. Coupled with the nature of the devil's followers, the two are almost one and the same. The next second, the flying thunder dragon flew straight into the sky like a scallion pulled up from dry land and disappeared into the clouds. Combine. Gawain's heart was bleeding, and he relied on his instinct to command the angel army. Hundreds of scorching sun angels were combined into 100 archangels. He was not the acting captain, and the fusion process only took a few seconds. The combined archangel was nearly 5 meters tall, and the scorching sun sword in his hand was enough to hurt people's eyes, accompanied by a hissing sound of energy. Wings of light, spread out. Go! Gawain roared. The archangel entered his strongest state and rushed into the sky with explosive force, determined to slaughter the dragon. Everyone had to tilt their heads back and use their hands to block the glaring light in order to barely see clearly. When the archangel was halfway up the sky, a flying thunder dragon suddenly appeared from the clouds and swooped down vertically. Because of this angle, the people below could see Yun Ye facing the strong wind, with his right hand raised high, and the hard-horned lightning flashing on the palm of his hand and the top of the flying thunder dragon's head. Listen, this dragon roar! The flying thunder dragon plunged into the Archangel Legion, and Yun Ye swung his right hand heavily. Suddenly, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. The day became as dark as night. The only light was the thundercloud, which looked like a thunder dragon with its wings spread. With a loud crash, thousands of lightning bolts struck down and were released on the Archangel Legion. Under the incredulous gaze of Gawain, the captain of the Sunshine Scripture, all the archangels' bodies burned into charcoal within half a second and further turned into sand. Like garbage, it was swept away. The sky appeared to regain its luster, but the thunder dragon did not stop and continued to sprint down with its mouth wide open. The sound of the lightning cannon storing energy came from far away and reached everyone's ears. When it sounded, the lightning plowed the ground. The Sunshine Cannon team was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They tried to open a defensive formation, but under the lightning cannon, they were as fragile as glass. One by one, the members of the church were blown away. Gawain could not even scream and disappeared in the lightning. Huang Peng and others had already retreated 100 meters away, but they still had to dodge the flying debris. Gulp! They swallowed hard. Rather than being happy for Yun Ye, their inner thoughts were, how terrifying, how powerful. With a loud bang, the thunder dragon landed on the unrecognizable ground. Its tail flapped excitedly at the sight of the destruction it had caused. Even though it had become a follower of the Demon King, its love of destruction remained. Lord Tianluo! You! Looking back at the peak, the Pope was also dumbfounded, his fingers were shaking wildly, and he could not speak clearly. His original plan was not to harm Yun Yi's life, but to destroy his holy core. In that case, Yun Ye would no longer be a clergyman. In his opinion, Yun Ye did not kill the flying thunder dragon, most likely he used other subspecies of dragon to complete the trial, which had an obvious upper limit. But now, Yun Ye can ride a dragon and fight. The flying thunder dragon can cause damage that a king-level warrior cannot resist. Now when fighting, it not only has Yunyi's wisdom, but can also use dragon flames. With one man and one dragon together, their combat power jumps directly from the upper level to the saint level. You can go and talk to the evil dragon, and tell him about the feud between the Holy Temple and the theocracy, and the reasons why outsiders cannot interfere. Luo Qi calmed himself down and said indifferently. The corners of the Pope's mouth twitched. It was obvious that he was trying to make him angry. The evil dragon would never listen to such things. I'm going to sue you in the Empire. The Pope was so angry that his teeth were itching when he thought about the promise he had just made. You're not thinking of going to the Tianguang Empire to complain about me, are you? Luo Qi suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at him. No, absolutely not. The Pope shook his head like a rattle. Luo Qi left with satisfaction. Now that the pressure was on the church, he would not worry about others. Down below, Yunye rode a flying thunder dragon to Huangpeng and the others and said, "Give me your flags." Now that it has come to this, there is nothing to hide. Originally, he just wanted to help Huangpeng get into the Imperial College. However, Yujia and Duan Yunhai were standing behind him just now, so for this reason, it was worth their journey together. Huangpeng and others looked at the ferocious flying thunder dragon, looked at each other, and did not dare to step forward. This is an evil dragon. Except for the Supreme Lord, the flying thunder dragon doesn't like other humans. He bares his teeth and widens his eyes, showing his ferocious side. It's okay. Yunye said. Huangpeng was skeptical and threw the flag out, and others followed suit. What a loss, what a loss. Wu Tianfan slapped his thigh. He applied to Baichuan Imperial College, so the content was different. Otherwise, he would have been able to submit his flag, which was equivalent to being admitted to Tsinghua University or Peking University. Rise! The flying thunder dragon flapped its wings, circled into the air, and headed straight for the top of Mount Giant God. For flying, height is no longer a problem. Arriving at the highest point of Mount Giant God, Yunye planted his own flag and 5 other flags there. The flag is triangular in shape, and the flagpole is made of steel and sunk into the rock. The flag begins to burn, and the name and other things are preserved in the form of light. Yunye looked at the magnificent mountain scenery, his heart was filled with joy. The character that always cared about other people's eyes left him. He let out long howls, and completely released the energy that he had been holding back to become a senior dragon knight. Chapter 106. On the mountainside, after Luo Qi left, the Pope's face looked very ugly. He looked towards the foot of the mountain and saw Annie next to Saint One. This saint was the real target of the theocracy. For a moment, he wanted to risk it all and just snatch the person away. However, there is Xiao He beside Annie, and next to Xiao He is Dane. The Pope gave up this unrealistic idea and began to think deeply. He decided to proceed in 2 steps. The first step was to take away Yanni, and the second step was to target Yunye. The first step requires long-term planning, as for the second step. Yu Xiaoyu, Yu and Tang Ming are both chosen by God and shoulder important responsibilities. When you return, you must protect the sanctity of the church at all costs. The Pope looked at the 2 travelers behind him and said in a deep voice, I will report to the bishop's kingdom and ask the church in your world to help. The Pope wants us to. Tang Ming raised his head. After seeing Yunyi's powerful fighting ability, he didn't have the confidence to take action. However, before he could finish his words, he was forced back by the Pope's dissatisfied eyes. Your Holiness, please rest assured, we know what to do. Yu Xiaohu said softly. The Pope nodded with satisfaction. Compared with boys, girls' minds are more delicate. If it weren't for Tang Ming's talent in certain areas, the Pope would have kicked this impatient person away long ago. He really wanted the 2 of them to fight in the real world, but he wouldn't say it explicitly. In the final analysis, he could completely say that Yu Xiaoyu and Tang Ming had misunderstood his meaning. He was afraid of Luo Qi, but he was the Pope after all, so he was not so afraid that he dared not take any measures. Usse began to think about how to deal with the Dragon Knight. First of all, in the real world, it is impossible for Yunya to bring the Flying Thunder Dragon back. Then, they are the superior Dragon Knights, the most powerful group among all the Traversers. But that doesn't mean you're invincible. How cool it would be to ride a dragon in the real world. Yunya was flying in the sky on a dragon and had a sudden idea. Your Majesty, the Flying Thunder Dragon is your follower. You can summon it directly in your world. Lilith suddenly appeared and said. Can it be summoned directly? Yunya found this quite interesting. Summoning your own followers is just like the Supreme Lord summoning the Death Knight. Lilith answered as a matter of course. The only thing to worry about is that there is a certain chance that the identity of the Demon King will be exposed. At the foot of the mountain, Luo Qi came to Lu Feng and said with a chuckle, I need your help. Lord Tian Luo, please speak. Lu Feng felt that his whole body was full of power. It was a supreme honor to be entrusted by the legendary hunter. However, after hearing about the help he needed, Lu Feng looked embarrassed and decided to let him and Yunya have a sparring match. He understood what Lord Tian Luo meant, which was to put pressure on his disciple, further clarify his goals, and not be satisfied with the status quo. The problem is, if I act like a bad guy, Xin Tian Luo will hate me. Although Yunya does not seem to be a narrow-minded person, it is better not to offend anyone if possible. However, Lord Tian Luo had already spoken, and he did not refuse. The two men climbed up the mountain at full speed and reached the top. Luo Qi began to sing the dragon song, but after a few words, the Flying Thunder Dragon rushed back with Yunya on its back, furious. Don't see me off, don't see me off. Yunya quickly grabbed Fei Long. Luo Qi said, this is the number one swordsman of Chinayu Kingdom, Yunya, you try it with him. Yunya smiled bitterly and said, Teacher, don't be so anxious. I haven't been showing off for half an hour. I won't be satisfied with the status quo. You can now threaten king-level masters. Doesn't this give you peace of mind? Luo Qi was not embarrassed after being exposed. He signaled to the Sword King next to him with his eyes. Lu Feng doesn't like to wear armor. Both times they met, he was dressed lightly, in black clothes and black pants, with a sword at his waist. The Thunder Dragon seemed to feel threatened and went into alert. Yunya, you can attack me as much as you want. Lu Feng chuckled. Yunya became interested. The kingdom's number one swordsman, the best among the king-level warriors, had a very high gold content. Because it was just a competition, there was no need to make it grand. Yunya lightly patted the Flying Thunder Dragon, and lightning bolts fell from the sky. Lu Feng's smile remained on his face, and he walked leisurely in the garden, avoiding all the lightning in an incredible way. Yunya, after reaching the saint level, a person's mental power will undergo a qualitative change, allowing the mind to transcend time. The common mind-accelerating magic is the swordsman's body movement, the Gale Step. In order to prevent Yunya from hating him, Lu Feng said everything he could. After he finished speaking, he walked in front of the Flying Thunder Dragon and slapped it hard with its dragon claws. If it is an actual combat, Lu Feng will choose to fight with the sword blade and use the sharp edge as a shield. Now, if he just dodged, Yunya might be disgusted. As a last resort, he suppressed his heartache, held the sword horizontally on the outside of his arm, and took the blow. With a crisp sound, flames flew from the sword, and Lu Feng moved sideways a few meters, leaving black marks on the ground as the soles of his shoes rubbed against the ground. However, nothing happened to others. Yunya frowned. He had used the magic sword to block when hunting dragons before, but was directly knocked away, and even the dragon armor was knocked away. He understood his teacher's good intentions. He said that riding a dragon into battle could threaten the king level, but the king level would not stand still and get beaten. The lightning cannon took several seconds to charge, and Lu Feng's swift wind step could not hit it at all. "It's okay, thank you, Your Excellency Sword King," Yun Ye said. Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Xian Luo was as broad-minded as he thought. "Don't be depressed, we are playing with AoE damage." Yun Ye saw that Fei Lei Long was a little unhappy and patted his head. Even if this dragon had no fighting power, it was good enough to be handsome. "Teacher, can't a hunter with strong mental power easily avoid the attacks of evil dragons and kill all of them?" Yun Ye asked. "Your flying thunder dragon is only a cub, and cannot represent all evil dragons. Some evil dragons can teleport, and can also melt space with flames and seal space. No matter how fast your mind is, it will be useless." Luo Qi told him that among the evil dragons, the flying thunder dragon is also a superior one, but it is a different race, and its upper limit of attack can reach the human king level. At the same time, Bai Wuchen and Shen Guyu were rushing over here. Bai Wuchen rode a snow-white tiger, moving through the mountains as if they were flat ground. He could jump over a mountain with just one jump. Whenever he reached a certain distance, Shen Guyu would appear bathed in light. She used the teleportation Shika crystal directly. Bai Wuchen no longer had the excitement he had at the beginning when hunting dragons. He was now more concerned about the news he had just received about the flying thunder dragon. Some people said that they saw a flying thunder dragon being tamed and used as someone else's mount. That person was a senior dragon knight who had completed the trial. Tian Luo successfully hunted the dragon, bathed in dragon blood and advanced, and at the same time tamed the flying thunder dragon. No matter which point it was, Bai Wuchen was unwilling to believe it, and he had good reason not to believe it, because the evil dragon had never been tamed. However, he thought about the end of his dragon hunting, when the thunder dragon left without any warning, and it was indeed as if it had heard a call. Could it be true? How could Xian Luo successfully hunt down the flying thunder dragon under such harsh conditions? Even after breaking 6 gems, I was not hit by the flying thunder dragon. No, he must see it with his own eyes. Chapter 107. Yun Ye returned to the foot of the mountain and reunited with the team. Huang Peng and others were extremely excited when they learned that their flags were planted on the top of the mountain. Even for rich second generations like Duan Mu Yunhai and the Shen brothers and sisters, it cannot be said that they have a 100% chance of getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University, let alone the Imperial College. Now with Yun Ye's help, victory is a sure thing. Everyone in the group narrowed their right eyes at the same time and checked the countdown to their return, 88 hours 22 minutes and 11 seconds. There are still more than 3 days left, so I have to finish the exam ahead of schedule. Fortunately, the Sierra Morena is very lively now, so I don't have to worry about having nothing to do. Yun Ye was thinking about a question: how to ride a dragon openly in the real world. The clergy seem to be not proficient in this aspect, and it is a bit outrageous to let the Holy Lord cover for them. It's the Holy Spirit of our world. It's indeed a visitor from another world. All kinds of strange things are happening. As if knowing what Yun Ye was thinking, the Holy Voice Heralder looked at the flying thunder dragon. If the abilities of hunters in the other world are divided by attributes, they can be roughly divided into strengthening, releasing, changing, operating, materializing, etc. The difference between hunter professions is that they have different attributes. Among them, there is also the summoning system. As the name suggests, it is to summon creatures from countless dimensional spaces to fight for you. For example, the necromancer can summon the undead, and among the magicians, there are celestial mages who can also summon celestial spirits. The clergy also have their own Holy Spirit, which is the main means of combat of the temple. Unfortunately, after the Holy Temple's challenge to the imperial power failed, all clergy were cut off from the Holy Spirit realm. Yun Ye is now transforming the evil dragon into a Holy Spirit, which is truly rare. If I return to the real world, can I summon the Holy Spirit? Yun Ye asked immediately. Not likely. Sheng Yi shook his head. How does the priest summon the Holy Spirit? After reaching a higher level, different clergymen will unlock different summoning techniques. For example, Saint Xia will add the skill of Dozhuan Xing Yi to summon a Holy Spirit. Sheng Yi said, but that was also a summon from the Holy Spirit realm. It is unlikely that you can summon from your world. Yun Yi's eyes lit up. This saved him the trouble of asking fate for hints. He didn't care whether the Saint Xia could be summoned or not. As long as he had a perfect cover, he could use the power of the Demon King to summon his followers. The upper-level Saint Xia must kill a demon to advance. The advancement of a clergyman is not through practice, but through completing the test of the Holy Lord. At this time, a white light appeared out of nowhere in front of the team, and a figure could be vaguely seen gradually emerging. After the previous two attacks, Yun Ye thought there was an enemy until a piece of Shika crystal on his body began to glow. It was the piece that Kamiya Tsuki gave him in the dungeon. After the white light dissipated, Shen Guyu appeared in front of them. Her thick long hair was combed into two symmetrical ponytails, and bangs fell on her slender eyebrows, neither too long nor too short, not covering her eyes, yet framing her face. A red leather long coat, a white shirt with a small vest underneath, a short skirt on the lower body, and black leggings similar to stockings wrapped around the legs. Tu Sakarin. Seeing this outfit, Huang Peng's concentration on the second dimension suddenly soared, and his face was full of crazy looks. Kamiya Yu came to the front of the team and looked at the visitors from other worlds curiously. She still didn't know what the dragon rider looked like. Who is the new Tianluo? She asked in a tender voice. I am. Huang Peng walked forward with his head held high and his chest puffed out. There was some disappointment on Shen Guyu's face. Huang Peng was not ugly, with a short round face and delicate features, which made people feel unsuspecting. It just doesn't match the impression of a dragon knight. Don't make trouble. Yun Ye came up and pulled Huang Peng behind him. There was no need to introduce himself. Kamiya Yu immediately confirmed that this was Xin Tianluo. That's right. When Shen Guyu saw Yun Ye, his eyes sparkled and he thought that this was what a dragon knight should look like. Hey, don't do that. Huang Peng standing beside him lamented Yun Ye's popularity with women for the umpteenth time. However, Kamiya Light's enthusiasm all comes from emotion, not a crazy love. Can I know your name now? Asked Kamiya Tsuki. Yun Ye. Shen Guyu laughed happily and said, the inheritors of Wangxiang are also coming here. 3 of the 6 inheritor teams will be complete soon. Kamiya Yu's dream is to reorganize the inheritance team, wait for the Demon King to revive, and save the world. The inheritor of all things. Yun Ye frowned, thinking about what happened that night. Have you completed the trial? Did you really tame the Thunder Dragon? Then you have accomplished something that no Dragon Knight has ever accomplished in history. Kamiya Tsuki was also quite curious about this. Fei Lei Long was lying somewhere in the mountains, and he nodded slightly in response to the question about his trial. That's great. I was worried about that. Kamiya Tsuki patted his chest. Everyone was puzzled as to the origin of this girl who suddenly appeared. The Kangzi inheritor is the only one among all the inheritors whose bloodline is passed down from generation to generation. Her family produces 1/3 of the Shika crystals in the East continent. Lu Feng introduced, lamenting that his team's lineup is becoming more and more luxurious. Hiss. The travelers from Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School took a deep breath. What a prominent identity. This is a little rich woman. Huang Peng suddenly didn't want to work hard anymore. Suddenly, they heard a loud tiger roar, and a white tiger leaped into the air, with lightning flashing in its snow-white hair. Sitting on the tiger's back was a young man with bangs and a defiant look in his eyes. Yun Ye recognized the other person at a glance, Bai Wuchen. Compared with the real world, he was dressed very gorgeously, with a shiny armor over his white robe. Bai Wuchen followed Shen Guyu's gaze, which fell on Yun Ye. He jumped lightly and came in front of the crowd. Tianluo, we finally meet. Bai Wuchen said. He actually didn't recognize Yun yet. It must have been because the light was dim that night and he didn't take the priest seriously. I've always wanted to find an opportunity to meet you, but you know the situation in the real world. There are other inheritors who deliberately leaked our information and pushed us out to take the blame. Bai Wuchen said. Yun Ye frowned, seeming to want to say something but stopped himself. You really live up to your name, Spotless. That's not what you and the king said when we met last time in Star City. Yun Ye will not indulge him, nor will he play along, and will ruthlessly expose the other party's hypocrisy. For a moment, Bai Wuchen widened his eyes, looked at Yun Ye's face carefully, and recalled that night bit by bit. For a moment, his face was extremely embarrassed. He originally wanted to put the blame on the successor of the Dharma King. You may have some misunderstandings. Bai Wuchen emphasized his tone and said, we are all members of the inheritor team, we should unite. He was telling Yun Ye, you know it, but you have to bear the loss yourself and don't make a scene, otherwise it will be hard for everyone. This is the most basic principle in adult social interaction. Yes, we must unite. The ignorant Kamayatsuki immediately agreed. Your unity means blocking others out, keeping to yourself, and then coming out to shine when you become strong, right? Yun Ye doesn't care whether I am an adult or not, I am still in my senior year of high school. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Bai Wuchen lowered his eyes and his breathing became heavier. This new Tianluo really didn't give him any face at all. Did I ask Xi Jiandao to harm you? You should be mentally prepared to win the top spot on the bronze list. Yun Ye had expected such an expression. It would have been even better if the other party had spread his hands and looked indifferent. But don't get it wrong, he's not here to fight for victory or defeat. If you come up to me, I'll knock all your teeth out. Chapter 108. The two inheritors were on the verge of a fight, and the people around them could clearly feel the atmosphere frozen. In a contest of this level, only Shen Guyu could interrupt, but the young lady's eyes lit up and she thought to herself, as expected, there have always been conflicts between Tianluo and Wangxiang in previous generations. I wonder who will be stronger this time. Suddenly, the evil dragon roared in the sky and a strong wind blew up. The other members of Yun Ye's team were already used to it, but Shen Guyu and Bai Wuchen's faces changed. Bai Wuchen, in particular, recalled the experience of being knocked away by the Flying Thunder Dragon again and again. The Flying Thunder Dragon that was having fun in the mountains remembered Bai Wuchen's breath, and realized that this human being was approaching the Supreme Lord and must have bad intentions, so he rushed back immediately. The Flying Thunder Dragon landed on the open space next to it, like a mountain falling to the ground, with great momentum, and its pair of wings spread and flapped, domineering and ferocious. Bai Wuchen subconsciously placed his hand on the hilt of the knife, wondering why the evil dragon only targeted him among so many people. Or are the rumors true? Yun Ye was quite curious about the Flying Thunder Dragon's reaction, so he walked up and put his hand on the dragon's head. Seeing this scene, Shen Guyu exclaimed repeatedly, and Bai Wuchen's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Have you fought with him before? Were you hurt? Yun Ye felt the meaning conveyed by Fei Long. The Flying Thunder Dragon immediately shook his head, and two streams of white air blew out of his nose. His disdainful expression was very human. This weak human being wants to hurt me? Bai Wuchen clenched his teeth and had the urge to draw his sword. Yun Ye, you really tamed a dragon. That's amazing. Did you complete the trial with the dragon's blood? How did you do it? Bai Wuchen was almost successful just now. Shen Guyu was amazed, thinking about how Bai Wuchen had failed to hunt the animal in 6 chances. During the Tianluo trial, no external forces can be used and there is no opportunity for trial and error. But Yun Ye actually did it. Bai Wuchen was also unable to understand and found various reasons to convince himself, such as the Dragon Knight had unique dragon hunting secrets and deliberately did not tell outsiders. Tianluo, now that you have tamed the evil dragon, can you guarantee that it will not hurt people? The various kingdoms will not feel comfortable letting the evil dragon enter human territory. Bai Wuchen said. In the team, Huang Peng muttered, "Why do I smell something sour?" Bai Wuchen looked over immediately, but seeing that he was just a mid-level hunter, he looked away with disdain. "You should just take care of yourself," Yun Ye said. "Do you really want to fight with me? What will you do if I refuse?" Bai Wuchen spread out his hands, intending to take advantage of Yun Ye's momentum to have some fun. "I don't think it's necessary." Before Yun Ye could speak, Huang Peng stepped forward and said loudly, "The inheritor of Wangxiang failed to hunt the dragon, but Yun Ye succeeded. This already shows the gap and level." Bai Wuchen pursed his lips into a slit, feeling that the words were extremely harsh, but he couldn't refute them. There is no division between early, middle, or late stages in each hunter realm, and even the division method adopted in the real world has not been promoted. This is because each hunter has a different profession and their skills have different functionality, so the gap is huge. In addition, there are also differences in equipment among hunters. Therefore, in the worldview of the indigenous people, the hunter realm is the identity, and the hunter level indicates the value. Yun Ye hunted a dragon. Even though he was just an early dragon knight, he was able to do something that Bai Wuchen could not do, so the indigenous residents recognized Yun Ye more. The world gives hunters status, fame, and money, but not to let them kill each other. It's about hunting monsters. Inheritor of the myriad, I understand that you are afraid of fighting. Let's disperse. Let's disperse. I'll post on Weibo when I get back. At least you are the one who failed to hunt the dragon and is still alive. It's also because the hunter doesn't have an onmyoji, otherwise Huang Peng would definitely be able to develop it. Bai Wuchen couldn't help but draw his sword, looking ferocious and vicious. Yun Ye stood in front of Huang Peng with a stern look in his eyes. "Since you have drawn your sword, you have no way to retreat." Bai Wuchen shouted coldly, "Yu Tianluo may have mastered a unique method to deal with dragons, but it doesn't mean anything at all." "Oh, yes, yes, yes." Huang Peng continued to speak behind Yun Ye. In an instant, Bai Wuchen's face became so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. The time travelers present couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the indigenous residents were puzzled. Is this sentence so destructive? Okay, let my god-slaying sword show you the difference. Bai Wuchen, who had originally decided not to take action, now wants to prove himself. Yun Ye calmly drew out the Sword of Dawn, with a playful look in his eyes. The next second, the god-slaying sword in Bai Wuchen's hand lit up with silver-white lightning, which was a purer form of lightning energy than the golden-green lightning of the flying thunder dragon. Treat dragons and treat humans differently. Bai Wuchen is very confident that even if Yun Ye can defeat the flying thunder dragon, the strength of the forces in this world cannot be maintained by simply achieving a certain achievement. He moved his right leg back half a step, lowered his waist, and put his sword back into the sheath. A dull thunder sounded under the sole of his right foot, and at the same time, he rushed forward, performing a sword-drawing slash at high speed, with lightning surrounding his entire body like a flash of lightning. In the eyes of others, his movements were so fast that they were impossible to see clearly. Even with Yun Ye's black flash, Bai Wuchen's movements were still swift. When the last kick was taken, a bolt of lightning ran along the ground to Yun Ye's feet. This was a preparation that could paralyze the opponent. However, Yun Ye endured the lightning strike as if nothing had happened. Bai Wuchen didn't know that Yun Ye had acquired the element of thunder, and thought that he was wearing equipment with anti-paralysis effects. Can you withstand the thunder and the electric knife? Wangxiang Senluo. Bai Wuchen drew his sword from its sheath. The electric light from the blade was dazzling and bright, and it was refined to have a distinct edge, with the momentum to cut off everything. Yun Ye originally planned to say that if the damage of the attack was not very high, he would directly use the armor of the Destiny Dragon armor to block it and attack the opponent's body and mind. Now it seems that the inheritor of Vientiane is indeed not an ordinary character. He responded with the Sword of Dawn, and the two divine weapons collided, producing intense sparks. Bai Wuchen smiled triumphantly, and the electric light of the god-slaying sword shot out at close range. This was the terrifying thing about lightning, almost like a bomb exploding at close range in front of a person. However, the lightning did not touch Yun yet and was directly blocked by the dragon flame. The dragon armor of destiny then appeared on his body, and the power of the lightning was completely blocked when it hit the dragon armor. Facing the armored dragon knight, Bai Wuchen was immediately outmatched. Yun Ye thrust the Dawn sword forward again, causing Bai Wuchen to lose his balance. The next second, the iron fist wrapped in the divine dragon armor hit Bai Wuchen's mouth squarely. With a dull thud, Bai Wuchen retreated backwards, several teeth flew out along with blood, and after a dizzying moment, severe pain swept through his body. No way, we are all inheritors, and we can't even take a single move. Huang Peng was still trying to mess with people's mentality outside the court. Chapter 109. Huang Peng's words were actually biased. In Shen Guyu's opinion, the contest between the two had just begun. Tian Luo possesses absolute power, absolute defense, and absolute burst. Vientiane has absolute speed, absolute destruction, and absolute change. It cannot be said that the fact that Bai Wuchen's first attack was blocked means that the outcome has been decided. His remaining moves will be like thunder and lightning, dazzling the eyes. If it were a turn-based system, when it was Yun Yi's turn to attack, he might not be able to control and knock him down. However, Bai Wuchen, with blood all over his mouth and 2 missing teeth, looked really miserable, and he almost broke down because of Huang Peng's words. He had to disregard everything and attack madly, only by stepping on Yun Ye could he reverse the situation. Bai Wuchen looked at the people in the team next to him and thought to himself, based on this, even if I can do it, old Tian Luo will definitely help his apprentice. It's your turn. So he sheathed the god-slaying sword and waited for Yun Ye to attack. In the eyes of time travelers, it is similar to a turn-based system, and is also a common method. Otherwise, it would be difficult for two people of equal strength to determine the winner in any situation other than a life-and-death battle. Yun Ye turned his wrist, and the Dawn sword made a sword flower. Tian Luo's move, Tianyi, is to ignite the dragon flame, which is equivalent to adding status. He has not really learned the subsequent attack methods. But he was still eager to try. Holding the sword in my hand, I feel like a painter holding a brush in front of a canvas. If you don't have a solution, then create your own. The Dawn sword is a one-handed sword. He holds it in front of his chest with both hands. He is wearing a dragon armor and his whole body is ablaze with dragon flames. The red stripes on the dragon armor appear to be burning, and the flickering flames make him look taller. The divine sword with a dark blade was surging with blazing flames. Outside the field, Luo Qi and the team looked to the side. Have you taught him sword moves? Dane shook his head and said, he simply combined the speed force and dragon flame. The king's sword art gives the swordsman great power, but does not include the use of moves, that is, sword moves. Dane was able to become the sword god of Dawn because of his unique talent and the creation of a one-of-a-kind sword style. He had not had the time to teach Yun yet. This was different from the king's sword art and was a unique skill passed down from one person to another. Over there, Yun Ye was ready to strike, shouting out his sword move, Ruyi Divine Sword. Cut in two with one stroke. The absolute explosion made him leap into the air like a bolt of thunder, and he swung down heavily with the sword in both hands. Bai Wuchen raised his head slightly and felt a suffocating feeling from Yun Ye. However, he soon chuckled confidently. Slow. In the eyes of this man who controls thunder and lightning, Yun Ye's sword was too slow. After the Dawn sword was halfway swung down and he could no longer change the method, Bai Wuchen felt electricity under his feet and moved away like a ghost. The dawn sword fell into the air, making a sound of piercing gold and breaking stone, but Bai Wuchen had already jumped more than 10 meters away. The distance was still widening, and Bai Wuchen was ready to turn around and taunt him. As a result, the scorching heat wave caught up with his speed and swept over his entire body. Not only that, the thunder and flames exploded wildly along with the heat wave, which was equivalent to Yun Yi's sword striking down. The thunder and flames turned into countless giant dragons and spread in all directions. Moreover, the power has almost no attenuation and covers an area of 20 meters. As soon as Bai Wuchen turned around, Lei Yan's flames licked his entire body, and before the burning damage appeared, he was blown away. Is this a sword move? Isn't it a bomb throw? The onlookers were shocked by the power of the sword. Shen Guyu blinked her eyes, wondering if she remembered it wrongly. Tian Luo was the one who had the power of absolute destruction. Bai Wuchen was not injured by the sword, but was blown to pieces by the thunder and flames. He rolled on the ground dozens of meters away. His beautiful armor was covered with scars, his hair and face were burnt black, and he was coughing up blood because of the heat wave. He took out a bottle of fluorescent potion and drank it all in one breath. After the injury stopped getting worse, the teeth that had just fallen out began to grow back little by little. However, the shabby appearance cannot be changed. Is this a FG sword move? You call this a cut in half? Bai Wuchen roared. Wherever the sword pointed, a spider web-like deep pit appeared on the ground, reaching a depth of 20 meters. Shouldn't a single attack be a single attack? How could it be a range attack? He doesn't understand, he really doesn't understand. No more fighting. Bai Wuchen waved his hand. No matter what he did, he couldn't save the situation. He rode on his white tiger and rode away. Every Wangxiang has this temper. Luo Qi said. To be honest, he has a very good command of lightning, but it's a pity that he met Yun yet. Dane said. After all, Bai Wuchen is also a visitor from another world, carefully selected by old Wangxiang, so his talent must not be bad. But it depends on who you're competing with. Luo Qi said with a smile. Bai Wuchen rode the white tiger not far away before stopping on the top of a hill. Thinking back to the fight just now, he became angrier and angrier. Not only did he use up 6 pearls, but he also suffered a great loss at the hands of Xintian Luo. When he returns, his teacher will definitely be disappointed. No, let's choose a new successor. Bai Wuchen thought about his teacher's personality and believed that this possibility was not impossible. If I choose a successor now, I won't be able to catch up with Xintian Luo's realm, but I won't be left behind. Bai Wuchen was a little worried, one step ahead, every step ahead. You are working hard, and others are also working hard. Once the gap widens, it will cost a huge price to catch up. Suddenly, the white tiger he was riding became panic-stricken, and it retreated while roaring towards the dense forest below the mountain. Bai Wuchen immediately became alert. This place was deep in the Sierra Morena mountains and there was great danger. Because he was wearing a gem, a teleportation scroll, and other life-saving items, Bai Wuchen had no strong people accompanying him. Deep in the forest below the mountain, a very abrupt giant flower emerged from the ground. It looked like a huge watermelon, with its surface covered with sharp barbs. Bai Wuchen came down to check, and the surface of the flower seemed to be a curtain that was lifted, and a big hand as white as jade and wearing a valuable bracelet stretched out. This hand alone is bigger than Bai Wuchen himself, but the proportions are perfect. Stranger traveler, you seem to be troubled. Would you like to talk to me? A charming voice came from inside the flower, like that of a caring elder sister. Demon. Bai Wuchen frowned. He had received some teachings on this subject. This is a sealed demon, and the idea of unsealing it lies on him. Are you going to say next that you can help me, but you need to recover your strength? Bai Wuchen sneered and turned away. A silver bell-like laugh came from the flower, and it didn't seem impatient at all. The charming voice continued, "What does it matter? Let's make a bet. If you win, I will sincerely submit to you. With the help of a demon king, there is nothing I can't do. If you lose, just let me go free." Bai Wuchen stopped and thought, "Don't believe what the devil says, everyone knows it, and it is impossible to win the devil in a bet. But, maybe I was just an accident? And if you lose, you will just release the demon and won't lose anything. As for what kind of evil consequences the devil will cause, what does it have to do with him? It is not him who asked the devil to kill." Chapter 110. You said you are a demon king. What's your name? Are you one of the 72 demon kings? Which of the strongest demon kings, fear, death, famine, or war, is you? Facing the devil, Bai Wuchen remained calm. The sealed devil could only bewitch people but could not cause any harm. Suddenly, his mount, the white tiger, strode over lightly and roared at the giant flower. Bai Wuchen patted the tiger's head gently, treating his mount very gently. "It's okay, go wait for me over there." However, the white tiger still bit his sleeve, wanting to take him away from this place of trouble. "I know my limits. Zio Bai." Bai Wuchen had to put on a stern face and scare the white tiger away to the side. Seeing that the white tiger looked aggrieved and worried, Bai Wuchen took out a piece of animal meat and threw it over. Then, he returned to the giant flower, waving his white hands back and forth, and the devil continued the topic. "I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable and a big shot. As for these demon kings you mentioned, they are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Your sealed place doesn't even have measures to prevent others from approaching. Only a small character would do this. Others told me that demons like to brag, and it seems to be true." Bai Wuchen said coldly. The devil's hand froze in the air. "Are all humans nowadays so annoying? I am the 7 Desire Demon Kings. Because they are too powerful, they were separated and sealed." Bai Wuchen didn't care at all. "I haven't heard of it, just tell me what you can do for me. Only if you beat me." The demon didn't care about being angry, and said in an excited voice, "Demons will not die, even if they are destroyed, they will just return to the abyss, or be sealed by someone. So I have profound knowledge and know every secret of this land, including unknown treasures. My magic can also allow you to do whatever you want and bewitch people." Bai Wuchen pondered for a moment and said, "If the bet fails, I will set you free, but in what form? Will it be by taking my soul? We agreed that I must ensure my integrity, not only my safety, but also that my soul will not change. No, if you let me out, you will be my benefactor and I will not harm you," said the devil. "Humph, come on, let me decide what the definition of harming me is." Bai Wuchen did not believe it easily. After repeatedly ensuring the gambling agreement and that the content of the bet should not be too outrageous, he agreed to start. "Well, let's start the bet. I'm going to ask you a question that happened on this land. If you can answer it, you win. Listen carefully. A man met a gorilla in the wild. He had 2 throwing knives in his hand. He threw one and the gorilla caught it with his right hand. He threw another and the gorilla caught it with his left hand. The man fell into despair and the gorilla suddenly died. Why did this happen?" This idiotic question made Bai Wuchen's mouth twitch a few times. Isn't this just a brain teaser? Because when the gorilla is proud, he likes to pat his chest with his hands, and the knife pierced his chest, he said. At this answer, the giant hand made a motion to cover the mouth, and a cheerful laugh came from the flower. Answer: wrong. The devil said, the gorilla is not a fool. The correct answer is that the 2 swords have electrical properties, which will cause thunder and lightning to roar and kill him. You lose. You lose. You lose. The giant flower began to tremble violently, and the buds at the top emitted an intoxicating fragrance. What was strange was that the demon's intellectual and charming voice became increasingly shrill, like a child screaming, and finally became androgynous. You have the final say on the answer? Are the devil's methods so low level? Bai Wuchen said disdainfully. This is a real thing that happened in the Xianxing kingdom. In the records of folk strange events, in Chapter 3, Chapter 4, it happened to a man named Kila. The demon's voice sounded like a man and a woman speaking at the same time. Look, this is a fair bet. In fact, that book has long been out of print and it is impossible for people today to read it. Boring. Bai Wuchen didn't want to argue, so he turned around and left. The giant flower bloomed in an instant, there was a clear spring in the flower, and a giant woman stood up with her arms open, her vulgar face full of joy. Don't go, little brother. The devil bent down and picked up Bai Wuchen, who had not walked far away, with both hands. What are you doing? We agreed not to hurt me. Bai Wuchen shouted angrily. Yes, you still have to maintain your complete self. This won't change. You are still you. It's just that, little brother is too tempting. I will become a part of you. This doesn't count as a violation of the agreement. As it spoke, the demon's body began to dissolve into a sticky liquid, engulfing Bai Wuchen and continuously drilling into his body. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. After everything was over, the demon disappeared and Bai Wuchen fell to the ground, soaking wet. His face was pale and he kept holding his throat with his hands, trying to spit out the unclean things. This is my name, Bai Wuchen. It sounds pretty nice. Suddenly, Bai Wuchen's face changed and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Get out! Get out! The next second, Bai Wuchen grabbed his neck, with veins bulging on his face. Oh, so we had such a miserable childhood. No wonder we are so selfish. Bai Wuchen continued to change his expression. The reason why a person is who he is the identity given by his past memories. The 7 Desire Demon Kings inherited his memories and became a new personality. He is still Bai Wuchen, but his character is changing subtly. At this time, the white tiger hurried to his front and circled around him, not understanding what was going on with his master. The top-grade Tianyuan Holy Tiger, its flesh and blood can greatly improve our strength. Bai Wuchen had a grim smile on his face. No, you can't. Bai Wuchen immediately held his head with both hands, kicked Beihu in the stomach, and cursed, "Get out! Get away!" The white tiger whimpered in grievance, and before it had walked far, it turned back and, ignoring Bai Wuchen's scolding, gently rubbed its head against his chest. Kill him! Kill him! This time, Bai Wuchen couldn't tell whether it was the devil or himself who was speaking. His eyes were red, his desire was surging, and he wanted to eat the white tiger alive. Roll! Bai Wuchen bit off his tongue with all his strength and punched the white tiger on the head in pain. Sensing the danger of death, the white tiger quickly ran into the forest and disappeared. Ah! Bai Wuchen stood there and roared, with only one thought in his mind, absolutely, don't believe the devil's words. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, the sun disappeared, and a blood-red moon hung high in the sky. Great, great, the blood moon appears. My other brothers and sisters will also be freed. This is not a coincidence, it is the counterattack of the abyss. The devil made a happy voice. The red moon was in the sky, and the entire Sierra de Bimarina was in unrest. The howlings of unknown monsters echoed in the mountains, accompanied by plumes of black smoke rising into the sky. When the black smoke dissipates, it brings with it an army of demons. It was my brother who broke the seal in a rage, and brought an army of demons with him. On the giant god mountain, Yun Ye and his group also discovered that the world had changed drastically. Isn't that a demon? Suddenly, Huang Peng pointed to the cliff in front. After the black smoke there dissipated, an army of monsters led by a demon came to the ground. Demon! Yun Yi's eyes lit up. Is this a pillow for me?